Hello, coin collections and more. Coin collection and more. How you doing? Can you hear me okay? Doing pretty good. Been a long time since I've streamed. So nice to finally get back on here. Hopefully I've got all my personal stuff put away and don't reveal my name and stuff like I nearly did the last time I streamed. Hopefully we'll get some people in here like maybe Michael Kittle and Lincoln and a few others, Majestic hopefully, and see what we can do today. Here's a neat older bar, half ounce, national. I was also showing off this one that's kind of funny. One troy ounce of fine nickel, 3/9 nickel. I haven't streamed for a while, so it might take me a few minutes to get my camera to work correctly. So what's your favorite to collect? Coin collection and more? Hey, Christian. Hey, pennies, my favorite. Of course, we call them cents. Some people get a little frustrated if you call them pennies. I don't care. I call them pennies all the time. Unless Michael Kittle's in the room, then I try to say cents. What do you collect, Christian? Your favorite to collect? If you collect the world coins, a lot of them are called pennies and the half penny and that kind of thing. But for US coins, they've always been cents. So even the half cent, and those are called cents as well. Which I think I have a couple right here. Let's see here. It's a large cent. I don't see any of my half cents. There's 2 cents. There's a 3-cent silver. Bills and coins. Cool. I have a couple really nice notes. I have some funny backs and some of the large notes and Black Eagle, and have a 3 cent from 1856 and a bunch of private bank, small denomination. I think I have 20 and 50 cent. Pretty fun stuff. I enjoy collecting them. But pennies is my big one. See, I said it, pennies. I have over 1,000 pounds of pennies, even more actually. And nearly half is brilliant uncirculated, starting in the 40s. 1903 Germany, nice. Yeah, I have some German coins and notes. Most of my notes are from like the teens and up, World War notes or era. I have a few older. My Black Eagle is a 1899. Cool. Yeah, Germany does have some really nice looking coins. Uh, 1943, cool. I have a couple hundred US notes, probably over 100 silver certificates, probably 40 or 50 star notes. Not much that's modern, it's almost all 60s and back. I do collect the bicentennial 76 $2 bill, and I have a couple other years of that $2 bill that's newer than 76, but the rest of my collection is prior to 60s. Well, prior to 66. I don't have my stuff set up too well, so it might take me a couple minutes to find a few things. And star notes are pretty cool. I actually had a couple hundred of them, but I gave a bunch to my grandkids. So if you check out my some of my very first videos, you'll see a type set for US coins. And I have 83 first-year type coins, like the 1921 piece and a bunch of the 1916 coins. And my oldest one in that is 1803. In fact, there's a 1803 right there. And the other one I think is 1808. Yeah, 1808. Large cents. I had a 1799, but I haven't seen it for years and years. So one of my grandkids might have ended up with it. There's a neat one I got from Michael Kittle. And it's just a beautiful Indian buffalo nickel. Extremely nice. And I don't normally buy NGC, but this one just, it got me. It's beautiful. So it's a MS66. Sorry, I'm a little shaky. $37. Oops, 38D. Huh, I wonder why I thought that was a 37. And I have some really neat, a little more modern, like 90s full step nickels. I think that one's $50 to $100. And some of them don't need full steps, like that one. That one's a $50 coin. Well, 50 according to PCGS's website and Gray Sheets, but normally you can find them for a little bit cheaper. So even without full steps, that one's worth over 50. Not worth grading, but I thought it was a 67. Close to being a full step. There's another full stepper. So I've gotten a lot of my pennies, and well, mostly pennies graded in high grades. Gotten 2 68s. That was really cool. And a whole bunch of 67 pennies in red. Midnight. I'll check it out, Midnight. Sorry, guys, I wasn't paying attention. Midnight Silver Run, how you doing? So I didn't really prepare. So if you guys give me a minute, I'll sign into my email. See if we can invite a couple people up. In just a minute. All right, sorry, I'm back. Christian says he has a 71 D Jefferson nickel full step. Cool. Some of those can be quite valuable. I think even in 66, that one's worth some good money. Majestic, how you doing? Dear Canberra, good morning. Yeah, Majestic, you want to come up? Just let me know. So I'm sure in a couple minutes here I'll have a couple options for some people with some better coins to show. I just started to get into my coins in the last few days, well, last week or so. I was in quarantine for a while, so I was unable to touch my coins. Because couldn't touch a single one. It was very difficult. But I was very careful. So did really good. Just started going through my coins again. So it's nice to be back at it. No, I didn't hear about Ken. What's up? I know he was missing for a couple shows, and then I saw him on. Hopefully everything's okay. He's an important asset. Oh no, he passed away. Oh, what a shame. Oh, we've lost a big one there, guys. Ken should have been the next one writing the error book and was doing a lot of stuff. Oh, I'm glad I watched his show the other day. Dang, what a shame. What an absolute wealth of knowledge. What a shame. Yeah, Christian, I have a 1903 that I got in a postcard purchase. That's it right there. It's my avatar, the other side of my avatar. Because my avatar is the reverse of this coin. And you can see a little bit of darkening on this one, but it's actually a little better condition. It's probably M65, maybe just a touch better red. Pretty nice one. Actually got it pretty cheap the first time I paid for it. Yeah, that reminds me, Christian, of one of the purchases I was gonna make. Boy, that just breaks my heart about Ken, darn it. Had a couple come to me knowing I did coins and said they had a couple books of Barbers and Walkers, the older set of Walkers, and a few other folders of coins full, key dates, everything. And so I had them bring them over, and they thought, they had a couple $100 per folder, but they had key dates and probably fine and better condition. And so I started to go through them, and some of them were very valuable coins, $1,000+ coins. But when I pulled them out of the folder, the back sides were completely corroded away. They're smooth, flat. Couldn't even see a design on them. And it was because of the really old Whitman albums, or not albums, folders, getting too wet in a basement. what a shame they lost, because I had told them, oh man, you've got more than thousands of dollars here per folder, and then it ends up being worth silver melt. I told them just to keep them because it was neat to see the key dates in that kind of condition and to see full folders, but the value just, it was gone. So you want to come up, Majestic? Or Midnight, if you guys want to come up, just let me know. Yeah, that breaks my heart. That's a huge loss for the coin community. Man, he was a smart man when it came to coins. I've been collecting for over 50 years, and my knowledge is nothing compared to him. All right, Majestic, I understand. I told you it might happen. So I can start showing some other coins here in a minute, guys. If you guys have a preference on what you want to see, let me know. No worries, Majestic. Yeah, I've got a bunch of my coins are still missing in action, or I'd show you some of the beautiful coins that Majestic has sent me. Majestic is the type of coin trader that trades you such nice coins and then tells you don't have to trade him nothing back. And of course, he's got some great stuff coming, but I can't just accept gifts like that, especially when I have so much. And he enjoys rolls so much. He's gonna like some of the things I've put together for him. So I have a few people that I owe some lots to, but getting put in quarantine just completely screwed me up for my timing. Tough to go down for almost 2 months and not be able to touch my coins. You're going to have some of them coming your way, Majestic. You said it's a 1908. Is that an Indian? I know you said 1907. The later date Indians, unless they're one of the S mint marks, they have to be mint state to be worth good money, or really high condition red, brown, or brown. Brown, if you tell me which one, I can actually look it up for you. Give me just a minute, guys. Let me grab one of my gray sheets. Now, this is the end of 2019, but it'll be good enough to give a rough value. Here's what I use. The gray sheet's really nice because it gives you a bunch of different prices. No worries, Christian. Are you talking my coin? Because for us, the large cents are the early 1800 coins. I think that one's like $300 or $400. If it made it to the 15 grade, which it's not, it'd be 650. But it's a couple grades lower. And probably worth about $350 or so. If that's the one you're talking about. Hector. Long time. Oh, Hector. I meant to, I was going to call you earlier today and just got a little busy. Had my grandkids doing some FaceTime with me. You want to come up, Hector? Now I'm putting the shortcut. Hey, young coin hunter, how you doing? Nice to see you in here. I'm putting the link for the stream in here. Guys, please ask before you come up. I prefer just to have a couple people and we can go through some coins and stuff and take turns and stuff. Or if you have a certain coin you want to show or something like that, I have no problems doing that. Midnight, how you doing?
How's it going?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Oh, you know, surviving.
That's good.
Just give me 1 second. I got to set my phone up and then grab my book, and then I'll be right back.
Do what you need to do.
Just give me 1 second. I got to set my phone up and then grab my book, and then I'll be right back.
All right.
Hello, Rich Kelly.
Give me 1 second. I got to set my phone up and then grab my book, and then I'll be right back.
All right. Hey, Hector,
Give me 1 second. I got to set my phone up and then grab my book, and then I'll be right back.
All right. Hey, Hector,
Give me 1 second. I got to set my phone up and then grab my book, and then I'll be right back.
I have a big echo going on.
I'll wait.
It's you, Hector. When I mute you, the echo stops. Yeah, Midnight, that was Hector. No biggie. Come on back. I don't worry about if it starts echoing. We just figure out who it is and take care of it.
How about now?
Sounds better.
Okay. I thought mine doesn't matter. I got it done.
No worries.
You notice that I'm hibernating.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. I usually come on and for a few seconds. That way, people know who I am and see me. And then I just don't like seeing my my 5 o'clock shadow.
Nope, I saw you the other day, so I knew.
Oh, you did? Okay, good.
All right, am I echoing?
Yep, you're just fine.
Okay. I thought that was my phone, so I just backed out.
Yeah, don't ever worry about it on my channel. We just figure it out. I'll just mute people till we figure out who it is.
I do the same.
Yeah, most people don't think it's them because most of us, try to shut off the YouTube and make sure that we're not gonna, but it happens. I've even sworn that it's everybody else other than me, and nope, it was me.
Well,
Yeah, I heard it and I was like, oh no, I'm backing out.
I'm glad to see you there, Rich.
Yeah, nice to see you. I almost called you earlier, Hector, and I'll call you soon.
Yeah, don't worry about calling me anytime right now. I'm not working.
Ready to see some pretty coins?
Yeah, midnight.
Sure.
I'll put you up. Go ahead and show 'em.
I gotta pull the sleeve back, otherwise the reflection is pretty bad.
Oh, I like that small date.
It's got some toning to it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I got that from Chuck's auction. The 59 as well.
Very cool. Looks like some wood grain on that 59.
Yeah, it's that's a really nice one. It's real hard to pick up in this light, but you can kind of see it.
Well, 61 below. That's pretty nice too.
I got this one as well. This is a 70D that I got from Scent Hoarder that came from an original roll that he opened.
Cool.
I ended up getting a few of those off of him.
Is it super purple in person?
Yeah. Oh yeah. What you're looking at is exactly the color it is.
Cool.
It is that vibrant and that sticks out that much.
Very nice. Looks like you've done good on your scent album.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for this guy to come in the mail now.
Yeah, I heard you talking about it. What grade is it?
It's very fine, I believe is what it was, but unfortunately It's got a details grade because it has a little hit on the rim, but the coin itself is beautiful. The strike is still great. The detail is still completely there. The VDB is in perfect. I mean, it's a beautiful coin. I honestly am surprised they gave it the grade it did, but since it has a little dent on the rim, they gave it very fine details. But I seen on I was looking at ones on eBay and ones that were selling for very fine with environmental damage that looked 5 times worse than the one I bought was going for almost $700.
Wow.
So
Yeah, they're
I
tough to
bet
get.
all day I could get $700 for it if I were to turn around and sell it. Because I mean, it really blows a lot of the ones I've been looking at out of the water.
Yeah, pretty cool.
The price I got it at, I couldn't. You'd be stupid to turn it down at that point. I mean, I definitely didn't pay anywhere near $600 or $700 for it. That's for sure.
And you're lucky because you normally do. Even with
I also
the
got this in here. A lot of people won't have an Ayers. The 22 Nodi.
Cool. I got one of those.
I don't think you can really see it that well in my light, but I got that one. That's a VG08. I actually busted that out of a slab.
Now, is it a light D or a no D?
It's a weak D.
Cool.
And then, oh yeah, my 14D.
Nice.
This one wasn't graded. I got that one raw from Scent Hoarder, but you can still see it's in pretty nice condition considering.
Yeah, that's really nice. That 14's got some good red.
Yeah, it's a really nice looking coin.
Yeah,
Cool.
I think Scent Hoarder said it's somewhere around what do you say, like a very fine 25 or 30 or something like that.
Yeah, it looks even nicer than that.
And then all my nice some other toned ones I got from Copper Coins. The 23. The 24S.
I was gonna say it's got a nice toning to it.
Yeah, I like that steel green and blues on that 24S. That's my favorite style.
Yeah. I'm assuming they come, it must be something to do with the 20s, because if you look down here, I got a couple more and they're almost the same toning color.
Yeah, but what you got to keep in mind is those older pennies, normally their toning is very similar.
Yeah.
Boy, that 26 is really blingy.
Got some other ones down here. That 1930. That's really a crazy looking one. I'm gonna switch these out. I got another 8100 that I'm gonna take all these tone coins out, and I'm gonna start a toned album for that one. And this one, I'm actually going to make this an all BU album eventually. I mean, there's probably a couple dates like the 14D and the 22 No D and the 1909 SVDB that I won't be able to get in BU for, obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But other than that, I've already got a line on some of the backs of these look really nice too. I've already got a line on some of the earlier dates. I'm going to have to take my time on buying those because, those aren't cheap.
Nope.
And especially since I'm going to be going from what you see here I'm going to go from BU and as many coins, or to BU and as many coins as I can, but my kitty cat's interested.
Yeah, I can do from 33 and up in BU, but I don't want to put my BU coins in these albums. I'd rather have them in airtights.
Yeah, I really, really, really want an album with BU coins. So I've thought about it, and I'll take a little bit of hit on color and whatnot as it goes, but I'm fine with that. Look at that 53.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, you're better off in the Damsco book. I've got the Intercept Shield books, and they're horrible for pennies.
Yeah, that's why I figured I'm just going to stick with the Damsco when it comes to that, and then everything else will go in a nice flip or something.
Yeah,
go in that.
I thought I was updating when I did Intercept Shield. If I'd have realized, I wouldn't have got rid of all my Damscos. Matt. Hey, Matt. How you doing?
Super Silverman.
Hey, Silverman. How you doing?
I haven't seen Majestic in a while. I've seen his name.
Really weird looking one right here. I don't know how the coin got like this, but it's like tie-dye almost.
Yeah, some of them are pretty crazy. I've seen some really neat ones.
A little upset. I made a purchase from Scent Hoarder to finish my album, and then as you can see right here, I guess I missed 2 dates. So now I got to wait to get my next package from Scent Hoarder so I can finish my actual album, because I thought I had them in there. And my 1909, that's all I need to finish it now.
Cool. Yeah, because I'm missing a few. I started using the inserts for the airtights for the pennies to fill the blanks in my albums so you don't see through to the next coin.
Yeah. And then here's my here's some beautiful war nickels that I got from Scent Hoarder that came in the mail the other day. This is what I was telling you should go look at as I was filling these holes. The 38. Pretty much all of these got replaced.
Oh, nice. Yeah, they look really good.
And then he gave me these war nickels too. Well, I mean, he didn't give them to me, but Then I got some really, really, really nice, was it like 2 MS66 war nickels and slabs, and some earlier date. Got like a nice, really, really nice 1913 Buffalo nickel. Got the 50D.
Yeah, that 13 Buffalo is one of my favorites.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pull those out because they're in a little box right here, and I want to show you some of those because they got some really cool toning on them as well. The Buffalo nickels do.
Yeah,
So I got to work on my nickel album, but I haven't really had this long, and I really haven't been pushing to fill it as hard as I have been with my my Lincoln album.
One thing you want to be careful of is when you're showing your coins and you keep pulling the plastic strips, they will slowly start scratching your coins.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, especially the proofs. So be really careful. I know it's a little shiny. Sometimes it's better just to tilt the page a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. Grab those nickels real quick.
Very nice.
And then these are some of the. Where are they?
No problem.
Here's 1913. Still got really, really nice detail on it.
Very nice. I like that color. Really shows up on that reverse. Nice horn.
And these ones, they're kind of, I don't know, the color on the coin is kind of weird to pick up sometimes because of the light. You can see it around the rim, though. Slightly. It's like a brownish, goldish color.
Very cool.
These are actually the first Buffalo nickels that I've gotten. I've found one, but it's in horrible shape. It's slick. Yeah, you can kind of see the color on that one a little better. I tell you guys what, man, you want to try and get some nice coins, talk to Cent Hoarder. He's usually a good dude to work some deals out with.
Cool.
He's got some nice stuff for sure. Oh, no, that was the replacement. That's an ugly coin.
I've got a nice 66 Buffalo that I picked up from Michael, but it's a later year. Last year, actually.
I keep getting coins from Cent Hoarder, and it keeps on making me want to. Now I got to get a Buffalo album.
Yep, that's the way it works. You just have to keep upgrading. The better you upgrade one album, the worse it makes all the rest look. Then you have to start updating everything.
My new piece of gold. It's like it's thin as a piece of paper.
That's funny.
It's really a piece of gold too.
Tenth of a gram. I'll be darned.
Yeah. Well, I was on eBay and I was like, well, I've been wanting to start buying a little bit of gold here and there, and I figured it was real cheap and in my price range, so I jumped on it.
Well, you can pull them out and line them up and say they're 1/10 of an ounce.
Yeah, I got this too.
So
That
I
was
like
kind of cool.
using my mini coins to make it look like I had big old huge bars. Yeah, I got a couple of those. Those are cool. I've got the one from the mint too. I think I got 4 or 5 of the mint ones for the silver nickels.
Yeah, I like it. I never had any Wart nickels before. The couple times that I've hunted through nickels, I've never found any. So I figure why not get some if I had the chance.
Now those that U.S. Capitol came in a little cardboard box. If you can find the box or replace it, it's the best way to keep them. That way they stay more airtight.
Yeah, I got it in. This is what it came in. So I just been kind of keeping it in that. Then I got some other graded coins. I got these for a real cheap deal, so I took them.
Yeah, I finally went through my graded coins and it broke my heart. I've sold like 35 of them. So I need to start getting them back.
Well, you
Get my
start
stuff
selling them
back.
again, you should let me know.
Well, I still have some for sale. I've got like $50 and $100 coins if you're after something like that. And I've got less. I've got some full steps and some full bands.
I really like these proofs.
Yeah, they're cool. I do like that one.
And then here's my my two war nickels of 65.
So my 2010s shields are worth $100, and I think they're 66 or 67. I forget now, but I have a couple of those.
Yeah, those are nice.
Nice.
And then, of course, I'm sure you remember this bad boy right here.
Oh, that's the one. Yep.
I put one of these in my album. Actually, that's where the 84 for the 84.
Yeah, Matt says he bought a 1 gram gold eagle. So he's got gold too.
Yeah, I just figured it was cheap. I mean, I can't afford to buy like, ounces of gold and half ounces of gold or whatever at a time. But, for like little stuff like that, like a gram and, whatever here and there, it's cheap. Why not pick up a little bit here and there? It eventually adds up the way I figure it.
Yeah, and if our monetary system went to hell, then that stuff's just going to be extremely valuable.
I mean, you're not losing out by purchasing gold. You know what I mean? Unless you're buying it for some stupid amount. And when you're buying something that little, it's super cheap. I mean, you're looking at $10, $15 usually. So, I'll lose out on $10, $15 if that's the case. If it were to be fake or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I buy them from places that are legitimate sites and stuff like that. So I actually got a little more coming, but it hasn't gotten here yet.
Well, the gold's a good investment. Personally, I would never keep anything too big. The grams or less is a good way of going. For the 10th ounces, I mean, you're gonna take a loss if you ended up needing to use it for food, unless people have big stocks of food for you, because the values are gonna fly. But the rest of it's pretty good.
Yeah, and I got the 3 West Point pennies. They weren't graded, but I've been wanting them.
Yeah, I have a couple West Points, but that's a really nice package.
Yeah. I just figured for the price, it was like $30 or something like that, and they usually go for more than that online. So to get all 3 of them, I took it. And then I picked up this. This is also really, really cool, I thought. And this is like a whole collection from 2009 to 2017 minus the 1 enhanced. But this is all the uncirculated and proofs. So I got all these too. I was really happy to get this. I really like it. It's kind of a whole set, and you don't have to worry about storing it or anything because they're already encapsulated and in this thing.
And who did that?
I don't know. I bought it from a guy on a Facebook group. He was wanting like $30 for it, and I talked him down to like 15.
That's really smart.
So, but I like it because you know they don't come out. They're in there, and then they're in an airtight as well. So
Yeah, double
they're stored
protection.
pretty nice. So
Just
I was real happy about that pickup.
keep them out of the light.
Yeah, I think that's about all the stuff I've acquired. Well, I'm sure I've acquired more, but I'm sure you don't care about common date pennies with no errors or varieties or anything. So,
Hell, I collect them all. So
well, yeah, I mean, you got me beat, but this album is full of 40s to 50s. These are 50s and 60s, 60s and 70s, and 80s and 90s. And then this is like stuff I've been finding in rolls lately, you know, RPMs, stuff like that. And then this is more older wheat cents, probably 30s and 40s and back from what I've been upgrading out of my albums.
cool.
So I've been staying busy for the most part.
Yeah, I wish I could have been messing with my coins for the 60 days I lost. It was really hard.
Oh, I bet it was. Well, hey, you know, your health is more important though, Rich.
Well, it wasn't my health I was worried about. It was for everybody else because a lot of the coins I was trying to make packages and I just couldn't do that to anybody. Didn't want to take a chance.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. You know, we all appreciate it. We'd rather be safe than sorry, you know.
And what you got to keep in mind is I've looked at coins and coin rolls every day, every night for the last 8 years without missing a night. So it was like
You're
going through
having coin withdrawals,
withdrawals.
weren't you?
Yeah, major withdrawals.
Well, we were wondering what was happening. We hadn't heard from you in a while. Usually you're on, you know, here and there. Let us know you're all right.
Yeah, and I tried to answer a few people, but I was trying to clean up my room a bit and lost all my passwords, and that does me in for my my email.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah,
So
I
many passwords.
put it in a real night. Yeah, but I've learned the hard way on that one. So I had passwords, and they weren't easy, and it still my account still got hacked into. So and they messed me up on all my gaming stuff. They got me on Microsoft. They got me through Steam. They got me through a few. I was using the same password for a couple different accounts, and they just tried it everywhere they could.
I think someone from eBay was trying to. It's weird because I don't. The only place that I use my bank account for is through PayPal. That way I can, you know, buy stuff from, you know, like you guys on here or eBay. And I noticed after an eBay purchase, like a day or two later, that I got someone was trying to get into my actual bank account because I started getting invalid password notifications. So I think someone from eBay somehow tracked my name down or something and then was trying to get into my bank account because it happened after I made a purchase on eBay like a day later, and I don't use it for anything other than that. So,
well,
you know, I mean, but
yeah,
so
make sure that when you see those messages, delete them and then go to your bank separately. Never use those links because sometimes
no,
they just
it's
send
just like
emails.
it's just emails or text messages from my bank telling me that someone tried to enter my account and you know didn't know the password is all. It was just a warning. Like there's no links or anything like that. But no, I don't mess with them. And I even went into my account and I switched my username and my password and I did all that. And then since I did that, it hasn't happened one time. So somehow they had to have gotten my username or something. They figured something out, but they couldn't figure my password out.
Is that a Bengal I see?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I miss my cat so much. I had her for 19 years.
Yep, that's for us.
Beautiful.
AKA Mama Kitty. I don't know where the hellion is. He's around here somewhere. Her kid is a male Loki. I have him too, but he's probably off pouting somewhere or something because I won't chase him around the house.
They're so cool.
Yeah, they're something else. This is the first time I've ever owned an exotic breed. I've had other cats before, but never these. And I tell you, it's a little different than owning your regular house cat.
Yeah, mine would jump up on the top of the open doors and then wait for you to come in the room and pounce on your shoulders. Scared the hell out of me over and over and over.
Yeah, here's the other one. He might get on his wheel and run.
Oh, nice wheel. Oh, that's smart because they are active big time.
Oh yeah. He's usually running on it, meowing his head off. Yeah, get on there and walk. Go ahead.
Yeah, nice spots.
He's my baby boy. Isn't he? Yes, you are. Pain in the butt. He's a pain in the butt, though. Don't let him fool you.
Yeah, and mine, because of her age, she was starting to shed a lot. I had no issues until she got really old.
This one is like, did you ever watch Wonder Years back in the day?
Yeah, my
this
kids
one
did.
is like Paul from Wonder Years. She's allergic to everything. So I literally have to take her in every 2 weeks to get an allergy shot because she won't let me give it to herself. Yeah, she hears me talking about her.
Take care, Matt.
Where's Hector at? I know he was in here. Did he leave?
No, I'm still.
We were just watching you show your stuff.
Oh. Hey, Hector.
How you doing there, Midnight?
You got some stuff you want to show, Hector?
Not. Well, I was putting everything away because I have been going through this stuff, and I'm getting ready to go to the bank tomorrow.
No.
No, not at all.
Is he talking, or can I not hear him?
Yeah, he is talking. You can't hear him?
I'll be back.
All right. Yeah, he did come back in.
Yeah. So I've really been missing you, Rich. I really have been missing you, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that.
No. You got to take care of things first, you know.
Yeah, but I did see your email, and I thought I answered it a few days ago, and then when I saw it again with no response,
Hector.
it's like crap. Hector, say
hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, all right. I can hear him now.
Fantastic.
I was gonna say you're being awfully quiet there.
Usually I am. Usually I like to listen a lot more because I learn a lot more if I keep my mouth shut.
Well, yeah, but I wasn't hearing anything. Usually you talk a little bit.
Oh yeah, but usually when Rich comes on, you know, I was looking at his collection here. He's got a couple Indian heads and City Liberties and some 2 centers and large cents. So I was looking.
I love watching Rich talk about his coins. There's
Yeah.
no doubt about that.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Sand Horner was very generous to me. He gave me some 55S Lincoln pennies, and man, they're clean. They're better than what I've got. Sorry, it plays all my 55S's. I got a few.
Yes. Sand Horner is awesome to work with, man.
Yeah, he is young guy, but he knows his stuff.
And he's nice. You know, he's not.
Yeah. Well, one of my videos, what he sent me, it took me 4 hours to unpack everything. Because I took every one of them out.
Yeah, he told me. He said he's not going to be happy until he gives me enough stuff to where I end up doing a 5-hour video.
Yeah.
I said I don't know about all that now, man. That's a lot of stuff.
That's a huge lot that Hector got.
No, I'm really glad I ran into the people I have in this community. It's been real nice.
Yeah, Rich and I go. Well, Rich is one of my original hookups for talking about coins because there were times that I would go to work. I'll be off at 5 in the morning. I'll be up at work at 7. You know, jeez. but it's always been good, and it's always been it's been rare where I go to a channel before. Well, I shouldn't say rare because I do meet a lot of people. Like one of my things is automotive restoration and trucks. I do that too, and I like woodworking. I've talked to a few people there live, and almost there's a lot of good people out there. Majority of them are good. The only problems I'm having is sometimes the trolls come in. And,
Yeah, they do. But there's not much you can do about it, unfortunately. But
right.
Yeah.
Well, one way is making sure everybody's a mod. If you know them before, and then you verify them, and then when they come in, if they have their name and it's not mod, they're not them. So that's pretty good.
Here's what I don't get though.
What's that?
When those channels make everybody a mod like that, like when I'm a mod here, I can boot people out. Like if you're doing something stupid, you're done. You're gone. You know what I mean? But when I'm a mod in those channels, I can't do anything other than be a normal person. So is there like a mod setting to where you can like allow people to do stuff and not allow them to do stuff?
You mean like a wrench and a nut bolt next to it saying that you're significant more? I don't know really, to tell you the truth.
No, I don't believe so. And they can go.
I mean, I've never paid it. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Now that you say that, I think like in Chuck's stream, I have like a nut or a bolt or something, and like here I have a wrench. So maybe one's an actual mod and one's just like a little more important person on the stream.
Who would know about that stuff is E Pluribus. He's pretty good of a. What's his name? Aaron.
Oh, someone let trouble in.
Oh, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, Stern.
How's it going, Stern?
Oh, not too bad. How you guys doing?
Good. How you been?
Oh, I've been all right. A lot of time to sleep.
Yeah, I took a nap this afternoon, but it was short. But I'm up now.
I get tired and then I try to take a nap, and as soon as I lay down to actually take a nap, I instantly get untired.
Well, I should guess that I've been working. I haven't worked since March 18th.
That's normally how I am if I try to sleep at night. As soon as I lay down to go to bed at night, it's just my brain goes haywire.
See, I can't sleep at night at all. When I sleep during the day anyways, but I've always been a night person. Like I just can't sleep during the night for some reason.
Yeah, the Sandman and I are on like a 12-year fight.
Taking care of my grandma now. Now that I do that, I'm up at 2 in the afternoon, and I don't go to bed till 7 or 8 in the morning the next day when my mom gets here to watch my grandma for me for a little bit while I sleep.
Huh.
Yeah, actually, young corn hunter, at your age, almost anything that you collect, by the time you get to be my age, it's going to be worth a lot more than having to start with something expensive or over time. Take your time. You got plenty of time to get everything you need.
Just collect, man. Just collect.
Yeah,
collect.
Yeah. Well, even I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rich.
I just said keep the original boxes, keep the instructions, keep everything, keep it all together.
You have a good night, Rhonda.
I got my first 2020 dime today.
Me too. That was what I was just showing.
Yeah, I got my first, and it's in pretty good shape too.
Oh, you guys suck.
That's my first 2020 anything though.
Here's the one thing that I've been noticing too. A lot of the guys back east can get all the D's, all the Philadelphias and Denvers, and I get all the over here the San Francisco mint marks with pennies. But I'm thinking about I've got plenty of estimate marks. I wouldn't say they're proof or anything above maybe it's 58, 58, but there's there.
They did start designating PL to new things. Like PCGS has a video on here about it where they started attributing a PL to dimes, nickels, quarters, ASEs, a bunch of stuff. They'll actually put a proof-like designation on now.
Did you get a roll of 2020s?
Nope, just that one at the shop when I was leaving today.
Take care, Rhonda.
Unfortunately, I had 2 dimes in the change, and only one was a 2020. And I was gonna ask for a roll, but
Well, get a little list. My son went to the store for us because of our age. He doesn't want us going out there. And what happened was he went to take a shower after he went to the store, and when he came back out, he started putting stuff away. And I said, "What did you use? Your credit card or what?" He said, "No, I used my change, my cash." And I go, "Really?" So I go to the restroom where he took a shower, and on the floor I found a 2020 Denver
nice.
on the floor. So I'm trying to start checking his change. See, this is the one I got today.
Cool.
I got a roll of 2020 Philly pennies. Lincoln cents. Excuse me, young coin hunter. Lincoln cents.
The technicality turd.
Don't want him to hang me in the chat. I can't see it.
Oh yeah, he'll get you with a technicality.
Yeah, I know he will. He's already typing it in. I can imagine.
Enchilada.
And the 2020 W reverse proof nickels, they only made 180,000 so far, or something like that. They're sold out, and they don't know if they're going to make any more of the silver proof sets that have them.
That's my favorite of the West Point pennies right there.
Mine as well. And they did a nickel this year the same way, but they already
I've been
sold
looking
out.
at them on eBay.
Oh, Stern, when you told me about that, I went to the Mint website, and you can actually, they're going to print more.
Sweet.
And they said that you can get notified by them texting your phone. So I signed up for it.
Young coin hunter. You're slacking then, man. You're slacking.
He was
Yeah,
gone.
what state are you in, young coin hunter?
I think he's in Ohio or
He says he gets nothing but Phillies.
Yeah, I have to hold on to my Phillies as if they were a variety themselves.
yeah, I get Denver and Philadelphia, but not as much as I'd like to see Philadelphia though.
I see maybe about 2 to 5 San Francisco minted coins in a box when I go through any box of coins. It's usually all Denver and Philly.
The other day I got a 2004 S Lincoln.
I'll see a handful, maybe a handful of San Francisco, and then if I'm lucky, 1 or 2 Phillies.
Young coin hunter, you're walking into one there. You keep talking like that.
Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw a beautiful Scarface the other day.
Oh, that's awesome. I've actually never seen a Scarface in hand or in person.
It was 63.
This is an 1885. Oh,
Yeah, I mean it was an MS-63, worth a ton of money.
I don't have very many Morgan dollars. I think I only have like 2 or 3.
Oh, well, you're way ahead of me 3 times that fold, because I only got this one here. I only got this 1921.
Yeah, I think that's about what mine all are.
Yeah, I was watching an old Pawn Stars, and the guy came in with a 22 higher leaf proof and wanted only 20 grand for it.
for the peace dollar?
Yeah, it was graded, and the guy's like,
I
and
think
he's
your
always
Wi-Fi
a
is really
rip-off,
bad
but
because I don't
he-
think we're lagging. It seems to be going pretty good this end. Young
yeah, well,
coin
he
hunter.
ended up telling him it was worth like 60 to 80 grand.
Oh, only?
Oh, that's a beautiful coin.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, Spectacular got one at a pawn shop for like $38.
Oh my
What's
gosh.
that?
22 higher leaf.
What
He got
grade?
it graded. it's graded something pretty low graded, but it still makes it exponentially more than like $30.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's still thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah. And he knew it too because he sent it out to either NGC or PCTS. That was a long time ago. I watched that video.
I'll be darned.
Is Rich talking and I can't hear him now?
No, that was
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure because Hector cut out. So
Yeah,
before-
I cut out again, or last time, you mean?
No, last time. You're
Oh,
good
okay.
now.
Yeah, Stern helped me a couple of times with some of my coins. I think it was a penny, I think it was. Then on a double die. No, it was a repunch mint mark. Yeah.
well, and I'm a huge advocate of the 70S small day because I think that deserves a spot in the book, which would make the variety exponentially more sought after.
Young Corner says that in his area, he only gets all these all year.
That's why I told him he better watch what he's saying. I'm gonna start giving him a hard time.
Yeah.
And Hector, you know, it's funny you talking about saving things, and once you get to our age, you know, they're worth money. But it's funny because it's the things that you don't expect, like the Pez holder,
Yeah.
or there was I forget what the stickers were called, but I think they came in gum, but they made fun of all the products like Tide and all that, and just made
So
them
yeah, Ken Peavy passed away a couple days ago.
style. And they sell for $100
Yeah, I know.
a each, and they used to give you like 10 of them in a piece of gum.
Matchbox cars. I used to crash them all the time. I used to get them like three for $1. You know, so I use my allowance and I buy 6 or 7 of them at a time. And you know, I let them either buried or let them at the house. You know, and now they're going like for like $150 for one of my Gran Torino 70 or the 68 Camaro.
Because I have 5
I
of
had
these.
those red line ones. I had a ton of red line.
Yeah, Joe's though.
Because I bought King Supers out of these when I saw them there. I think I have 4 or 5.
Show him the bling one.
Oh, the bling. Okay. This shiny mofo.
Yeah, the bling. There you go.
This is the Hot Wheels version.
Cool.
Hey, that's fine there, young coin hunter. That's why I'm getting all the coins too.
My son-in-law is I'm calling him that because he's living with my daughter. They're not married, but I call him my son-in-law for now, not for a better term. He started by Silver Eagles, but then I saw a video today. Silver Seeker, yeah. He was talking about how the 2020s came out, and the Silver Eagles, they're $595 a piece. There's a certain signature on there that I guess makes it more valuable, or I don't know if they graded it. It's supposed to be proof. And
No, the mint director signed 100.
yeah, did he even see them?
Does anybody in this room know who the mint director is at this point in time?
Nope, I don't know.
What is the significance of your signature on a slab to increase the value? I mean,
That's what he was discussing. He was wondering why would a coin that's proof versus another one, one's $56, $63 proof, and this one here with a signature on it makes it $595.
Yeah, and nobody can tell me who that signature belongs to because ain't nobody knows who the last 4 directors were. Nobody can tell me.
I don't know who the last 10 directors were.
I couldn't tell you a single one.
I can tell you.
Well, we can tell you one.
Dave Ryder's a different one.
The chick who made it to where
No, I was thinking of that Joseph Barr dude or whatever.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna
okay.
say you gotta go back to the bar one for me.
Yeah, I was on. Then there was the girl who blamed coin collecting on the lack of coinage, so they made proof
Oh
sets
yeah,
illegal.
back in the early '60s. Yeah.
Yeah, they took away proof sets in 5, 6, and 7, and
I
then
don't
took away
even know
the
her
mint mark.
name though.
But I don't remember her name either. But yeah, she took away the mint mark and
Well,
then
he
proof
said,
sets.
he said the 2020 silver eagle is being sold at $595, and he says that, on his opinion, it may drop later on because of whatever reasons he was mentioning. I can't remember them all right now, but he said that they would go down to $200. And let's say you buy 10 of them, and you buy $5,900 of them, and all of a sudden it goes down to $200 a piece. You lose quite a bit of money.
Yeah, and that's silly. Even if it's got a limit of
I almost
100
had one of those
pieces,
reverse
that's
enhanced
just
proofs from last year that are selling for a bunch of money, but I just didn't want to come off what he wanted for it.
Mm.
I mean, I could have still turned around and sold it for a few $100s, but you know, it just wasn't worth all the hassle.
I feel you.
see now my problem is because I've been collecting for so long.
Young Coin Hunter, you going to do a video when you open the package?
Young Coin Hunter, you have access to Instagram. Tell Scent Hoarder where we are. He just hit me up and asked me if I was on.
If he's on Facebook, I can get him too.
I don't know if you-
I can't message him. I'm on my phone. Otherwise, I could message him real fast.
I know Young Coin Hunter's on this. He's a little Instagram machine.
Just tell him we're in Rich Cal's stream.
Yeah, if I do it back, if I do it back to me at the StreamYard, but I know little Young Coin Hunter's got this one.
Well, he should. He's younger than all of us. He should be like on it.
Well, yeah, and we video chat on Instagram every once in a while. They do like flash sales on there. Scent Hoarder makes some pretty good money on Instagram once in a while, I tell you that.
Well, I mean, honestly, he makes a pretty good bit of money on a few of us, but I mean,
Oh yeah. It's because
you know, I've given him a nice chunk of change, but hey, I get nice coins, and he
Oh,
knows
yeah, it's worth
what
it.
he's got, and he's not.
Yeah,
he's fair. That's what I love about dealing with that guy. He's fair. He's
Oh, yeah,
so
he's fair.
fair.
he started busting out some coinage that he hadn't busted out yet before the other day.
He's not shady, man. I deal with a lot of people on Facebook in these groups, and there's just so many freaking shady people out there. It's just ridiculous.
Tell me about it. How do you think I feel? I'm come from retail where I'm suspicious of everybody gonna rip me off, right? So I've never gone to an auction or did an auction online. I did one on Monday with Justin Busman, and I bought 4 silver quarters, Washington quarters, from 55 to 57.
That's good.
That was my first venture into it. Only because I took.
Well, yeah, but
guy.
buying from someone like that is one thing, you know. Like you can sit in their lobby, and people when they get ripped off are gonna come in that lobby and make it known that they got ripped off. You know what I mean? So watching an auction is good because that's how I found out like Copper Coins was legit after watching one of his auctions and seeing all these people talk good about him and everything.
Awesome.
This guy's about his business, and he really is. He cares about his business. So, you know.
Another thing that I see him do was when he was doing a roll reveal, something went wrong with what he said it was supposed to be suggested that there wasn't anything on it. He turned around and gave him a penny with a DDO on it just to replace it.
Hey, Young Coin Hunter. If he sends you something that he doesn't want on video, this is what you do, because this is exactly what I do. You open it up, you pull that, whatever he doesn't want shown out, and then you do the rest on a mail call. I mean, that's how I do it. He said we've done, things that nobody else needs to see, which is understandable. So just pull it out and then do the mail call on everything else. You don't have to do a mail call, like open it and then, if there's something in there that he doesn't want you to see, just do it that way. Just show the stuff that you can show that he doesn't care about. You know what I mean?
Well, I always preview the stuff before I open it, And
well, sometimes Scent Hoarder will send a little surprise, and then he'll send you a message and say,
"It's true."
I don't want this on,
Right.
you know, I don't want this shown, which in the respect for him, I'm not going to show it. So I'll open the package, pull
Mhm.
that out, and then I do a mail call on his package, you know. So
Does anybody
and it's
know
just that
anybody
easy.
named? Does anybody know anyone named Lola?
I do.
Who?
Because I have a counter stamped Lola Lincoln right here that's on the front and back.
Oh, man.
It's only the second Counter-Strike coin I've ever found, and it's
I've
Lola.
only ever found like two, and one was a Masonic symbol, and then the other was like I think it was like a Nazi symbol.
And it's 1978D. Right. And then it's
I've been looking for orange bills. I haven't found any.
Young coin hunter, you sound like me, dude. I usually open them right away and look at them before I make my package. Before I
Boom!
do my
Grand
phone call.
order.
what's up, Sam Order? This is where we are, pal.
Center's here.
Scent hoarder. Oh no. Now trouble is here. I hear a kitty kitty.
That's mine.
Kitty 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 kitty.
Come on in if you want some order.
Sam Order's.
Someone got a Bob Barker voice. Come on down.
We were. I like to think of Sam Order as a younger you, Rich.
Yeah, I would say that. That's true.
He's on the way.
He's
That's
a mix of Chuck and Rich for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
But you know, I had a big
I
end.
wish honestly, when I was real young, I got an album, and they were I believe it was like they were albums of penny albums and nickel albums, and they were full. I mean, if I remember correctly, they were full from 1909 all the way through, like every single coin. And I ended up losing them because we moved so much. I mean, I moved probably like 30 times when I was little, and I ended up losing them or something. And I just never thought about it again. And then now I'm older, you know, I think back and I look back at it and I think how valuable those albums were just by themselves if I would have still had them now.
Well,
You know,
Did I tell you the story about how I came across a trailer that had like 300 to 500,000 of these waffle planchet quarters in it, and I didn't know what they were, so I only took like 15?
Yeah, what a shame.
There's a trailer full of 6 inches deep, fucking 6 inches wide, 48 foot times 2, and the 6 foot back wall full of these quarters floating around. All state quarters. This one's a Wisconsin. I think it might be a high leaf or low leaf.
Yeah, I remember you talking about those.
Well, you can just send that over here too, along with that counter stamp.
do they still do that?
Yeah, they still do this for sure. It's either there was a hole in the trailer and they used that trailer to transport all of these, or the mint is disposing of their waffle quarters as dunnage in between trailer walls to weigh down trailers so they don't tip over when they're empty.
So it'd be pretty common then.
I think equal or possible, because you know how Dustin Morgan got all of those blank planchet pennies.
I've never seen one.
The blank planchet pennies. There was a trailer that fell
No,
over.
I've never seen one of those waffle thingy
Oh, really?
that I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, a trailer full of them, bro. I had like 30, or I had 15 to 30 growing up, and I have 2 now. There's a Wisconsin and a North Dakota.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Now, that's pretty cool,
they're
man.
here
I've never seen a coin like that. I've never seen no shit like
yeah.
that.
You can get them all the way up to Ike's. Like those are super expensive, but yeah, you can get an Ike canceled planchet.
Stern, you're the first person that mentioned it to me, 2 days ago? I never heard of it until 2 days ago.
Yeah, I've seen Susan B's, I've seen pennies, and I've seen quarters so far, because I've seen hundreds upon hundreds of these just in that one trailer. If I would have known about numismatics, oh man, I would have had the time and the means to take a forklift and just shake that trailer and just jostle every last one out of there. It would have been duffel bags.
Ted Horder says he's on the prowl tonight, looking for online for deals. Needing to upgrade my 62 Brown to a 63, 64. 17.5, 20S, 11S.
You're 62.
Oh,
Yeah, he's going for big boy album there.
You
Gotta
let
get
your
them
wife tell you
upgrades.
what to do, Scent Hoarder?
He's looking for slab coins too. I bet you like MS66 or something.
Well, Rich would be the
Oh,
the
62
man.
just-
For what year though? Like your year 62?
No, he's looking for a 62 Brown to 63, 64 for 17S,
Oh,
20S, and
okay.
11S.
I didn't read the sentence properly. My brain went.
I didn't either. That's why I had to sit there and read it like 2 more times to make sure I was reading it right, and then I wasn't reading it right. So
I was like, if you need a better 62, 60, yeah, that's the one I can do.
no, I know he's been looking for 11S, but that thing is 11S is not cheap.
None of those are.
The one I seen, the last one I seen, and it was nice-ish, and it was like $60, and it
But
still had like 3 days to go on the auction.
Real question is to Scent Hoarder is did the little baller, the mini baller, come through the other night? Because if the mini baller came through, then yeah, he's looking for some deals tonight. We'll say.
That guy buys so many coins and sells so many. I couldn't imagine how many coins he buys and sells in a week. Honestly.
I can't talk about another man's business, but the list we had to write out the other night would put your jaw on the floor.
I honestly wouldn't, because I know he had like 4 or 5 packages that all weighed close to 20 pounds a piece that he was shipping out. So,
Oh man,
You see, this is what I've been finding lately in my coin roll search. I'm getting a lot of nice, I wouldn't say perfect, but I'm getting a 73s. Here's a 59 in this condition,
he's living the coin life over there, that's for sure.
What's that?
I say he's living the coin life over there, that's for sure.
Oh, no kidding.
I know. I'm telling him to open up a business and just hire me. It'll be beneficial.
I bet you eventually I could see him owning his own coin store, honestly, as much as he does already. I don't see why he doesn't, truthfully.
Well, I think Stern has an opportunity too in his area too.
Yeah, I'll look him up on Google and give him a phone call, and then I'll talk to people who have a little bit of cash to wave in front of his face, because I think he wants out. So I would get the building plus all the coin racks and the name of the company. I think he owns it and he's just over it. It's his second job, and his main job is night stalker at King Soopers. So it's just telling you the priority level he thinks of the coin shop. It takes seconds to his night stalking business at King Soopers.
I'm gonna be right back. I need to turn some lights off in the living room. I'll be right back.
He's got a lot of empty coin cabinets, coin display, rotating shelves and such. Then the first time and only time I talked to him, I told him to hire me. He's like, I don't know if I want to keep it going. I thought, well, damn it.
Honestly, the one coin shop here, I don't know how they're open. The one dude's just he's a major dick.
Yeah, I know how you feel. He just recently closed the one out here that was like that. This dude was abrasive as all F.
Normally, those guys make their money on gold and silver, like jewelry stuff coming in, bullion.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't deal with the rest of the stuff.
No, I brought him a book of foreign, and he opened it and saw the first page was foreign, and then tossed the book back to me and said he wanted nothing to do with it.
Yep.
I bring him slabs that aren't PCGS. He tosses them back just after looking at the name on the holder. You bring him common date anything, he laughs at you. And if you bring him like Morgans or like ASEs, he gives you we buy gold prices, really.
Yep. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the way most
the one guy that I actually have a coin shop that's like not even 2 blocks away. from where I live. But the problem is he mainly deals in gold and silver. I mean, you can go in there and he has other coins, but you know, you have to ask him, like, do you have this or do you have that? And then it's getting him to actually bring it in from his house when he does have it. And it's like, you know, you have a shop here, dude. Why don't you just have this stuff in here? That way, someone like me that comes in and asks numerous times and it's actually here and I can just look at it. And
early proof sets. I cannot get a effing shop to have early proof sets in shop. Oh, well, tell me which one you want. I'll bring it in. Like, no, just you have your inventory at your shop sometimes.
Hey, Carlisle.
hey, David.
Just tell him you want to
I
spend
don't
a
get
couple
it, man.
$100
Like, I went in
on
and
it.
asked him, do you have, you know, any? I just asked him if he had some wheat cent rolls, knowing they'd be circulated and probably brought in by people or whatever. But I was just bored and wanted to hunt some older coins. And he's like, yeah, but I don't have them here. And I'm like, all right, well, when can you have them here? He's like, well, I can bring them in tomorrow. And I was like, he's like, how many do you want? And I was like, well, how many do you have? He's like, I don't know. He's like, I've got a lot. And I was like, well, I don't know. I'll take, you know, 6 or 7 of them.
I would love to spend a week at each person that I know is knowledgeable. They've been around for a while, like Rich Cali, Stern Midnight, Stan Hoarder. I would just be there. I'd make you breakfast. I'll make you lunch. I'll make you dinner, barbecue, whatever it took to stay there for a week.
Oh yeah. See, luckily the one of my LCSs that I genuinely love, but it's like 45-minute drive. But it's a 45-minute drive I enjoy. They deal with mainly gold and silver, and like high-end palladium eagles, and like they're rather large. But the plus side of that is they have a box of 39 Philly nickels because they weren't the key date, and they're just sitting there, and they don't look for the DDR on any of them. There's 2 or 3 boxes this size, all labeled 39 Philly, and I think I could get one for like a couple bucks above face value.
Hey, David's saying hi to you guys.
Hey, David. Hey, David. David, not here, man. And that's where I pull like full Liberty Indians out of for a buck.
No, I haven't retired yet, but when I do retire, this will be my full-time hobby.
So did you read what Scent Hoarder wrote about opening a shop?
Yeah, I did. I'm currently making up my mind on what to do, what I want to do. I'm not 100% sure yet, but golly, with the knowledge he's got and the stuff he's got, I think that's a no-brainer.
That's true. And I think there's no shop in Colorado that combines the two. There's no numismatic shop that has online sales. None of them, even the ones that are succeeding like leaps and bounds, they don't have online sales. There's one shop that does a little bit on either OfferUp or LetGo, and maybe some Facebook, but that's the extent of his online like presence at all. So I think just combining the two,
does.
Just combining the two would be, you would already be head over heels above everybody else.
What it would need to be doing is someone who takes care of the numismatic side and the one who does sales online.
Yep. Oh, there needs to be an internet room. Agreed. Because
Needs
auctions on here. Because yeah, we would have an auction room for. Oh yeah, my brain has it all like truly thought out.
So you could even do it in separate cities.
Oh, agreed.
That's why I'm going to go visit you, Stern. As soon as you open that shop, I'm driving.
Yeah. There's no way I'm not going to do something in this world, this numismatic world, that is.
Oh yeah. Well, I should live long enough.
I want to write a book called "Would You Just Look at It?" To be honest, because yeah, I would be able to talk to a lot of people and interview a lot of people with that book. I think
I'm just
somebody
happy
should.
looking through coins, buying coins.
I like to teach.
Oh,
See, I
love.
hate people,
I still
really,
love to
so teaching isn't really going to be up my alley.
Like, I would like to be like the yo-yo guy who used to go around your elementary school for one day and shows you all the cool yo-yo tricks, except for old coins that you never knew existed.
Hey, Rich, I don't know if I told you the story about the kid who was playing with a 1954 silver Washington quarter. Did I tell you about the story?
I don't think so.
It happened in February before this whole pandemic shut us down, school down. And I had to cover another class for a teacher, and she had an emergency, so they asked me if I would cover a class for an hour. I said, sure. So they gave me the assignment to give them. I gave the kids the assignment, and there's a few, teachers gone. They're going to play. And I got them all working except for one kid. One kid was looking through his wallet. I don't know what the heck he was doing. So I walk over there and I said, hey, you need to put it away and get to work now. I said, yeah, I will. And I said, okay, but you already been at it for the last 5 minutes. Why did you cut my money? He says, why do you need to cut your money? Well, I got to buy milk. I got to buy baby milk for my daughter. And I'm going, well, wait a minute. You have a child already? Yeah. She's going to be 2. You had a baby when you were 13 years old? Yeah. And I said, okay. So as he's putting his money away and I'm still talking to him, a quarter falls out. And it was a 1954 Philadelphia quarter. And the kid goes, oh, I'm sorry. And I said, that's okay. Why do you have that quarter? And he goes, oh, I just like the way it sounds when it hits the desk. So I said, okay, stop a minute. So I looked up on my phone for the app, and on there I showed him that just silver alone is worth $3. And he goes, this quarter is worth $3? I said, yeah. And then he says, well, I got another roll. I got 40 at home. You got 40 all quarters? I said, yeah, my grandpa gave them to me. So the class ends the next day. I had forgot all about him. And he comes back with the whole roll of quarters from 1932 to 1956. Nothing but silver quarters. And it kind of caught his attention because he was going to quit school. He was going to drop out.
You picked up a few smarts in order.
Yeah, it's sad that the grandma gave it to him and didn't let him know what he had.
I know.
But
I think I lost Rich because I can't hear him at all.
Oh,
I'm going to back out.
Alrighty, let him know. I'll get him back in. Yes, Saint Hoarder, we were just talking about that a little bit ago before you got here.
Can you guys still hear me?
no, of course.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, Saint Hoarder. Just learn the information. I'll be on your team.
I've been trying to get you to hire me for whatever you're doing since I met you anyway, so you know I'm good.
Midnight's back.
All right. Can I hear everybody now? Rich?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Midnight?
Now I can hear you.
Fantastic. I wondered. I tried to say something a couple times and then just got distracted.
Yeah. No, I couldn't hear you, man. I was sitting there. I was like, I haven't heard him in like a minute now. And then when Hector said your name and I know you replied, I was like, yeah, I can't hear him.
Yeah, because when you guys were talking about the price of those Silver Eagles, I was trying to tell you guys, when Silver Eagle started, it was for coin collectors so they could get silver at melt value. That was the whole purpose for Silver Eagles.
Is
And
that,
now look at them.
that's in 86? Is it when they first started?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I'm trying to finish it out. Now I'm trying to fill an album with them.
Yeah, I'd probably do an album if I'm getting them for close to melt. but I just won't pay much more for them, and I won't buy the graded ones.
I like
Ever.
the W's. I mean, the few years where they actually have the W's. If I was going to do a W set.
Well, Silver Seeker was saying that
Yeah,
the
that's been the main
2015
reason I haven't been getting them. I mean, I can get them from my coin store when it's open for like $20, you know, at the most. And these everywhere else are wanting 23, 25, 30. And it's like I can't see paying that much extra for something I can get for cheaper if I just wait till the place opens again.
Yeah, and here's something else for you guys to think about. When you're going through all your coin rolls and you come across BU, you know, the bank wrapped rolls, you guys need to be going through them and looking for a flawless coin, because even if it's today's date, 10 years down the road, I mean, if you can get a 69 or, well, 70 would be close to impossible, but a 69, it's going to be just crazy money. And the reason why we don't see those really high grades is because most people won't turn them in unless they're much older and already have a value. So if you start turning them in when you hit a flawless coin and look for 68 and 69 grades, those coins are going to be worth a fortune 10 years and more.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. That's why I tell Coin Hunter, you know, just collect.
So that's where I've made all my money, is off of the graded coins. Well, I used to sell on eBay years ago, and I sold like $100,000 a year for like 4 or 5 years, and that's how I built up I cherry picked all the coins, then built up my collection, and I was selling silver lots, 30, 40, and $50 lots, and most of it was Kennedy's, close to BU. Well, actually, quite a bit of it was BU, no less than AU, and just selling it for a little over spot. I was able to cherry pick through so many coins and just totally upgrade my collection. Made a huge difference. And it allowed me to afford coins I wouldn't have normally been allowed to purchase.
There's a huge die gouge that goes through the H and the A of this one. Like a huge die gouge.
Oh, cool. That's a gouge, not a break?
Is that a piece of like string or something? Is that a strike?
It's etched into the coin for sure. Like that is in there.
That looks more like a piece of wire to me, like a strike through.
Yeah. That would be my guess. One of the two, because it goes through the lettering, front and back, and then goes to the rim even. But it doesn't.
It almost looks like the piece is still there.
I would hope so. I mean, it's never been taken out of the proof set, so there is a chance. And where are you? There you are.
Yeah, because those little sharp corners or edges looks really odd. And I've seen hair and stuff in these before.
Reminds me of like a piece of wire, a wire brush or something.
Yeah, because it doesn't show any other traces anywhere else around the rim or anything like that you would expect on like a shatter or a die that was overused.
That reminds me, I got a lamination error and it peeled, and the peel is still attached to the penny, and it's was it a 1957 or I forget, it's a 57 or a 59, and it's in BU. It's a beautiful coin. It's pretty cool error.
I actually have a 61 with the same sweetness. There's a little bit underneath the G, and it's still there. Where is that piece of paper?
Yeah, I got it right here, actually. Check this out real fast.
Oh, go for it. Take me down.
Just a second. There you go,
I don't
Midnight.
have my microscope hooked up, but you can see it right there by my thumb.
Oh, yeah.
You need to put that in an airtight for a nickel and cut a piece of foam to fit so you don't lose that. Because they break off easy. I've come across a few of them.
Yeah, that's why I just kind of set it in here and haven't been showing, or I haven't messed with it since I found it or got it.
Hey, Ellie, how you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Hey, Ellie.
That's all I had. I don't have my microscope hooked up. I have some other ones, but you can't really see these that well. This one's on the date, and then this one's on the mint mark.
I've had a few on nickels too, like that.
The ones I found on nickels are like, I don't know, they're just like almost like breaks in the coin that kind of go through the almost the whole backside or the front or the backside, like above Monticello.
Have I
Gotten
ever,
older, I think like a 42.
I have a cap bust half with a really big one. So, and it kills me because I sold a bunch of Indian heads, pennies that had, oh, shit, I forget what it's called, the little blob of metal on the edge.
Cud.
Yeah, I had a couple cuds and I told them they weren't, because, you know, I'm just getting into the error coins now. And I
Did you
knew
happen
they
to,
were, but, and I got good money. I mean, I got what they were worth.
did
But
you remember if any of those were 1888?
I don't believe the 88s.
Okay, because the 88 has a cud that is a good marker for the 88 over 87.
Yeah, and I would have caught that because I had the error books.
Okay, yeah, then that one's in all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been really careful, but like I said, I wouldn't have sold them, you know, now because I'm actually enjoying keeping that stuff. And my double ear, if the guy didn't do me so many favors and didn't ask for it, I probably wouldn't have sold it.
Yeah, you were loving on that thing.
It was fun to show because it showed up so well.
I mean, respectfully, I mean, there's a reason you were loving this because that thing is beautiful.
Yeah, and I did end up finally paying for it. So I saw my
So-
car dealer not too long ago and gave him a really good deal on some coins. He's like, how come the price is so good? It's like, yeah, there was an error in the last batch
Does anybody know Ellie?
worth $150.
I do not know Ellie.
I don't know Ellie either.
She's only got one subscriber, and she's only been around since May.
Are you a coin collector, Ellie? If so, will you collect? Yeah, I've been so many people's first or second subscriber.
Mm-hmm.
You were just my first live stream. The first time I ever joined the live stream was on you when Cajun used to come on all the time.
Yeah, I've done that for a few people, like Dr. G. It's his first. It's sad that he's not doing the coins right now. I'd love to see him up here.
Is he healthy right now, or is it
Yeah,
just?
there's a few people that haven't been really on that much last 3-4 months.
Yeah, Dr. G's just busy. He's got a house going right now that he's busy with.
Mm. Well,
Since they started limiting the StreamYards time, people have been having to watch their stream time so they can do their normal streams.
Yeah, I purchased it right away, so I won't have to deal with any of that.
That's kind of what I don't understand is, I mean, a lot of these guys, as much as they stream and as many viewers as they have, I kind of figured they would themselves, but a lot of them haven't. I don't understand why, but I
Yeah,
guess
'cause
to each their own.
most of them are getting, the money in the chat and some of the other places, and $25. I mean, if you do a stream every couple of nights or even 2 or 3 times a week, you would think they'd come up with $25 easy enough.
Yeah, especially when in some of those streams I see people get way more than $25 in one donation.
Yeah, Young Coin Under, he said that he'll be doing it again. He just needs to get past doing his house right now.
Good.
Dr. G stuff, he's a neat guy. And it's really neat because he had asked me what to collect and quizzed me on a bunch of stuff. And I told him, because he had asked about the proof coins, and I told him, yeah, if you can do the really early proofs, and darn if he didn't do some amazing really early proofs.
Yep, his 42 set, his 50 set.
Yeah, he's got amazing proofs. Well, he's got amazing coins.
Oh, I don't want to let you into the cover, kid. You're fine.
Which album is that? Midnight? What brand?
I don't know. I just got it off of eBay.
Oh, that one's cool. I like that one.
It's nice. Reminded me a lot like a Dansko.
is it vinyl or
It makes
leather?
the silver really pop with the blue background. I just need to finish filling it now, or do a better job at filling it.
Are they all going to be proofs?
But like you said, I won't really pay crazy prices for something that, I don't really feel is totally worth it.
Yeah, and for stuff like that, you just need to tell people, that you're willing to do trades for some of those coins, because a lot of those people have full rolls of certain dates and would rather have some nicer pennies or whatever. Oops, sorry.
Sorry, the dog's good.
Yeah, I'd like to give me some leather bounds like that. But Dansko is no longer have production going for it. I guess they're moving.
I think they'll be starting up again. There's too big a need, but there's a lot of places out there that have huge stocks of them, like
Yeah,
Wizard.
Because they've been out of business before.
Most of the online supply companies, I haven't seen any with them. They usually say they're out of stock.
And David, if you want to come up, just say something. Now, what's the deal with having the younger guys come up? Is there an issue with doing that now? Because I stopped doing it when they changed the rules.
Yeah, you have to have an 18 and up stream clearly labeled, or a not 18 and up stream clearly labeled, or else they'll pull it.
No, I think Richard meant.
Yeah, that was a problem I was just having. Was it my last 3 videos? I didn't realize they were locked, so I went to go post another video the other day, and I noticed 3 of my videos were locked, and I went and looked, and it kept telling me, and I went and put it on, 18 or older, but I guess I didn't go into the actual. There's another one I had to switch it to, so I finally got into the studio and I switched it over, and then had to messed with it and got all the videos unlocked, but they were locking all my videos, like my last 3 or 4 videos, it all got locked. And, you know, because I didn't have it fully set to 18 or older, or, you know, the other way, or whatever way they wanted it to be. So once I got it set to 18 or older, it started working fine again.
See, and I think that's such BS. If parents are letting their kids get on there, they should be responsible, not the people doing videos. I mean, I understand if you've got cussing, nudity, that kind of thing, then, or, you know, major cussing and nudity or foul mouthing, sexual that way, that should be on the person who holds the account.
Agreed.
Frustrating. Because I've always catered to the kids and, you know, invited them to ask questions. And
Well,
it all stemmed from, like, what was it, like a $40 million lawsuit that YouTube had to settle on, and I forget what it was, but it was over something to do with a kid, and then they had to pay out $40 million, and then after that they decided to do it this way so they could try and blame other people to get their money back, you know, so they could find, because there was people they were fining up to $40,000 for their content. So it was just a way for them to try and recoup money they lost for being stupid in the first place, the way I took it.
yeah, and I've watched hunting videos that don't say 18 on them.
Well, I don't know if it necessarily says 18. You know, I don't think it says 18 on it. I think just in the analytical part of like their YouTube, it registers as an 18 or older. You know, and like you have to go into the studio, and there's a couple places where it says something about kids or adults, and then there's one that says kids or 18 and above. And if you want people to see your videos and you want people to be able to search for your videos, and if you want to be able to come up in searches, you have to have it 18 or older. Otherwise it doesn't, your stuff just doesn't pop up. Like your videos won't even show because they don't want a kid to search for it. So unless it's marked for 18 or older, then it won't show up. Like they're just,
and if you select the kid one, your ads are like a million times longer.
Good.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Your ads and all that. Like you lose everything if you're not an 18 or older stream now. Like they take away everything pretty much all your rights if you aren't 18 and older.
Well, most kids that come on here anyway, they don't
like Young Coin Hunter, you're fine. Is, you know, it's just for people anyone 18 or younger. You know what I mean? So.
And isn't it 16?
No, it's 18.
Yep, it's definitely. I know that one has definitely been for sure the thing.
It was 13 at one point in time, but then when they, like I said, when they got sued or whatever it was, they just said 18 or older, and then this way they can try and find people.
Yeah, that's possible. Besides, a lot of kids I know that come online sometimes don't tell the truth about their age.
Well, that's honestly, Young Coin Hunter. It seems like that's what most people are about. That's why you don't see my channel growing or anything, because I'm not out there trying to push, oh hey, you know, I'm going to give you this if you help me get to 300, or, you know, I don't care about that. You know, it wasn't about getting a bunch of people to like me and to give away stuff to get closer to another number. It was just a place to, you know, post videos of the coins that I wanted to show, and if people want to like it for that, then they can. If not, then, you know, it's not the end of the world. I don't plan on being some YouTube sensation. I just wanted a place to lay my head, so to speak, on YouTube.
Yeah, and I actually said that in a lot of my videos for the first couple years. Is I don't care if you subscribe. If you have questions, feel free to ask. If you're questioning it, it's because you want to know the answer, and shows that you have an interest. So I have no problems with that. And I've never pushed subscribers.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing that I see in stream after stream. Like even in some of the streams that I enjoy, like here, you'll see someone, you know, this late at night you don't see it as much, but in some of the earlier streams, you just got people coming in, and they're not there to even see your stream. They just liked your stream because they know a lot of people go to your stream, and so they go in there and then try to, you know, get people to go to their stream, you know, and it's like, you know, I don't want to be part of none of that. You know, it wasn't like it's not that serious to me at the end of the day.
Yeah, the last auction that Michael Kittle had, there was some kid that kept doing it over and over, and he finally had to say, "Hey, no more."
Well, yeah, you know, it's like once is enough, but once you post it like 20 times in a matter of 5 or 10 minutes, it's like you're not here to watch their stream. You're simply here to try and steal viewers or likes or subscribers or what, you know.
And you know Michael Kittle, he's an easygoing guy. It takes a lot for him to say stop.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's another reason why some of these 18 and like we just shouldn't have to deal with the kids and doing stuff like that in the long run. You know, by taking your stream to 18 and older, it takes you away from a lot of those. Now you just got to deal with, you know, the people like that are in the kids that are in the community or feeding off the community, or, you know, the trolls that no matter what seem to find their way into a stream just to be a troll. You know what I mean?
Yes,
There's benefits to it, but then at the same time, if you want it to be educational to everybody, it's not going to be. That's the drawback. The minute you don't do 18 and older, you can't like give knowledge to anybody because all your videos get locked. You know what I mean? So you might as well just move to 18 and older, so that way all the kids that are lying about being 18 and older, and then everybody that has enjoyed your videos can continue to, you know, enjoy them.
Hey, there's Michael. All right, he wants a shout out. 7.7 thousand away from 100K. Everybody go sub.
No, Young Coiner, you haven't. I'm just saying that's I'm the same way. I didn't start the channel to hey, you know, I need to get to 1,000 subs and this and that and come like my stuff, and you know, I didn't do it. Same reason, you know, I just want people to see my badly recorded videos of my really cool coins.
Right, I just wanted to play with my junk and have everybody watch.
Yeah, you know, I mean, and plus, it gives you guys, you know, the few guys that I do, you know, talk to and see and enjoy communicating with, it gives them a place to go see my coins, you know, and it gives me a place to go see their coins, and that's what it was about.
Yeah, and I don't care if new channels, you know, even if it's a young collector saying, I've got a video that I just did, or my channel's new, check me out. That's no biggie. Just don't repeat it a whole bunch, you know?
He said, please
Once
help.
an hour. I just don't. I've always said it's no big deal.
And that, well, that's what I like about, you know, these guys, you know, the community here for the most part is that way. I mean, you got a few guys, don't get me wrong. And some of them, I get it. And, you know, I'm not hating on nobody. Do what you got to do, because there's people that I've found good streams that way too as well, though. So, you know. Freaking cats. But I've found some good streams that way as well. You know, I ran into, you know, a few people just from them coming in and say, hey, come check out, you know, this stream or that stream, or go here, go there. You know what I mean?
I just hate that you can't do it easily to go check their channel like you used to be able to just click on the button.
Why did they change that?
It's so frustrating. They make it so
I hear it was to stop sub for sub.
Huh.
The people who are just subbing and then also you sub me over back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And
How come they changed that? Why can't we do that anymore?
I think it was to stop that right there. Is to I think they with everybody being at home all of a sudden, too many people were hitting a point of moderation.
No, that makes sense because now you actually have to go search for the channel and actually find the channel, and then if you can't find the channel, you can't like it.
And you have to be dedicated to make it to that point at least.
You know, because I've looked up. What's funny is I've looked up like I don't remember why, but I looked up confrontational nonconformist channel, and I searched it and I could not find it. And then I went into my subscriptions. I know I'm subscribed to them, and it was there. But whenever I search some people, their names do not come up in the search at all.
Vintage Soul is mine. I cannot get Vintage Soul
Her too.
to show up.
She's another one. Like I went to make sure I liked her, and I can't find her. I cannot. But
Nope.
I know I'm subscribed to her. I'm positive I am, but yet I can't find her to search for, to go check.
If I go to my notifications and she's in my notifications, I can go to her channel, which I'm full bell, tried the whole works. But even if I do correct spelling and punctuation and spacing, doesn't exist.
Yeah, I have about 20 channels that I have to constantly keep subbing to.
Breaking news: Michael Kittle doesn't want to enter a panel.
But I can't hate on all silver and silver varieties. This is the RPM 001, and that thing's effing beautiful.
Man, I love silver, but I just honestly, as for like a hardcore collecting investment purpose, I'd rather put my money in more valuable coins than gold. If you don't leave her alone, I'm gonna come over there and beat your butt. He's chasing his mom around and he won't leave her alone now.
I want one piece of gold. I want a $10 gold Indian.
Darn kids.
I've got a $10 gold Indian.
Because that's my favorite.
$10 gold Indian.
The $10 with the adolescent warrior Indian is by far.
Or no, mine's a Liberty head. It's not an Indian head.
See, now I've had about 5 ounces, and I've never had a 20, but 10s and 5s, and I can get so much copper or silver for the amount of one of those. I just always sell them.
See, and that's why I have no problem with getting the Dan Carr 10th ounce remake that he does. Because really, it's the design in particular which I'm in love with, not the amount of gold that's in it. And those 10th ounce remakes are like $250, and I can justify that just as an addition.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
All right,
So when I found out
flip
that he
my
did
phone
those, I was
around here
super
so I can charge
excited
my phone.
that he started doing those.
See, the one thing I remember when I am on these up here is I remember to keep my phone charger close.
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, I think it's a $5 Liberty head. I got that from my grandma. That just sits in the collection downstairs, though, with
And that doesn't count because that's family. That's a whole different.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere.
That's a sentimental collection.
Now, you can send that my way there, Stern, please.
I was I'm a Colorado native, so this thing was like, oh, it hit home.
Hopefully, hopefully this year I can get one of his coins from the Knights.
Because I have a few.
I've seen some talking about it already, so I'm hoping come time to purchase one, I can get in on that. I don't know how
let
it
me
works
know.
yet, but I'm definitely gonna try.
Let me know because they show up. in the pawn shops out here. This is a Dan Carr Trade Dollar remake that he does, and I still have the little slip for Moonlight Mint that goes in there in the 2x2.
He does such cool stuff.
Yeah, and then they end up at the pawn shops more than Silver Eagles.
I'll be darned. That's crazy.
Yeah, one pawn shop in particular gets slabbed Dan Carr's on the regular. This one is the Fort Collins Coin Club. And
Yeah,
I think
some of his stuff goes for a pretty penny.
yeah, there was one shop out here that has one of his hobo nickels.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see if it's still there because they only wanted like $30 for it. I thought that was just way too cheap for a
I
Dan
wish
Carr.
I could have bought that Halloween one from Daniel Carr that Kittle had.
I was like, this one, for being a Colorado native, has been my favorite so far. But I love his, his 1923 Morgan, or his just the years didn't exist.
Yeah, like the 64 Franklin and
Yeah, those are so cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get at least one this year.
I'm gonna get in touch with Mr.
Michael.
Kittle, sir, because he does open houses once a year where you can take like any coin and he'll recoin it for you.
yeah, and keep in mind Michael Kittle has some of his club coins and they're done by him too.
Oh yeah, that 55.
Yeah, I love that one.
He's got that one in gold. I can't even compete with some of that
Gold,
stuff.
copper, and silver.
And his rhodium copper. Oh, that thing is cool. He was showing some of those off last Con stream he had joined.
Yeah, those rounds are really cool. That's honestly where my fascination with the Carr rounds came from was from those ones that he showed from the Coin Club. Those were really sweet.
Yeah, so yeah, if Kittle can't find you one of them and you're in the hunt for a Dan Carr, let me know. I'll just head to the pawn shop down the street or the coin shop that's a town or so away.
Well, he had one I wanted. I just didn't actually have the money at the time. I wish I would have got it because I really, really wanted it. But thanks to Michael Kittle, I got a membership into the Knights of the Coin Table, and Daniel Carr does their medals. So hopefully this year, now that I'm in, I can actually at least get a medal from them, and that would be awesome.
That would be
so sweet.
This one I thought I lost when my appendix blew because I had put it on layaway at the pawn shop, and it showed up 6 to 8 months later or something like that, and they gave me my layaway payment off of it still.
Cool.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, somebody had bought it and then took it back like 6 months later, and I just happened to see it on the shelf, and I was like, no effing way. I thought this was gone forever because it was one of those I didn't know existed. But, oh, cool. Like, that's a Colorado-specific Dan Carr round. Hell yeah.
And most coin collectors don't recognize the name. I
I've
didn't
learned that.
know it until Michael Kittle started showing them.
See, and most people don't know that he did 2 of the state quarters, neither of which were Colorado.
Well, I mean, a lot of people don't know about that stuff because I think it's more of a specialty than, say, your regular, you know, quarters, nickels, dimes, pennies, $50, dollars and stuff, you know.
You're borderline exonumia.
Now, if you guys are paying attention to chat, Young Coin Hunter had said that Sheldon has the 1863 Franklin.
Yep, that Kittle sent out.
Yeah.
That's such a cool video.
So that's a cool one to check out.
Yeah, if you haven't seen that, check that out. That's a cool video.
And that's all from Sheldon just making a blooper.
Yep.
And Michael jumping all over it. Yeah, he's pretty talented. It's amazing Michael showed a whole bunch of his stuff one night, and it was amazing. Pretty neat stuff.
I could only imagine what his collection actually looks like. I mean, he did hold the number one collection of 1909s for a long time.
But yeah, watching him go through the PCGS True Views and going, I owned that one, I owned that one, I owned that one, I own that one right now. Oh, and that one. I owned that one, just sold that one. I'm like, God damn you, kiddo.
Yeah, amazing.
I mean,
That collection was really something. I don't think I could have ever let go of that one.
no.
That's a
I
lot
mean,
of
I couldn't imagine. Well, honestly, I bet you the price he got for it was well worth it, though. So.
Well, he still owns the top of what? At least one of the varieties for the 09, I think. At least one. If my memory serves me correctly.
I guess it's hard when you're a rare coin dealer and you invest that much money into one single collection.
Yeah, but it looks pretty sweet. Makes you look pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
And I've been watching the people with the really top coins. They'll put their coin up for an astronomical number that they don't see anybody ever purchasing it for. And then somebody will buy it. Like, oh, well, damn it. Now I got to find me a new coin to fill my set because I didn't expect anybody to ever spend this much money for this.
Yeah,
I've been seeing that a whole lot lately.
Have so much money they don't know what to do with, or just the interest in 1 month is enough to wipe out most of them. It's pretty amazing. I had a billionaire that I knew. He was a Silicon Valley giant, and I got to drive some of his cars. I sat in his $1 million Jaguar and his $1 million Bugatti, and they were all old cars, not new ones. And you walk into his house, it was all 4th and 5th century decorations, all real high quality pieces that are hundreds of thousands of dollars or more, and just sitting on the floor ready to be knocked over. And he allowed my kids in his house when they were little and running around. It was something.
Yeah, I was in a relationship where her uncle was like that. He let me drive the Ferrari. That was like the most day of my life.
Yeah, I got really lucky. I got to drive some pretty neat cars for their parties, parking cars.
Yeah, that was the only cool one. It was just the 2014 hard shell convertible Ferrari in 2014.
Yeah, his house was right above the Mondavi Vineyard.
And the only reason I got to drive it is because I made him feel bad for not letting me drive the Shelby, because I got to see it in his garage before he sold it, right after Shelby died. I physically saw it in his garage. He was like, yeah, man, I'll let you drive it, no problem. When it comes back from its tour, because he would just send it out on tour, because he was rich and that's what he does. But right when he got back the next time, somebody called him and offered him way too much money to refuse, quote unquote. So sad.
But, it's pretty funny. He was married to Danielle Steele, and she bought him Rolls Royce. It was super expensive, convertible, one of a kind interior, and just an extreme car. And they had big dogs, and one of the dogs got sick in the back. I mean, all over the place. And the car was brand new. He hadn't even been in it yet. And unfortunately, my poor friend was the caretaker, and she's like, "You don't mind cleaning that up, do you?" And of course, what's he gonna say? You kind of got to do whatever.
Yeah.
He cleaned it till it was absolutely spotless. It could be eaten off of. But oh my gosh, that was crazy.
It's a rough day.
Oh, I just told him I gotta go home.
old tiger stripe.
Yeah, that is a nice tiger stripe. What year is that one?
58D.
That's funny. It's what some of my tiger stripes are. 54 to 58.
Yeah, that one is one of the strongest.
What was it in originally? Do you know?
Honestly, I don't know. I got these at the coin show, and they were just in one giant bag, labeled 10 cents a piece, and there was $3 worth in there. Or there was 30 coins, so I gave him $3, and they were all just uniquely random toned that he'd accumulated, and I think he thought were almost good enough to grade, but not quite. Is all I can think.
And if you sent that one in, it would get artificial toning.
And I find that crazy because I think that the ones that you can pinpoint how it toned are the ones that shouldn't get that details grade.
Well, I think that one is a coin that, because my tiger toned being in the Whitman folders and
Yes.
getting moist, and that glue attacks the copper.
See, and I knew it was from the glue. That is something that it was most definitely caused by the glue.
Yeah, because I sent in a couple thinking that I'd get a good grade on, and I would have if it hadn't been for the tone.
And lately, I found that like PCGS has been very untrustworthy when it comes to colored copper.
Oh yeah, that you can't have colored copper. I mean, if it's a proof coin, you might get away with it. If the copper, you got to take that red brown grade.
Well, even then, they're starting to call like Indians that have any kind of color that's not just brown. They're starting to call all those questionable colors.
Huh.
Like even the Coin Geek, who's kind of like the modern day Dr. G. He sends in the crackouts and the coins just for us to see what they would come back as. But they've been hitting him with so many like questionable colors and stuff that he even vowed to quit sending stuff in.
Yep, I know. I talked to him about it.
If that showed the color, I would be happy, but it doesn't.
Chances are it's your light.
Yeah, I have 3 different kinds of light at the moment because I was looking at food coinage.
Yeah, fluorescent lights hide your problems and your colors, and you got to be careful because some lights are shoot, I forget what that's called. The color of light is rated on a temperature scale, Kelvin, and if it's the wrong Kelvin on part of the scale, your coins will show up different colors. That's why some of mine don't show their tones on my camera.
Yeah, and I've learned that whatever light is in these little things is perfect for cameo contrast. It
Yeah,
is like,
LEDs do pretty good on most of it.
so an incandescent is really good for proof coinage, and those look like so. And then for business strike, this isn't terrible, but this is more of a red spectrum, so it for the black and white contrast, this is a much better lighting. This one is,
Photography lights for my copy stand that are all Kelvin rated.
I've gone through, and I'm one of the biggest advocates on lighting being your 80% of your problem. If you're having a problem photographing or looking at coinage, that I get everything you can think of. This one's the one that you can plug onto your phone and get an app and change the color spectrum via the app on your phone.
Hmm.
And then what is this one? This one's a centrifuge with 1055 lumens.
Yeah, because most of the photograph or video ones, they're like $10 to $15 a piece or more.
Yep. Some of these get pricey.
Yeah, I've spent
And
40 to 60 bucks on just a single light bulb before.
yeah, the one that's in there now is a 2155 lumens. This one is a $20 or $30 light bulb all day.
And see, you're talking lumen, so that's brightness.
Yeah, I know.
Kelvin is
But
color.
I don't have the box anymore to give you the, and I don't remember if these ones say 500 or 5000 K LED.
Yeah, 5,000. That's Kelvin.
Yeah, so they're 5,000. This one in particular is, which is one of my favorites because it is more silver spectrum, we'll say, than it is gold. Which for me, that's beneficial. You see, that's silver, that's gold. So I would assume that this one has much lower Kelvin. Let's see. Yeah, this one only has 2,700 Kelvin, and it shows up more of a red hue.
Yeah, you got to get higher on this spectrum.
Yeah. Yep. Much better for looking at split serifs and issues. What is this other one? 2,700K. And this one would be 2,850K.
So 250 watt, 3,200K. Lots of light coming off that one.
Yeah, what was the one I said 5,000? Yeah, my high powered one's 5,000.
How many watts?
Let me unscrew it.
Here's halogen.
19 watts.
Yeah, see, 250, and I'll run two of them side by side.
But this is also one of the LED bulbs, so I don't know the differential between this and the
Oh.
old school.
Yeah, LED is totally different because that's low power.
Yeah. So I think 19 is actually pretty powerful for a LED bulb, to be honest.
Yeah, they go up to like 30 and 40, I believe.
Yeah, but this was a $30 bulb, and it is by far the most expensive and best that I have so far. Unless we're talking about my incandescent bulbs, which are all they say is 350 lumens.
Yeah, and the problem with mine is most of mine are set up for photography, and they only have a couple hours life.
Yeah, these get super toasty. I've learned that if I look for more than 2.5 hours with these, it is no bueno.
Yeah, and you see there's kind of a fluorescence to it. See the colors? So that can affect your coins a little bit, especially your silvers.
Yeah, I learned from CoinTable that for proofs, they're good. For business strike, it is horrible. They actually make it look worse than they really are.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't know the fluorescents block out a lot of the issues, scratches, marks, dings. And there's a couple people doing it in their garages with nothing but fluorescent lights. And they said, I don't understand why I'm getting such horrible grades. And it's like, take it into the next room and look at it. And the guy's like, oh my God.
Yeah, these little glasses are just amazing because they have a little over 2 times magnification. I mean, nothing superb, but. And that little LED light that's rechargeable, shoot.
Cool.
I will shout out those things. They're King Supers, like $20.
Yeah, Michael said 100-watt equivalent, 5,000 Kelvin. Looks great and stays cool. White balance is key on any bulb.
Yeah, this is it's nice. Well, I can turn this one off now and just unscrew it immediately. Then it could be on for what? I think it was on for a day and a half before I just did that. There's no heat production out of that little bulb, and that 500K. Shoot, there's a lot of light. And I have it telescoped out for, like, I normally face it directly straight down, and then I look at my varieties right next to it, like right here. And then that way the shadow is enough where I can see what I'm pretty sure I need to be looking at.
What's CFL, Michael? I forgot.
I need to read Rick Tamaska's book a little bit more. Because if he touches, Rick Tamaska did the book on proof coinage.
What's that? Cool.
Yeah, and it's only on the years 50 to 70. So that does entail the 60s. So I need to brush myself up on that one.
Oh, compact fluorescence. So I'm talking about the older fluorescent lights. I think the compact fluorescents are much better.
So no for you, yes for you.
It's got a lot of SMSs.
No, actually, I don't appreciate mint cellos. So let's pop up on the side of you.
Oh,
This will be either this is my small date.
cool.
Yeah, I don't trust myself with the mint cellos, to be honest. So all of my 64 and earlier proof sets, I will throw in here.
Now, I'm not familiar with the Whitman ones. Well, I think I had them a long time ago, but it's been a long time. So you just need to be really careful and make sure your penny and nickel doesn't start changing colors.
Yeah, they've been not fogging out at all. And what made my decision is this set right here, actually. This I randomly came across at the LCS, and I put everything away in order to buy it because of the condition of the nickel in particular, actually. So that's what made me decide that, yeah, I would start putting them in these, just because this is what it was in the shop. And it just looked like he had put them in here the day he bought them back in '54.
So I don't think they're that old, but I'm really not.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's just, they look like they saw very, very little tossing around before they were put in the hardback. And there's no color change. There's no fog. There's no none of this even.
Yeah, well, I was saying I don't know how old those ones are. I know Whitman was doing stuff way back. I just don't know for sure on that one.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you either.
Because I remember seeing some of that style in some of the old catalogs or coin magazines that I have.
Because yeah, if you use the mint ones, if you take out that little blue piece of paper, they're completely clear.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is just a little blue piece of paper in here.
Yeah, and I always remove the colored paper if it's in those, just to make sure nothing's messing up anything.
Yeah, because they do a bit of this.
It's like taping your tubes. You might get away with it on the square tubes because I think they're a little tighter, but on the round twist top tube, putting stick tape, that tape can sometimes cause issues with coins.
Yes, and I hear that Frogger's tape is going to be your best choice.
That would make sense. It's the least sticky.
For that exact reason. That is what Blaine Newport is like the go-to guy that I go to for looking at roll story, because that dude, he's like you, but with just rolls. He doesn't ever look through them. He opens them and grades them once, puts them back away in the tubes with the painter's tape around it, and he has what he was talking about selling a roll for $9,000. One of his last videos.
Wow.
Because he guaranteed every coin in there to be a 67 or higher on like a 1939D or something. And the dealer who bought it has since sent every coin for grading and has exponentially made more money than $9,000. He said,
You see that 1909 VDB set he had graded and shared?
"Who, Newport?
Yeah.
I got to catch up on his videos, turns out."
They were, I forget what grade they were, but they were all some crazy, like somewhere between MS66 and MS68, like a whole roll of them or something.
His eye is uncanny. Yeah, he's who taught
Yeah,
me.
I forget what group he shared it in. I think it was in the Lincoln Sit auction group.
Okay, I'm a part of that one. Yeah, he's who taught me about the Batdorf roll.
Yeah, because once you get over 67, it's just striking luster.
Yeah, that dude only deals in like supreme high grade original rolls. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, the stuff he has is insane.
Yeah. Him going through the sister roll to the one I was saying he sold for about $9,000. He kept the better of the two, and he went through just like the top 2 or 3, and they had to have been the first roll struck out of that die. I mean, there's no way. They're so crisp. And those steelies he goes through that all get proof like, oh, geez.
Hey, Sentinel Hoarder's asking you what scope you were talking about.
So are we speaking of the one that I bought as in it was cheap and $39, but I need a laptop? We're looking at this one.
Sure.
If you're speaking of the $299 Andon Star 407 that has 3D capabilities, at least a 12 megapixel camera, you can like tilt the stand at an angle to where it points the 8 LED lighting at an angle so it bounces away from the camera so you don't blind yourself. But it also comes with the 2 bendable LED movable little thingies. And then there was also the AmScope that we were talking about, which is like 433 at the cheapest. So the Andon Star 407.
How do you spell that?
ANDONSTAR 407. If you Amazon it at all, it's going to pop up a bunch of series for that specific company. So it'll have like the Andon Star 302 or 307 and the 20 something, and then it'll have the 40, which is HDMI capable, comes with a little screen, 3D capable, has the strongest megapixel camera. Yeah, the Andon Star 407 is the first step into that better pixel photography. It's the one that I saw that was the most compatible with what we do, with amazing quality. Yeah, it looks just like that.
Yeah, this was 350.
Yeah, that's now 299, and that's exactly what I'm speaking of. I think even.
See, and the owner of that company got a hold of me and asked me for specs and information on what I'd like to see in the new ones.
When did that commence?
About a month ago, I think I got that email.
Cool. That means the 5 whatever she'll be coming out soon with Rich Callie's input. Say what?
Well, we'll see. But pretty neat to be talking to the president of the company.
I've actually commented on their review videos, telling them, hey, that the porn community is in a disarray on where to go. I'm not asking for a handout, but you should really making a presence in this community would be a benefit to your sales for sure. Because we're all buying the cheapest of the cheap ones and know that we need better resolution. We just haven't made that jump yet for 80% of us.
Yeah, and that's what I told them. The resolution was important, and I felt that on-screen menu needed to be expanded a lot more because it has buttons on the side, and you have to do a lot of the commands with the buttons, and that's very frustrating when you have 6 buttons.
Did you come with the remote? Did yours come with the remote?
No.
Oh, see, the Andon Star has a remote that has the equal amount of control functions as the side of the machine. I don't know if you just didn't get one with yours or if it was just certain models, but yeah, the Andon Star has a remote.
Yeah, I have to see if there's a download option for my phone or something.
Because that bugs me is that you have to press the machine to take the photo, because no matter what, it's going to jostle you a little. I mean, when you're that magnified. So the fact that it had a remote and that you could do an HDMI mini to an HDMI full and plug it directly into any monitor or smart TV or regular TV that just has the HDMI output was huge to me. And
Yeah, see, mine does have the full HDMI.
so yeah, I think yours should have come with a remote, and you might have just not received one, Rich Sir, because it's even the same color as that.
I'll have to quiz him about that.
Yeah, even the 407 is the one that's that beige color, which is how I was pretty sure that that's what it was. It's because it's only one of like 2 models that have that color involved, and only one has those 2 little bendable lights and that really long scope for the good megapixel true resolution. So how does that work for you though, Rich? Like the one you just showed?
It works pretty good. The megapixels isn't as high as I wish it was.
Understandable.
Yeah, you know, I bought it a couple years ago, so things have changed in just the last couple years.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
the LEDs and stuff on it are nice and focusable, and
This one keeps popping up error 354 when I try to use it under any of my phone applications. But it supposedly has a 5 megapixel true resolution, which is better than all of the Fusion cameras that are out right now. But I can't prove it. I can't turn it on. It doesn't work on my phone, or it doesn't work with the connection adapter that I have.
Yeah.
One of
And
the
that's
things.
frustrating because 5 megapixels was 10 years ago.
Yeah, and
Maybe
it doesn't.
more.
Yeah, and that's just what the better quality of the little scopes can do, and that was only because it was $39.99.
Yeah, and I'm wrong on that because 6 years ago or 7 years ago is when I bought my last Canon, and it's a 13
Yeah, this is
megapixel. And now they have 30, 37,
34.
39,
Yeah.
something like. Well, they actually have 70 and 90, but that's like 40 and 50 grand.
Yeah, it's true. There's a huge leap there. And to get that quality into a microscope is like for cameras, it's one thing, but you get it in the microscope, bro. You see the megapixel taking the piece.
Well, the one thing that you guys can check out is a lot of the high-end stuff is available to rent. So if there's a certain amount of money that you're willing to spend on something like that, rent it first. Make sure it does what you expect it to do.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to back out of the stream here. I lost Hector again, and for some reason it's getting real crackly. I can't hear very well for some reason.
All right.
I'll be in the chat.
This is Sir Hector still awake.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm looking through my coins right now. That's all.
That's why I said maybe.
Yeah, and I think it was Silverman. Silverman.
Yeah, I was playing.
Yeah.
Am I canning?
Yeah, Midnight's not there.
Yeah, Silverman. It sounds like your mic has been moved away from you or something.
We gave him the.
Let me refresh it.
We give the code Tin Can. He knows.
So no, that was not Midnight's phone screwing up. That is what it sounds like when I tin can.
Yep.
Which happens frequently.
Because normally you only lose people when you're first coming into the room. Well, that's not true. Because David used to always end up with issues after being on the stream for a few.
Yeah, mine come and go. The only other person I've heard have the same tin can issue is Connon.
And then there's so many things that can cause that.
I think iPhone has the problem where people go silent because we're starting to see that Pat has the issue often, and he has an iPhone, and that Dave, I think, loses people altogether.
Yeah, because I've been doing the digital video and audio since the first of the 80s. So there used to be all kinds of issues, and it would happen constantly. And he says it was definitely on his end. So it probably had the issue like David has.
I could absolutely see that.
It happens on his iPhone.
Wow. Those are guys got peepers on there.
Yeah, it's frustrating because with the amount of money people have given StreamYards, they should have it figured out for iPhones. That's not reasonable. And I was complaining about it when I was streaming. I have to mention it again when I sign out. it definitely is a StreamYard bug. One they should have fixed by now because they've gotten tons of money from people.
It's true.
And they charge, I think I pay like $25 or $30 a month. So, that's big money. It was different when memory and stuff was so expensive, but these days you can run huge servers and have just endless space on them.
Jumping right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom.
I've been having fun doing my Lincoln album. The early coins that I got out of that suitcase of rolls have been like fine and better. So it's been a lot of fun for the early days.
Nice.
I just wish I, got the keys. There were no keys in any of it. 1909 BDBs and regulars, but of course, none of the other keys. Major keys. The 11S and some of those I got. It's actually been a lot of fun filling it.
Oh, there it is.
So, and I started using the inserts for the airtights to fill the empties. So you can easily tell you're not looking at the coin below.
Yeah, it's nice of you actually.
Yeah, it looks really nice in like the $50 and up. Yeah, pretty cool. Most of them are pretty nice. There's a couple exceptions, of course, but my 22 plane's pretty good condition.
The scent holder generous little B-hole sent me a downspout, which is my first one ever. So I finally get to experience luxury a little bit.
Cool. Yeah, I need to do a little better with later years. I didn't put the airtight in the later dates because I have most of them. I just need to get them in there. So, and I'm up to over, I think, 120 wood grain now.
Did you see that? Oh, what is that? 1904 Woody?
Yeah, I have. I've got one too. I'm not sure. I think it's a 1903.
What is that one? That one's that was a 1903 as well?
Cool.
Yeah, I've only been able to save two, I think, that I can safely say I feel in Woody's. And I think I've only found one Lincoln and two Indians.
Now, have you ever found a red one?
Yes.
Oh, cool. I'd love to see it.
Un momento. I actually have one that defies logic considering it has the tin removed because it's like a 1970 something. Which that statement alone should be wrong. But it is the reddest wood grain Lincoln I've ever looked at, and it doesn't look to be fake. Like it's it looks like red cedar, to be honest.
Well, as long as it's not over 82.
So, but I thought after 62 they took out the the tin, so it made woodies not possible.
God, I'm not that sure on that mix.
See, and I hope I'm wrong because I know I find a lot of later year woodies like 70, 80. But yeah, if they had, the word on the street at least had been that after a certain year, and I think it was 62, that they call them fake woodies. Oh, I'm gonna find it. What stack did you leave? I knew I should have put that thing in a flip long ago.
Oh, the tin is missing.
Yeah.
I'll be darned.
So the consensus was that after 62, the woodies that we see are actually the rollers that roll the coinage out to go into the kneading process, the heater. If those are dirty, it wipes the coin with like some brine, and then going into the heater, the annealing process like etches that onto the coin. That's why after 62, you'll see more of a very distinct one direction pattern of like straight lines. Whereas before it would be more like dispersed all throughout because it was a mixture of the planchet that was pressed into being those smooth lines.
Interesting.
Because yeah, I guess how they say before is when the mixture was bad, it would be like a ball of the planchet or pre-planchet, and when they would roll it out to do the cutouts, as they rolled it out, that's when the wood grain would melt out of a circle into a line from when they would.
Yeah.
Like if you mix a one color into silly putty and press it down.
Midnight. The 61s have tin and zinc, but 62 and on doesn't have tin.
Correct.
Because he thought like I did 82. I'll be darned.
Because yeah, and I save all of my fake woodies as I've heard them labeled.
Yeah, and all the woodies I have counted, in the collection I have are wheat bats. So I've saved on those ones.
Oh yes, sir.
I also collected a whole bunch of toned coins that look like that kind of issue, the wood grain, but it's silver and nickel, and so that's pretty cool. I'll have to put those together and do a video soon.
I think you can get woody nickels though, up until because I think there was tin in nickels as well up until a certain year, so you actually can get woody nickels. I know that I've seen. I think I have one in the 40s. It doesn't necessarily look as much like wood as like. It's hard to describe. But if you were to search a woody nickel, I think you would pop up not just wood nickels from back in the day.
There's no tin in the 38 nickel.
Okay.
There's only copper and nickel.
What about the
I
silver?
think it's the zinc tin mix that causes the woodies, but I really don't know.
What about the war nickels? Did they have any tin in there? Because the only woody that I can say I've personally seen on a nickel, it was a war nickel. It was definitely a mint mark above Monticello.
Manganese is in it. Silver, copper, and manganese.
So I wonder. Well, that opens me up a new book to look when we get a pen out. Notes are being taken.
Yeah, I like learning this stuff, and sometimes I've already learned it, but you know, my memory intake is a little slow, and I have to copyright, repeat.
It makes me definitely interested on what manganese. What
George,
effect?
welcome to the stream.
How do you spell manganese?
Just a second, I still have it up. MANGANESE.
MANGANESE.
ESE.
Thank you, sir.
And it's 9%, 35% silver, and 56 copper.
35 silver,
56
56
copper, and 9 manganese.
9. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, some of my I've got quite a few of the 60s, late 60s half dollars that have the wood grain look. And it's just toning, but it's still pretty cool.
Hell yeah, unique is unique.
So funny, I've got to fix my copy stand. I've got this on a copy stand, and it's spring loaded, so every once in a while it gets away from me. I know I hurt everybody's ears the other night because it struck the metal pole, bottomed out, so it caught me off guard. And weird that it does that. Just a minute, I gotta tap my camera. Wish I had the manual focus options on this one.
As soon as you go to StreamYard, it shuts everything that you want off.
Yeah, it's so frustrating because this camera, it'll do like 10 times zoom, and I can pick just a certain part of the screen and zoom only in on that. And it's 4K capable. It's 4K 60 frames a second. It's a great camera, but when you're using it as a stream camera, it totally changes all the abilities. So I do have a video I'm working on, and it should be pretty funny. I'm gonna do a bankroll of pennies and roll it myself, and have my Ender coins be some nice 50s or 60s red BU pennies, and the entire center is going to be silver coins. Let those kids know that eBay stacks their rolls hard, and it's easy to do. And I'm going to start it off with what to look for a real bankroll, and play it off like it's a real bankroll.
See, and that's why I started watching that Blaine Newport guy, is because he taught me about the Batdorf, how he created one of the machines, and they are so tightly rolled that you have to rip them out, and the signs to tell if you're looking at one or not. Midnight Silver Run, I'm sure, is going to be keen on a whole of that too.
Yeah, and it depends on which machine.
Yes, it's the one that makes a V. So.
Oh yeah, I remembered you mentioning that.
Yeah, that meets in the dead center of the roll, like the new Loomis rolls and the new.
Yeah. Now,
stuff.
I do have coin wrappers that have that, and I can use any of my manual or automatic crimpers to do it.
But the question is,
will do that.
can you get your coins out and back in that roll without tearing the wrapper because they're so tightly wrapped from that machine?
Well, it depends on which crimper I use.
Okay, yeah, because it wasn't even.
You can use that one on the looser rolled one, so it is possible to pull them out and not in and out of those wrappers.
Yeah, because the ones that were true Baddorf, he says, are so tightly, not crimped, but tightly like just wrapped in general, that in order to get the coins out the first time, to do that without tearing the roll or to being able to just push them out is almost an impossible feat.
Yeah, it just depends on the type of flat wrappers that you use. Now, I know these ones aren't the V, but all it takes for them to have the V is to cut diagonally here. Well, actually, it would be this end. So you could straighten this out and then V it. And this would be one of those rolls. Because this just wraps around your coins. There's a couple ways of doing it.
Well, yeah, and you would have to be the first one to wrap it. You wouldn't be unwrapping and rewrapping. You would be making that a very tightly wrapped roll firsthand.
Right. Well, they sell them like this, or they sell them as a shotgun roll where only one end is done.
Yes.
Yeah, I played all those games when people were selling on eBay and did a lot of videos back then that, helped people out. There were so many rip-offs there, and a lot of the coin wrappers I sold, I made sure that I wasn't selling to any of those sellers and was very careful and made it so it wasn't worth buying my coin wrappers if you were going to try to do that, because I was using them as collector pieces, not coin wrappers.
And you're only the second person I've ever seen in the YouTube community or coin community in general show what a coin crimper looks like and what it looks like when you've used one. You and that Blaine are the only two people who have actually shown me what a crimper looks like and can do.
Yeah, and it's crazy. I need to do another video and show my coin wrappers again, because I've got hundreds of different kinds.
And that was a very long time ago that you did that video. You're due for another one.
Yeah, I had some 4K footage of those videos, and I have found a few of them. I'm going to try to just re-upload them as updated into 4K. But this camera, oh my gosh, this camera does such great 4K videos. When you see my next video, you'll see that it has all the options for 4K up to 60 frames.
Yeah, I just need to get me a laptop. And then I can plug in this scope and I can catch up on all the videos that I'm behind on. Like, I've cherry picked a few things in the silver world, which is why I enter into it. Like this. I got it because I thought it was potential for PL. And then after doing research, I found out that the 1881S is one of the hardest Morgans to get PL because of how many are well struck and highly graded.
So it's just a second.
But
Sorry.
when I got it home, I found out that it's a VAM. It's an S over S.
Cool.
And it's unattributed. So I gotta get my scope plugged in so I can show that.
Yeah, and it's nice, having the VAM website to go by. But I tell you, it is so much nicer to have the book that you can just wrestle through quickly to go from coin to coin.
Oh God, I would give an arm for a VAM book. I know the only people I know who even potentially have one that I talk to personally is you and Scent Hoarder might have one now, because he just acquired a surplus amount of Nudie Magazine Day equivalent. He's got a whole bunch of new snow books. And oh god, I can't wait to go through these.
Yeah, it's a great book, and it does Peace and Morgan. Oops, there's a bunch of stuff falls here. Peace and Morgan's.
Because I'm going to tell you now, this book for what I do is phenomenal. What's that book called?
It's a comprehensive catalog, encyclopedia of Morgan and Peace dollars, and it's by Van Allen and Malice, and it's the BAM book. Oops, just a second.
And what did that run you when you bought?
I think almost $200. It's
Damn.
expensive, but you know, once you get it, I mean, look at this detail.
This is the first I've ever. My eyes have never gazed upon such beauty.
I think I've showed it to you before because I remember you checking the BAM before. I'm pretty sure you did.
I've never seen the cover though. At least you were already like in the. Oh god, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
What? Oh god. 19020. Is there anything for that in there?
See, and I think I looked this one up for you, but just a second, I'll check.
But I remember you looked for an example. I don't remember if you looked at the book. Because that was when you and Andrew Forbes both looked through your boxes for a 19020 example, and neither of you could find one before it was not worth searching anymore.
Oh, that's right. I ended up pooping out.
Yeah, but it was all fair. You guys looked for like 20 minutes for that.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is an older book, so it's not, I don't believe it's the latest edition. This is the 4th edition. I don't see a year on it. 91. So see, it's an old book. And they don't have a 1902 listed.
And what did you say the name of that is again? Just the
Oh, yes, they do. Just a second. I thought that was odd. Here, let me just show you.
yeah, I'm gonna write it down. That way I don't ask you.
No, I meant the 1902.
Oh, okay. Whoa. In that mint mark.
So it's mint mark that you're after.
Yeah, that page is beautiful because I think mine is an O over S. And these are.
Those are tilted bar, high-o.
I knew it had the anomaly though, where it looks like it was flattened out on the 3 and 9 o'clock of the mint mark.
Uh-huh.
That is absolutely something that is on more than one example. Because the one that says 5R high O.
There's 3 pages of this. 4 pages. There's 4 pages, you know, that make 8 total sides of information on that 1902.
I just need to be your neighbor and just bug you all the time.
Hey, I have no problem with you moving next door. I just can't tell you where I live.
Oh, I know. I'll have to just process of elimination this son of a bee. I know it's west. That's all I'll say live. I don't need to try to pinpoint it further than that. But I know for me it's west.
It is west. Probably even a little northwest.
I could see that. Well, yes. Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but there's a ton. Funny that I didn't think there was anything for that one. I just didn't look far enough. Or turned a couple together.
Because I don't like Van World. I think it's very poorly done for the information they could have.
Well, it's just, it makes it it's like it's too separated. It should be more together and easier to find.
And the amount of pictures that they have are almost non-existent.
So what do you think it is?
I think mine's an O over Mitmark. I think it's an O over S.
An
Um,
overpass.
And there isn't any on Van World to date, but looking at Mitmarks from that year in the book alone really did help.
Yeah, and the thing you got to keep in mind about this is there's a lot of other things that you could be looking for that may cause it to look like what may be an S, but it could be, like the bar or the high over low or those kind of things. So you just need to look through this and see all the mint marks and see what they show.
See, that's the one it looks like. This 20R0 tilted. I mean, minus the tilt, but it's got this like little flat indent on the Mitmark. Like it looks like it had something laid on it. And that's what I'm trying to find examples of. Like the 24R kind of looks a bit like it's flattened, which is perfect for what I'm needing to confirm that I don't have something that was hit. It's not a PMD mark. It's a Mitmark anomaly.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I don't know that I have an email from you recently. Why don't you send me an email and I'll take a couple pictures of these pages for you. And
Gladly. And in the email, I'll send you the picture of what I'm talking about because I sent a picture to the Q&A a while back, and they were beautiful pictures. So I screenshotted that today or yesterday because it is beautiful.
So there's Malice, and there's Van Allen.
So a couple of Italian fellas, right?
I'm not really sure. Massachusetts and California. So yeah, that's what the VAMs are, is from these guys. So if you got the updated one, it's probably, half again thicker.
I would hope so. And
Well,
I just
I'm sure.
on Van World.
Because I think one of these guys died, but I think they just did.
I think so as well.
So
I just
one
recently
started
found out.
collecting in 1928. So
Like I didn't know
he
that
was over
Snow
100
was still
years
alive.
old.
Like Snow was still alive. I didn't know that he was still.
Yeah, so this guy's probably gone a while ago. He was 13 years old in 28. So, yeah,
Oh yeah.
he was born in 1915.
So either he's 105 or
Yeah, well, he could be, but normally it's the women that get to that age.
sure.
And the men normally die off because they don't want to be around.
Do they have pricing in that book?
It gives rarities. There's a rarity scale.
The 1884 VAM. It's either the 6 or the 10. I was just curious to see the appreciation or depreciation.
Yeah, and it just does rarities. And I'm sure those numbers have changed because of the internet.
Well, yeah. I was just trying to get an estimate on how it looked back then versus now, just like you do with your old red books.
Yeah, and I love being able to do that.
I had a mosquito bite inside my ear, and I'm super pissed off.
Oh, I've had that before. It sucks.
I'm not very happy. Oh,
Yeah, so this is the 4th edition. But it's called, here's the title.
the comprehensive catalog. That's what I was having issues with the brain. Comprehensive catalog.
So it's a great book. I've spent a lot of time in it.
Catalog and encyclopedia.
You know, when I did that one video showing all my Morgan and Peace dollars in my Carson cities, you know, I had almost 350 silver dollars up on my table. So that's why using the website and using the book just is a total different thing.
I agree fully with somebody who, let's just say, my cherry picker's guide looks like it ran through the chipper mill because of how often and much that thing gets used. But it has traveled every time I go to an LCS. It goes with me in the passenger seat. That thing. It gets more use than any website.
And two of my Carson cities are very rare VAMs.
I have one Carson City, but it's where's my worst looking coin? And it'll be mine.
And it's frustrating that my 85 wasn't one of the rare VAMs because, of course, that's the semi-key.
So I have an 1890 CC, and I don't know if it is a VAM or not, or what, or if it's a hit mark. But this here, where are you at, CC?
Well, it's kind of hard to tell on the ones that have a lot of wear. Because you're looking for doubling on the stars and the lettering and the mint mark and stuff. And if it's not a really, you know, like extra finer, so it's hard to see that stuff.
Mine
Harder on the Morgan dollars than any other coin, I believe.
Yeah, there's a little patch below the first C in the CC that I got to find out if is something. But she's so old, it'd be easy to say is.
I'll look it up just a second.
But it really does look like a different depth.
So what do you think, where do you think the issue is?
So here, I can even draw you a little sketch because I have my pen next to me. So.
1890 CC.
Yeah, the B and C. It looks like there's a hit right here.
So there's very little on the 1890 CC.
Okay.
Tilted mint mark, doubled 9 and 0.
So it's got like this little patch that you can see the line of the C do its curve just fine. And then out of nowhere, on a different level, there's this little thing right here.
Yeah, I think that's a tilted. Just a second, let me show you the picture.
Hey. Yeah, that's totally what it looks like, kind of. No.
Is that it?
It's the correct style mint mark, yeah, and it's got that little...
Now, it's an indention into it. It's not an extrusion.
So let me look again. But at least I'm happy to see that the mint mark matches because I've never checked anything other than weight on this one.
And actually, I probably got to be careful doing this because I'm showing stuff out of their book, but this is one that's out of print.
Isn't there, I think there's a 20-year statute, right?
I really don't know on that one. So, and there's a few others with the mint, but I don't see a little bump like you showed. Well,
Okay.
a little something on this one.
No, and it's actually, it's a rather large one too. So yeah, no, it's not, it would have been well notated.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, just it would have looked, yeah, like that. So, yep, no, we're good. Thank you. That's
Yeah,
cool.
no problem. Yeah, there wasn't much on that one. There's a little bit on the next page, and that's it.
Yeah, because the only VAMs I'm sure I have are the 84O, and that's an O over O. It has been suspected to be an O over CC. I've read.
See, in the peace dollars, there's a couple of peace dollars that there's a crack over the date, and there's a crack over the eagle's chest, and they're really obvious. But when the coin has a little bit of wear on it, it just looks like issues from wear. And so I've picked up a bunch of those, and they're like $50 to $150.
Yeah, it's just like the Scarface Indian.
Yeah, not bad. The Scarface Morgan.
Indian as well. The 1907.
Huh.
Has a giant chunk right below her eye missing. But it's actually an attributable variety. Dustin Morgan just did a video about one.
Is it an old one, or has it been around for a while? Or
Yeah, it's been around for a while. For sure. He just did a video on cherry picking one on eBay. Like he had just cherry picked it, and after he won the bid, and he did a little video on it.
I don't see it on
And
PCGS.
I'm watching a coin ops video, so hold on, let me go. I bet I can go to it right now. It's going to be Indian Henson date varieties. I think it's this one. So it's either this video or the one next to it after I skip this ad. We don't need no advertisements.
Don't show no ads on my channel.
I know, that's what I was saying.
No, my streams do have advertising.
Oh yeah, that's true, because well, you deserve it.
But I tell you, I got my first check not too long ago, and it was really thrilling to get a check from YouTube.
Was it only worth like a few bucks, or was it?
They won't pay you until you make over 100.
Oh, cool.
Mine was 165 or 175.
I didn't know they had a limit before they would fund you.
Yeah. And they only pay you once a month. But Jeep and John did a $50 one in the chat, and so that's bumped me up. Otherwise, it would have been under 125. But it was pretty cool, and it was needed at a good time. I don't stock my house with a lot of foods. I normally just buy fresh and, eat. I shop once a month, and it's been hard to get the items I'm used to having. I do a lot of barbecued rice and barbecued steak, like tri-tip and stuff. And the rice, it's like 5 times the normal price.
I know jasmine rice is super expensive.
Yeah, like the jasmine rice is like 3 to 4 times its normal price.
Yep, and that's
to get a 5-pound bag or bigger. And it kills because I was buying 20-pound bags, and I stopped doing it right before this happened.
oh, see, I did too. I ran out right before this, and then I couldn't even find it for like a month.
I used the minute rice too, which unfortunately has very little protein or any usable anything out of it. But I do it with barbecue sauce and meats and vegetables and stuff, and I do stir fries and stuff with it. So I get my proteins from the rest of the stuff. But minute rice, oh my gosh, I just paid $16 a box with $8 shipping
Damn.
for the almost 5 pound box, 72-ounce box. Yeah, it sucks. And I'm going to try to go back on them because it's through Amazon, and they're not aren't supposed to be gouging.
Yep.
So we'll see if. I'm sure it's fly-by-night places that have warehouses of food that will just close their doors and lose their license and just deal with it because they're making tons of money. And that's why the stores have run out of a lot of the stuff, because all these fly-by-night storage houses that store the foods bought it all themselves or sold it out through places like Amazon.
Yep.
And one of the 72-ounce boxes was $35 for one box. And people
That's
are paying it.
Yeah. There's no reason to. They're gonna need that shit.
It's so scary and sad to realize where we're at today because of the stupid virus. And I'm so frustrated by it because personally, I think it's a crock of crap because the death rate is so low. And I know that, they certainly have kept the kids, out of school, and that's helped a lot. But the death rate is so low. I mean, it's so far below just regular, normal death rates for flu. I mean, extreme. It's I just have a big problem with it. And there's cops that I watch a lot of Second Amendment videos or First Amendment videos, which is like the press, free press and video, regular citizens doing video of like police stations and stuff. And these cops are coming up to them without masks on, getting right in their face, and then saying, when they complain about them getting in their face, they say, "We're cops. We get to do it because you're breaking the law." And they're not breaking the laws, but they still harass them. And they're breathing on them and touching them. And it's like, there's no reason for that. I just,
Right, there really is no reason for that. So I think it was in 1891.
Are you trying to show it right now?
No. I was actually pointing it down so I could.
That's fine. I know sometimes you have issues knowing what we're seeing, so I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, yeah, no. I saw the bottom of my TV and my screen, and I was like, "Ooh, all right." Because I was just making sure that if I was going to show the bottom of my TV, it was going to be on purpose.
Yeah, I used to do, so much cooking, and it's frustrating because I have a commercial range, and oh my God, this thing can boil like 3 gallons of water in about 8 minutes, 6 minutes, full heavy rolling boils, and it's so frustrating that I don't eat enough anymore. I only eat normally once a day or once every other day, and I used to make these big old 3-gallon things of spaghetti sauce and barbecue sauce, and I used to always do tri-tip sandwiches, and I miss that stuff. But I just don't eat enough anymore.
I started cooking for my dog on Saturday mornings, and that was how I started cooking for myself again.
Interesting. What are you cooking your dog?
I would do like a white rice and chicken breast, and I would do everything that I would cook for me. I would do in a separate bowl for him, unseasoned.
Huh.
So like a carrot, like medley that I was going to put like a whole bunch of sriracha and like Italian seasoning and lemon spices and stuff. I would do that in a large portion for me, and I would do the exact same kind of cooking, but with no seasoning whatsoever in a little pan for him, as long as it was acceptable for a dog. Like I made sure that he could have certain things. Yeah. Like quiche. I started making quiche, because he can have egg. I mean, it makes his butt smell, but it taught me how to learn. It taught me how to make teeth.
Yeah, and I know some cheeses that can have.
Oh yeah. And a lot of stuff is just in moderation. So like carrots, they can have brown rice, they can have chicken all day for sure. So I would do like a chicken rice, either corn or carrot medley, and I would just make 2 separate pans. Or I would do steak, and I would cook him a little itty bitty steak, or like a super unseasoned stew, and I would just de-broth it and give him just the meat out of it, and like a potato or 2 and shit.
Major spoiled dog, huh?
Well, yeah, he also had like a million kinds of worms growing up. So he was on prescription food that you had to have a badge for to get in line, or else they made you put it back. So we started putting the ingredient that was in the medicine that made him feel better into like a huge batch of meal prep food. So I would only have to cook once a week instead of paying $5 a can.
Yeah, now there are natural remedies for that. Garlic vinegar and a few things like that. Does he still have issues?
No, not so much. The only issue he has now is his ears are the holes don't go all the way through, so he has yeast infections in his ears. But that's because the hole doesn't go all the way through, and they just gain moisture, and you have to constantly just towel them out. Use this little ointment.
See, I actually have a similar issues. And I have terribly perforated eardrums. So every time I get a new doctor that looks in my ears, they always panic.
And see, my uncle has overactive earwax too, so he's like deaf constantly just because his body overexerts.
Yeah, Midnight says his cats are on raw diets, so he makes their food too, once a week.
Yep, once a week we would do a big old brown rice, carrot, like gumbo style stuff with chicken. I would get Tyson Red Label diced chicken that was already pre-cooked, and I would mix that in because I was working at a warehouse that supplied all of the movie theaters.
Yeah, as a kid, I had tons of surgeries on my ears. I had tubes put in and stuff over and over. I was allergic to milk, chocolate, nuts, all kinds of stuff. And rather than have like issues with my skin or things like that, it actually just made me deaf. Caused me huge ear infections and stuff. And being off milk as a kid for my entire childhood screwed up my bones, and is probably why I ended up with my bone cancer issues. But part of the reason.
Yeah, it's like they say people who bite their fingernails end up healthier over the long run because they introduce small amounts of microorganisms and bacteria. Like you introduce it in such small amounts when you bite your fingernails that you end up more immune to the more common ailments, I should say.
Yeah, as a kid, I played with liquid mercury.
Oh yeah, that's not safe.
Yeah, I had big old vials of it. Like
I bet it was really fun and it looks cool as hell, but that's really
yeah, and I did all kinds of stupid things like heat it up and try to make it boil, and use torches and stuff on it, and yeah, I'm sure that's a big part of why I ended up with bone cancer.
I had a cat that did that. He got along with dogs, but he viciously got a hold of my neighbor's cat one year. They hated me forever. And I watched him catch a full-grown squirrel, and that was you don't expect it. You don't expect that. This is all I'll say. For the cat to actually win.
What, with the squirrel?
Yeah, to catch a squirrel as it's chasing a squirrel. Like most of the cats in the neighborhood, they'll chase a squirrel-ish, but you never really see a domesticated cat catch one. It's gruesome.
Mine always did.
Yeah, mine definitely did. Oh,
Yeah, David says this cat eats squirrels and chipmunks and has his own Facebook page.
yeah, that's what made me bring it up. I was like, yeah, my cat. We used to have to walk him on a leash. That
How
butthole.
funny. His name is Gizmo. I had a cat named Gizmo. That's funny. Rabbits ain't got a chance. No, it's strange. My Bengal, I had to keep her indoors because she was just terrorizing the neighborhood, killing all the animals. And she wouldn't eat them or nothing. She'd just kill them. I think it was just fun for her. But the Bengals, I mean, they're strange critters. Wait. Oh, okay. Midnight. You're talking about your Bengals. Now, there's a breed. Shoot, I'm not going to remember what it is though, but it is actually mixed with a wild cat, a true wild cat. And the Bengals, I think they've been bred enough times to where that's not as big a factor because these cats, they get to like 20 pounds pretty easily.
Oh, what? The Savannah or?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, they have the really pointy ears. Like
Yeah, and they're
super-
big. They're thin, but they're really tall.
Yes. Yeah, I think they're the Savannah. Yeah, their ears have that little like black extra hair that goes up and makes them super
Yeah.
pointy and tall.
And I think there's an Egyptian Mao too, that's also a wild cat and extra big.
Anything
A
Egyptian.
cat get to almost 24 or 5 pounds, but it was a Blue Point Siamese. He's a big old fat boy that would follow the girls around. It was hilarious. He loved girls. Guys, he'd put up with them if there wasn't a girl in the room. But if there was a girl in the room, it didn't matter who she was or what age. Go sit on her lap.
And I don't know what kind of cat is they're like cloud gray, the softest thing you'll ever feel in your life, and like long hairish. Normally a pretty petite cat.
Yeah, a lot of the Siamese are just super plush. Mine was.
Yeah, I know she had a certain name because when my ex went to sell her, she found out that the cat was worth way more money than she thought. That was
You're talking Persian.
I think so. Yeah, long hair, fluffy, but like not super fluffy,
Bubble-eyed.
super soft, like the softest thing ever.
Yeah.
I taught that one how to give hugs. She used to come when I called her. Her name was Miss Me.
Now it's funny because my cat, Midnight says his is mixed with Asian leopard cat. But doesn't that go back quite a ways, Midnight? Because I remember reading up on it when I got mine. But, so when I got the runt of the litter, she never got super big. But oh my gosh, she was fast as could be, and she could easily jump to the ceiling. I mean, it was crazy to see such a little cat be able to spring 7.5 feet in the air. And she did that right to that about 18 years old. She'd always jump at the top of the doors, and then when you came into a room, she'd jump on your shoulders. Scared the heck out of all the visitors I had.
That blue that this thing's turning makes the contrast stand out a whole lot more.
Yeah, I like the color of the nickels on that with the blues and greens. Some of the greens are just like steel green. It's just gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm actually on a hunt for a 64 proof nickel that has experienced some of that cello change, because that is the coolest color green I've ever seen.
And I've got a couple, but you know, they're some of my better pieces.
Yeah, you're not looking to get rid of those for a reason. I know. That's why it didn't even cross my mind.
Yeah, that's why it's so hard with my collection because I've cherry picked most of it so hard. It's
Yep.
just like when I want to dump some junk silver, it's like I really don't have junk silver. And my poor coin guy, he ends up with nearly full banded dimes and
So below that G, there's a lamination that's still connected.
oh, cool.
It looks like that.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever shown you guys my capped half. It's got a huge lamination.
And I'm pretty sure this is a DDO after looking at it just now under the scope with you guys, or under the loop. I would, yeah, this is probably a DDO as well. That's cool.
Yeah, see, I don't remember Midnight where I was with the rating. She had true beautiful spots. I forget what they call those marks on them. Made her look like a leopard.
It's weird to watch Tony start.
When I had my big old Siamese, he was almost 25 pounds. As a kitten, here I had a whole bunch of kittens. I was married at the time. My girls were just in school. I think my youngest was in kindergarten or first grade. And we had kittens at the house, and they brought home this Siamese cat with the brightest, biggest blue eyes you've ever seen. My gosh, he was so beautiful. And so we gave away all our own kittens and kept him. And we had just got puppies. And the chocolate lab Springer mix with one blue eye, one brown eye, and a shepherd. And the cat grew up with them and thought he was a dog. And when we'd call for the dogs, he would come all the time. And it was really funny because I named the lab Kitty, Kiddie.
Yeah.
So I'd go out front and go, here, kitty, 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 kitty. And my dog would come running and everybody would laugh. But they didn't realize that was her name. And then when they were sleeping, my cat was always on top of the two of the dogs, right on the very top. Whoever was on the highest in the pile of dogs.
Riddick is a Dogo Argentino.
What's that?
My dog, I went for like one of the cooler breeds. I got a Dogo Argentino. It's an Argentinian bull mastiff.
Oh, okay, cool. I know what that one is.
They're all white. They just got accepted into the what is it? The Remington Dog Show or
Cool.
whatever. Yeah, because the females are show dogs and the males are bred for boar hunting.
So my grandkids have a really cool dog, but I forget it's like a Catalupa or
Catalula?
maybe that's it. It's a cool little dog. Well,
Is
it's
it like an all white husky looking thing?
not husky, but it has short hair. It's one of those non-allergenic.
Oh, okay.
Grandson has super bad allergies, and so they needed a dog that was not going to cause issues.
And yeah, Midnight, you're right. They breed them for hunting bears and such. The reason I have mine, well, the reason I got him for the price I did is because he was born deaf. And to them, he's obsolete. Because he was a boy and didn't have hearing, he was also kind of the runt because of it. So they didn't want him.
Yeah, I remember you talking about.
See, I got I got the breed I always wanted because I'm a Superman fan. He has a cape. It's sitting right here. That is legit a cape with Velcro that goes around his neck.
No,
we go to the animal shelters for like Halloween and promote special needs dog adoption.
that's funny. Now my big Siamese lived here with me when my kids grew up, and he was a sweetheart. I would put him in an angel outfit with a little halo for Halloween. But my little Bengal, man, she was a monster. So I always put her in a double outfit.
Yeah, but he gets one of my Superman symbol keychain things. I have a really nice looking metal one. You throw that around his neck, and then he gets that little cape, and we go run town.
Yeah, the billionaire that I was talking about, the one that married Danielle Steele, they had the most amazing Ridgebacks that were actually royal lineage dogs. The dogs of kings and queens, actual,
Nice.
part of the line of the ones owned by kings and queens. Yeah. And I saw these two dogs go up against a bear because we used to take them camping with us. And my girls were little, and the area, there was a couple crab trees not that far away, and the bears would come from miles around to eat the crab apples. And one came into camp, and we just had a small little log cabin. And it came right up to the door and gave a knock on the door, kind of. And oh my gosh, these two dogs bolted out that place and chased it until, the owner called them back. And man, they had absolutely no fear of their bear. Pretty crazy. And that bear swatted hard at them a few times and never came close. Ridgeback.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
When I was doing the research to get my pooch, I watched some of them Dogo Argentine, like them hunting videos where they take the dogs out. Holy shenanigans. That is some highly aggressive stuff.
Yeah, Rhodesian Ridgebacks is what they were. Big dogs, real big dogs. My daughters rode them like horses. So I think the biggest one was like 160 pounds, 100, something like that.
Oh, Rob finds treasure when cherry picking. So what have you been through recently now that you can go through stuff, Rich?
Oh, I've been spoiling myself. I opened a couple of my rare year rolls and 69S's and a few different. I've been going through unsearched rolls of the 55s looking for the double die. And so I have a bunch of rolls that are completely unsearched and were collected a long time ago, like in the 30s and 40s. And I've been having fun with those too. Looking for earlier errors. But it's real fun to look through the 55s and stuff because, all it takes is one coin to change your life on that one.
I know, that's why, I know, I have a sudden severe addiction and need to purchase mint boxes of proofs. Because not that I'm hoping to find a no S, but it's like an extra $1 million lottery ticket in there.
Absolutely. And you never know. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot more out there.
There's over 200 of the 1970 no S dime rated by PCGS alone, and
Oh my God.
they're still paying buku bucks
I didn't realize there was that many.
for the 1970 for sure. I think I added it up, and there was over 214. The 71, I'm sure there's only a couple still, because that one pays exponentially more money. Like, if you find a 71 no S dime, it's like 280,000. If you find a 1970 no S dime, which I wasn't even aware of, it's not near as much, but it's still a paycheck.
Well, keep in mind there's better coins to treasure hunt with. Like some of the full bell line Franklins.
For 1959?
Well, not 59, a little earlier. I think 52 and 53 are really good ones. But there's a couple years that, it's not unreasonable. And searching in some of the coin shops, you can find them in what they think are, just regular coins, not proofs, because they've been circulated.
Yeah.
So, well, wait a minute, because the proofs all have full bell lines.
That one, it doesn't matter.
About, well, I a lot of my full bell line Franklins have come from the silver pile, just the junk silver. I have found quite a few.
I would say I've cherry picked at least one Bugs Bunny, and I'm thinking out of those, I think one is potential full bell line, and that's going to be a 54.
Don't mean to make you jealous, Majestic. Yeah, I just, I've spent so many years doing it that at my, I don't know if you call skill level or what, but when I'm looking through coins, they just catch my eye when they're, they've got the full lines or.
This has a contact mark to the left side, but it would have been. There's a mark right here. Goes right through all of them.
That's too bad. And it takes so little, but I do see every once in a while some of those getting a grade, especially through NGC.
Oh.
So it's been shocking some of the ones I've seen get graded at full bell lines.
Damn.
So and I've got a ton of 48 and 49s. I think I have like 10 49s with full bell lines.
This is a 54S. Oh, yes, 54S. Which I got because I think there's potential Boone's booming.
Oh, I was watching Antique Roadshow, and they showed a special Mormons, first edition Mormons Bible. Well, actually, it wasn't a Bible. It was a Mormon book that was written by the founder of the Mormon religion. And boy, I think I've got one. I'm working so hard trying to find. So it's I have the worst of luck on things. I gave away I had two versions of the first Tom Sawyer book, first edition, and I gave one to one of my nephews, and turns out I gave him the one that was worth like 11 grand. It was in rough shape, so it wasn't worth the full 11 grand, but it still probably would have been several $1,000s. And I figured it out just a couple weeks later and called him up, and His mom said they couldn't find the book and have never found it since. So frustrating. So, and I know I have a couple coins that are really valuable that I've lost in my collection. Oh, and when I lived on a boat for a while and did a lot of partying back then, drinking at some of the bars and stuff. And I was hanging out with again, a millionaire dude that would just treat us to dinner and partying with him all night. And that's where I drank some of the best tequila that's available. Tequila that came in ceramic jugs that you had to break the tops off of. Had enough to make like 10 shots, 15 shots, and we're over $100 a piece or something like that. I forget exactly how much, but oh my gosh, some of the best tequila I've ever had. And I remember when we were partying, we went to this big steamboat that had sunk on the shoreline, and they turned it into a restaurant bar. And I was in there, and in my change, I got a coin that looked like it was I forget, it was either a quarter on a dime or a quarter on a nickel, something like that. I knew it had some major issues and was worth money. And I put it in my coin pocket because I don't normally put coins in my coin pocket. And then the next day when I woke up, I rushed to get to my pants pocket, and I think I tipped the waitress with it or something. It was gone. So, and I know I had something special. I may not have been focusing really well, but I was focusing well enough. Marley, yeah, you too, huh? I've done it so many times. It's so frustrating.
Hi, Marley. I just realized I don't think I've gone through any of my, we'll say, early acquired 64D Kennedys.
Uh-huh. Well, I've been looking up the Franklins, the 53S in MS64 full bell lines is $8,000. And 64 is easy to get. I mean, you know, that's 65 can be fairly easy to get if you have enough coins to go through, but a 64, that's huge difference.
Were they just a mushy year?
53S.
Yeah, was that just a mushy year for San Francisco? Like,
I have no idea.
I like looking for those where a 64 pays out a lot, because I don't think a 64 should be impossible to find.
No, 64 is, you know, that's a coin with a lot of issues. 65 can be a coin with a lot of issues.
Exactly. I feel that.
Yeah, 65 is where it stops to really contain the full luster and better strike. But 64, you know, you can whack on both of those things.
Yeah, and then after, 67, it's just an eye appeal and luster game.
Well, yeah, 67 and up, that's full strike and luster is what's playing the game. Because it's basically a flawless coin.
I don't like seeing PCGS with their top pop having carbon spots on it, though.
Yeah, and I have issues with that too. Carbon spots. I've pulled so many high grade coins with carbon spots that I should have just sent in. So I've got some 64s that have clouding, really strange issue, and I don't know what has caused it. Oh, that's cool. But oh my gosh, it's so frustrating when you have such high grade coins and then they have some issue like that.
Yeah. He killed himself.
I have a bunch that look like they're stained and they're super high grade, near flawless, and just have this weird toning to them that causes issues. Marley says he sent a 1913 S Type 2 in the
Oh,
first
nice.
box he sold. Yeah, I love the 13S. Nice. Yeah, I got some really nice 13 Type 1s and 2s, but not the S. Not in good shape, though. So I did buy a bunch of folders once and ended up with 21 and 24. I forget, is it the S or D for the Buffalo Nickels that's high value?
S, I want to say.
Yeah, I don't remember, but where they were, like fine, between fine and extra fine. So worth a couple $100. One was worth a little bit more. Well, I have seen graded coins with carbon spots, just like Silverman was saying, and it frustrates me because I would never send them in before because I thought that carbon spots rolled you out of the high grades,
I thought so too.
but I've seen them.
We're the top photograph in PCGS. That coin, like their pride and joy, their number one has carbon spots. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Which year are you talking?
It's either 70, it's either the 70S, either small date or large date, or the 71, either San Francisco or Philly. That's what I thought. T. But yeah, their number one photograph. One of the ones I just looked at. It's probably in my recent history on my phone. In the open fields to the left of Lincoln, there's a huge carbon spot. Black is black.
Small date?
Yeah, it's either the 70S small date business strike. It's either the 1970 or 1971 Lincoln. I can't remember what min. But yeah.
Yeah, huge dark spots on it. I don't see carbon spots, but I see huge patches of darkness.
I'll charge my remote real quick and I will find that. Because
Turning brown.
it's going to be in a recent browser. I'll find it. Yeah.
Were you talking? Oh, top pop. I'm not looking at it. I'm looking at the graded.
Well, yeah, I didn't go to the top hop per se. I would just go to like that year.
The auction record?
Yeah, that year in the Coinfax and then click on the, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's an ugly coin. Yeah, it's so frustrating.
And then the nickel, the top pop nickel is legit that turquoise.
Hey, take it easy, Marley. Thanks for stopping in.
Oh, you'll see.
where you think the best place to look for original wrapped bicentennial quarter rolls would be? Well, there's a few people that specialize in the bicentennial years, and you can find a lot of them through those guys. Quarter rolls that the 70s ones weren't in the most wonderful shape straight out of the mint, so you got to go through lots of them to find the higher grade ones.
But you might even be able to find those through the Mint website still, though.
Yeah, in fact, I know I've seen like AppMax and stuff with rolls like that before. I mean, it's been a few years, so. And the quarter one is tough because, well, all of the 70s ones because of silver or anything, but a lot of people hoarded them.
What denomination?
Tons.
What denomination's the night for the top pop DDO you're looking for? Is it that quarter you have? I'm assuming.
Says he's only 3 off now.
I'm gonna go on pure instinct and say that yes, it is the quarter.
And he said bicentennial quarter. He didn't give a minute.
Okay, the quarter. I'm gonna go with clad because that's my other instinct.
Yeah, because the other ones you're not going to find in rolls, not original.
Correct. So, and we're gonna say not Denver.
So I know I have a couple high grade ones though, but it's taken a lot of rolls to, because 70s, especially 76, that was the big highlight for me. In 1976, I was in, the beginning of high school. So, no, even a little bit later. So I was doing a lot of collecting things. I was working almost full time. So my coin collecting stuff went through the roof because I had tons of money to spend. So, and in a year or two, I end up with a kid and married. But prior to that, I was making some real big money, working tons of hours and doing nothing but spending it on my coins. And see, what else was I collecting then? Postcards, but mostly coins.
Thank you, Coin Top. I'm going through tubing all of my better red Lincolns and cataloging my prefed SMS sets.
And US really celebrated the bicentennial. I mean, there was so many special things. I'm sure there was with coins too, but being able to buy them through magazines and stuff for the bicentennial quarters and the other bicentennial coins. But everybody was so into it. That 4th of July was probably the best 4th of July I'd had until I ended up in Vegas with some of the stuff they did. But
so
pretty
for
cool.
the FS 101 Midnight, it is an AU 58. Looks to be the top pop for the DDO FS 101. And on the 76D FS 102, Uno Momento, Bust out this page and this page. MS66. Well, I mean their photo. I'm just going on what their first photo is, and for the 102 regular strike MS66 seems to be their highest photographed one here.
Yeah, there's 809 million Philadelphias.
And they have one MS66 that sold for 144. Go to grade.
And 860 million Denvers.
So yeah, 66 would be the highest of the 102. And the 101. Varieties, there is 4.
The Denver Mint has 868 MS68s.
And for the DDO FS 101, they have an AU 58 and then AU 55s over here. But let's go to some auction records. Okay, supposedly there's one at an MS65. Or 2. Supposedly there's 2 at MS65.
Which mint is that? Is that Denver?
The Denver, it's the DDO FS 101. Yeah, I know. For a 65, PCGS has it at, but the one that sold last year was for 3,200. There's one at a 64, but it didn't sell on any of those avenues. There's one at a 63, also no info.
I wish the gray sheets did the errors.
Yeah, I've learned that the coin facts for PCGS and NGC Variety Plus for NGC are beautiful because that shows you all of what they will attribute.
Yeah, and that's what I go by. Well, I use the 2 books as well, but yeah, PCGS is. I don't use NGCs, but I do PCGS because I don't send to NGC.
Well, because of the ANA membership, where it gave everybody free ANA memberships, NGC recognizes that as you can bypass their yearly fee.
Fees.
Yeah.
Cool.
So there's going to be a lot more NGC submissions this year. I'm sure of that.
Now, the thing you got to compare, though, is coin for coin in the same grade. You'll find, like, probably 80% of the time, PCGS is extremely higher.
The one time I can give NGC credit is on the star designation. Because they also do the plus, but they also are the only ones who do the star for tremendous eye appeal.
I didn't think they did a star, or I mean a plus. I thought they only did the star.
I think I have seen a star plus, to be honest, or a plus star. I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on that just yet.
When I was looking for the 55D quarters, because that's a rare quarter, MS67 one from NGC was $1,500, but from PCGS it was $15,000, 10 times more.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, and you know, was it really worth the 15 grand? No, I don't think so. I don't think it was that rare of a coin for 67. But was it worth more than $1,500? Absolutely, because it was one. Well, 55D is semi-key or whatever you want to say. It's definitely a harder one to find in the grades.
Yeah, I've been through a few rolls of 55S Rosies, and I can tell you that year in general is just hard to get good.
And I have some beautiful ones, but unfortunately, the strike is poor.
Yep, the reverse
Totally
strike is just
clear.
over.
Totally clear. No marks on them whatsoever, but weak strike. So
Yep.
frustrating. 55 S's.
Yep, the W and E of we, and then the back top of the torch is just
Yep.
up.
Exactly. And it's so frustrating because I had a lot of the early 50s or mid 50 rolls from my bankroll ventures. Because when I was going to the banks in the 60s, there was still tons of 50s in there. So
Yeah.
I was finding all kinds of Franklins and Walkers and full rolls, BU rolls, all same date, bank rolls. So that was a fun time.
So this is the RPM 001. It's worth. That's why that one has to be graded, because raw they're not worth much.
Oops, I'm sorry, Midnight. I haven't been reading.
So what is yours sitting at? Midnight 60.
He says this is 700.
Oh,
700.
oh, so yours is the photograph.
Only 3 graded above his, unless another was found.
Yeah, I think that means that this is.
Oh, is this the FS02 102?
Oh,
No, wait a minute. I'm sorry.
no,
He's
101.
comparing it.
Yeah, that one's
Is
not
it
near
worth
as
as
much.
much?
Yeah, I think this is. Does yours have like a little bit of goo by the mint mark over here? A little bit of smudge right there by the D? Because if so, then this is your coin right here that I'm looking at specifically. A little lamb by the 7 and going to his the bottom of his wrist, his neckline.
Hey,
Some more-
Sportscoin Talk. Sorry I didn't see you come in. Francisco, hello. Hola.
Cool.
AU58.
Yeah, because
Much better looking.
that's good. That's good.
And graded through NGC.
Oh, NGC. Okay.
So, well, it made it tough because PCGS didn't recognize as many errors as they are today.
Oh no.
So they've come a long ways, but it's frustrating that, if it's valuable enough or rare enough, it should be there. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm excited as all get out for this new cherry pickers.
Oh, I can't wait.
Because word on the street is they're gonna put the dime in it with the 5 on the cheek.
But have you heard anything now that we've got the virus crap going on? Because I think everything's.
Oh yeah, it's got a release date. It's got a release date of September 20 something.
Right. That was before everything closed down. Because printers, I doubt the printers are open.
I will look into that one.
Yeah, because Michael Kittle had some inside information, but everything changed now.
It's true.
But he would probably be the guy to talk to.
Yeah, because that's something that I'm highly, highly interested in. Because if that dime ends up being on the cover, Shoot.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
I'll send mine in for grading immediately.
Oh, Midnight said the one on MGC is his coin.
That's cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
'Cause that's why I'm,
Michael Kittle's stuff was so cool. I mean, every time he wanted to show you, all he had to do was go to the top pop page and show you the pictures. Crazy. And that's such a good year. I love that. It's like the 1916s because, you know, they made Barber dimes and Roosevelt dimes. They did Walkers and Barbers. You know, there's 2 coins for almost every denomination, and that's awesome.
I wonder if this is the one. Let's see.
BU by Troll. So, Square Coin Talk. Are you still in here? What kind of coins do you collect? I got knocked out of the chat, and I've been talking to you for a while.
Oh no, you haven't been knocked out of the chat at all.
I had to just put myself back up.
Yeah, you had just asked what who was that? Square
Okay,
Coin?
cool. Okay.
Yeah, Square Coin. You asked what he collected.
Perfect. I wish it'd focus better. Oh, it is the light. Yeah, when I was watching the Pawn Stars, oh my gosh, they had some beautiful $500 notes. Oh my gosh, they were just crazy before 1900. Pristine condition, just absolutely high grade quality crisp $500 bills.
Yeah, I want one so bad.
They're crazy. I think he got like 40 or 50 grand for them each. Oh, it was a troll.
He was a wee bit racist. That's nice.
Yeah, don't hesitate taking care of that. Thank you.
Sure, much appreciated.
Oh, thank you, David. Yeah, I see it now. And I don't play games with that. You can just totally knock them out so they don't ever come back.
What up, Hoogie Hoo? Baby Bay.
Thank you, David.
Sorry, I was not interrupting. I was just saying hello. Thank you, Dave.
Melissa, how you doing? .740 trapper and outdoorsman. Welcome.
Possibly biased.
Hoover's in here. Hi, Hoover. Wow,
What are you here again, Bert?
and you've been here for a while. Thanks. Appreciate it. Take it easy. So, what you been up to, Melissa? Finally streaming and you made it. Melissa's into genealogy, so when it's just me and her or a couple of us up here, we have a lot of fun showing off our family genealogy.
Yeah, I still need to sign up for all that stuff so I can figure out a bunch of mine.
Yeah, I'm so lucky. I've got so many photos and letters and documents and stuff. It just makes it so cool because for my family, I mean, I don't know of anybody that has more solid, better information because I've got handwritten family trees from the family members from my earliest one is like 1840. And one of them had 17 kids and has all the names listed. All the, took 3 wives to have 17 kids. Outlived 2 of them. Yeah, I've been on since 11:30, 12 o'clock, I think, last night. So, been on for a while.
Oh wow, I didn't know it was
Oh,
already.
4 hours, 4.5 hours. So not quite. Oh no, it's only 4:11. Yep, so that was about right. 11:30 or so.
Yeah, sun's already up over there, where she's at.
Yeah. She says she wishes you had an ancestry or 23 and me to spit in.
Sure.
Goodies. Hey, dude, what's up? Been a while. Nice to
What
see
up,
you.
Al?
I guess the Central States is all waking up, aren't they? 7 o'clock. Or Eastern Central. You're not dealing with that virus, are you? Well, frustrating you're dealing with the normal stuff, but thank goodness you're not dealing with the stupid virus. I got put in, should I forget what you call it now? I had to wait 4 weeks twice to make sure that I didn't have the virus because I got exposed. So I just started being able to touch my coins again 2 days ago. So I will get your stuff out. I've been writing down stuff I wanted to add to it. So I've got a list of things. So more than you were expecting. Oh, sorry about that. Canceled all his surgeries. Now he has to start all over. Oh, there's one thing I just cannot tolerate is the BS that they pull on people like that. When I had my bone cancer so bad in my hip, oh my gosh, it was so painful. And I got to the point to where, I mean, it was just like 8s and 9s all day long and 10s every once in a while. And finally got my surgery date and waited and waited. It actually ended up being right near my birthday. And I waited like a month and a half for it. And the day before my surgery, the doctor's wife had twins and he took off 2 months. So nobody else could do the surgery. I wondered what you were saying, Melissa. I know my 10 codes, but I don't know my 1 codes. My kids used to always get a kick out of, and my grandkids talking about it. Because we talk on the walkie-talkie, my little grandkids. It's one of the ways I'm able to do things with them while they're not just by me when I'm laying down in the living room. And so I told them the 10 codes for having to go to the bathroom. It's 1099. Or no, 10100. Gotta go 10100. Be right back. And of course, my little grandsons love saying it. Yeah, I feel for you, Al.
Yeah, what surgery? I didn't know the surgery.
Yeah, they had me on so many medications back then. I was kind of in la la land, but still dealing. And it's strange for those of you that have never dealt with extreme chronic pain. It's the weirdest thing. Because I was taught a lot of things in martial arts and stuff for tolerating pain. Plus, I've dealt with like ear infection so bad that it's perforated my eardrums over and over and things like that. And so I've always dealt with some pretty bad pains, back pain from my woodworking, you know, delivering kitchen cabinets and furniture pieces since I was about 13. But when you're dealing with such extreme pain where you're hitting the 8s and 9s, 10 to me is unbearable pain and you need to be knocked out. The 8s and 9s, your eyes just stream tears. You have no control. It's not like you're sobbing or crying, but your eyes just run. I mean, full speed. You actually end up with salt trail down your face because you're putting so much fluid. And it is a horrible, horrible thing. Yeah, and I was going to say that to him, Melissa, but and swallowing it's the easy way. There are worse, even for the small intestine. Unfortunately, I've had oh crap. I've had so many issues. I've dealt with all of that before I was 18, 19 years old. Not fun. Yeah, I hope they get you set back up, Al, soon. Certain things like that, I'm just shocked that they're canceling anybody and not just taking care of things. Because who knows what's happening down the road. Be careful, Melissa might keep it. See, I think Melissa's a lot like my daughter. Yes. A kid, I always watched the surgeries and stuff on TV, special channels that showed the full surgeries and stuff. And, always watch the butchering pages for cattle and deer and that kind of thing. And my little daughter, she was probably 7, 8, 9 years old and was just glued to the channels, loved watching it. And I told her, not to watch it, and my wife hated it. But she was so fascinated by it, and it wasn't like she was watching it just to be grossed out. She truly wanted to know what the different things were for, what they were removing, why they were removing it, why you would need to remove things like that. Keep in mind, at the time, I had a foster mom living next door that took crack babies, and my little daughter was over there nearly daily, changing the babies and taking care of them. So from a young age, she became a healer, or well, not so much a healer, but somebody that cared and helped out and, had pity on people with issues. And she came so close to becoming a neonatal nurse, but had a couple really bad incidences and some special kids, and it just did her in. So she learned to do other things. But it's really sad because she was a great person for the little preemies and had dealt with them since she was a little baby, a little girl, 6, 7 years old. And my family still had issues when she's watching her medical stuff, they have a farm and stuff, and she does the butchering, and I think it's cool because you need to be able to take care of yourself that way and not get grossed out by blood and guts and stuff. I watched a show just the other day, and they had 4 and 5-year-old kids doing butchering chickens with knives, doing the cutting and Gotten them and stuff. And I mean, it's a working farm with a family with young kids and kids up to like 12 or 13 years old. And well, they all started at that age and, started with chickens and then moved on to bigger stuff, did pigs and cattle. And I mean, it's the way it used to always be. And now people, if we were to lose our food supply and people had to hunt, 98% of the people don't know how to do any of it. So people would be starving to death pretty quickly. Oh, but funny that somebody who's a turkey or an outdoorsman is in here when we're talking about this.
Huh.
Yeah, I was raised on a ranch. My grandparents had a cattle ranch and chickens and pigs and big giant garden, and that's how I grew up. And funny because I didn't like steak until I was like 12 or 13 years old. And we had all this great, fine, great beef that the rest of the family was all eating, and I'd only eat hamburgers and hot dogs and that kind of stuff. And missed out on all that good steaks for so many years, but not these days. Nothing I love more than a good ribeye.
Right. A good prime rib.
I can't do like the fillets. Well, I can eat them, but I don't prefer them. I'm like my grandmother. My grandma always said that you need to be able to chew the meat. If it melts in your mouth, it's not eating beef. And I feel the same way. If the steaks are too tender, texture's wrong for me. I like to chew my meat.
I can understand that.
And it's crazy because families lived off of squirrels and rabbits and, possums and raccoons and all that stuff. And most people wouldn't even think about any of those things.
That's very true. Yeah, but people I know people won't eat carp.
Yeah, I was hunting at a pretty young age, but my dad's family, oh my gosh, they were like 10 years old shooting deer and, cleaning them. They had to because the parents weren't taking care of them and life was tough for them. And luckily they had older brothers that could carry the guns. One of them became a very big time hunter and fisherman, held a lot of world records. And pretty neat. Started out at like 10 years old hunting deer and ended up loving it. Became a commercial fisherman for years. I got to go on some of those runs out towards Hawaii and down to Mexico. That was a lot of fun. Catching mahi and the shark. Oh, I lived on shark tacos when I was on that boat.
Catching shark is scary as hell.
What is?
Catching shark?
Oh, I loved it. Commercial fishing boats are a lot different because you can use the metal lines and throw them on the wheel and it just reels them right up.
Oh yeah, that'd be way different.
Yeah, and they have cutting sloughs where you just slide the shark down the trough and you make your cuts, and there's a high power sprayer to spray stuff out. And You scoop it out, push it off the boat, and keep going. And shark tacos, it's one of my favorites is shark tacos. But I love flounder and the perch.
Dorado and
I like
halibut.
most fish.
Dorado and halibut was what we were fishing for last time.
Yeah, there's a lot of good
Delphine.
So we used to even do the brook trout and stuff, cooking it with potatoes first thing in the morning. Oh my gosh, I miss some of that. So and I was lucky because one of my best friends through junior high and high school, we used to go to his house for lunch all the time, and his grandfather owned a island just off of Alaska, and they got bear and moose and elk and everything all the time. Family was always bringing them big pieces of meat, and the grandfather who took care of him had this huge herb garden and cooked everything with fresh herbs. Oh my gosh, I got so spoiled there. I gained so many pounds in those years. Tried everything. So, and he mixed the meats for sausages and stuff. And then I was part of a four-wheel drive club, and that was made up of hunters that went to Colorado and Utah areas and, did all the hunting, and they trade their meats that they got for there was a butcher shop that would just let you trade weights of meat for other types of meats, and they just get a little bit of everything. And we do these four-wheel drive runs and do big I forget what that's called, like a pot, like where everybody brings a meal, and have 20 families there. Oh my gosh. One of the guys owned a restaurant. He'd bring abalone and let the kids pound it out, and we'd have an abalone dinner. Oh my gosh. Fresh abalone cooked right is amazing. So, yeah, my favorite, Melissa, is sage. I love sage. Chicken, Miss fried chicken, and chicken fried chicken, and sage is the perfect seasoning. You don't need anything else but seasoned salt.
Garlic is that and turmeric.
And I've got cookbooks from the 1800s, like 1880s and up, and right to like 1930. Unfortunately, a lot of them you got to really change because they let most things cook like half the day or more. But some of the ingredients was really fun to put together because some of them, like turmeric, and there's a few seasonings that are a little odd, but with the right kind of things, especially certain desserts, are just amazing.
Yeah.
And they don't make the foods like they used to. They used to mix a lot of things that they don't mix anymore.
I know dealing with powdered and ground turmeric makes you look like a jaundice patient.
Yeah.
It turns your skin orange, and it soaks on that orange. No matter how often you wash it off, you just seep out the orange yellow color for like weeks.
Now, I do need a lot of pepper. My grandmother, oh my gosh, she'd blacken her eggs. And we ate Cajun style food all the time with black meats and stuff. But the fresh peppers and stuff, I love a lot of peppers on my dish. The sage, I'm sorry, Al, but no, my fried chicken was green. We put tons of sage in it. It was fantastic. my grandkids, they just love it when I do my chicken fried steaks because they call it old fashioned fried chicken. And I actually do a potato dish with it that is like scalloped potatoes, but instead of the milk and flour, I use ranch dressing mix and ranch dressing and stack the potatoes just like the scalloped potatoes and top it off with the liquid dressing, ranch dressing. Oh my gosh, ranch scalloped potatoes are amazing. My grandkids can't get enough of it. So one thing, when all of them come, I have to make double dishes because they just plow through it. Can't do cholesterol. Yeah, Trapper, I've almost every way you could do just about all game I've had because of like one grandfather. The families that would bring the meats lived in other places across the state, so they were always bringing meat from all over the place. But tons of it came from Alaska, Alaskan island. It was really cool. Yeah. I haven't had stuffing with oysters. They probably like it. Melissa says, yellow mix up the onion. Onion so important.
Not the biggest blessing fan either.
Now, that's the one thing my family always have done, heavy garlic, heavy onions, heavy pepper. So my mother's father, oh my gosh, he would salt things so much that salt would actually roll off it every time he took a bite.
Ugh.
Yeah. Now he died young. But he was a true rancher too. And actually wired a lot of the electric trains in San Francisco. Yeah, garlic, I can do massive amounts of garlic. So it's funny, I've been missing my grandson makes, my little 4-year-old grandson makes the best pepperoni pizza. And we use the Bobbly pizza bread shell and the little mix that they have available, and some fresh pepperonis and fresh cheese. And he just loves piling it all up. And he's really funny because none of the pepperonis touch. None of them are double stacked. He spreads them out perfectly even and completely covers the pizza just like I like. And I've been missing it. And the other day I ordered Paul Newman's thin crust pepperoni. Oh my gosh. Only frozen pizza that I like. It's amazing. Yeah, he was way into the salt. There was a couple of things that he overdid in, but he never drank. And Chesterfield cigarettes. Oh my gosh, the man just chain smoked. It was horrible. But that's 50s and 60s, a whole different time. Every TV show you watched, like the Dean Martin show and some of those, that's all they did was smoke and drink alcohol, hard alcohol. You'd see them taking a drink and puffing smoke, and then they'd say their line. It was ridiculous. TV was so funny that, well, it was actually horrible because, now they actually give ratings for smoking being shown. And back in the day, I mean, it was the in thing. If you didn't smoke, you weren't in. Yeah, he's good at the pizzas. And it's funny because he'll make me a medium and he'll make himself a small one. And that boy eats like 70% of that little pizza. But he's a moose. He's a big 4-year-old. He's been holding baseball with one hand since he was 2. So, I mean, he's got extra wide feet and hands. He's going to be a natural baseball player. And the scary thing is his little brother is going to be even bigger. So they did these little hand things in a card for me the other day, and the baby just, he'll turn two in a few months. But his brother's 4, and he's a big boy, the 4-year-old. But whoa, this 2-year-old catching up quick. The hands were almost the same size. Oh no, I like that pizza too, Melissa. Bacon, black olives, and mushrooms. Yeah, I can do that. Canadian bacon, regular bacon. I have a problem with bacon. It can go on just about everything for me. Yeah, my grandfather smoked the Chesterfields, and oh my gosh, he would smoke them down to where they were just ash. I mean, he would actually smoke the entire thing. His fingers were red as rocks. I mean, he was a rancher, so his hands were extremely calloused. And I saw him do things that were just amazing for, not getting cut up by glass or knives and stuff. Yeah, it may not belong on pizza, but I do like pineapple on pizzas from time. It's not my favorite pizza, but I'll eat it. My grandkids ordered that one, so we're normally stuck with one pizza that is. Yeah, unfiltered Chesterfields for my grandpa. Yeah, and I also saw my grandfather roll cigarettes with one hand.
Oh, is he going to roll when you drive?
Yeah, pretty funny. And to see this man ride a horse was pretty cool. He was a natural horseman. Oh, they're giving you a hard time about the
Sorry. I'll just want to move the tray further from the phone.
I felt so bad when I tapped my camera on a few of you.
I forget that I was in a porcelain tray. Yeah, little porcelain tray resonates with some sound. My apologies.
Yeah, no big.
Normally, my little plastic containers do not do much.
I thought you were smoking something, so I just wasn't going to say anything.
Nope. I'm digging through my little porcelain tray for old stuff that I put away long ago.
Now, that is one thing that helped me when I was in heavy chronic pain was edibles. Smoking, it didn't help me at all, but edibles, the right ones did.
Edibles, they affect me like the next day. So if I eat them before bed and then wake up the next day, I'll feel them.
Yeah, I was doing pretty big doses. because I had super high tolerances back then.
I miss Chiba Chews. It was like the one edible that I truly just it hit me perfect.
Yeah, frustrating when you find that one and then you don't have access to it anymore.
Yeah, they remade they took them back to the woodwork and remade the whole process, and now they're not the same, and they just don't hit me right.
Yeah, I was a bit of a wild kid in school, but cigarettes was something I never got into. Well, I take that back. Think I smoked for 1 month and got so sick one day that I could never smoke ever again.
I got unfortunately I got put on probation when I was really young, and they were like, "Oh, you can quit smoking or you can go to juvie." And I was like, "Cool, I'll quit smoking." But I immediately switched over to cigarettes, like I think that week, and I regret it to this day. But I passed all my UAs and got off probation.
Yeah, I did start drinking young.
See, that I didn't do. I didn't really like even get drunk until I was probably 22.
See, both my parents were major alcoholics.
Like I drank growing up, but I never got like wasted. But I watched my friend die in my living room when I was a little kid, and I restarted his heart due to alcohol. So I think that like scarred my ass.
Yeah, that'll change your ways.
Nah,
Mine was the opposite.
yeah, I ended up being Big Brother. Like I make sure everybody's good. Nobody's gonna do no dumb nonsense, tomfoolery.
Yeah, for my family, as soon as it hit noon, it was drinking time, and earlier on the weekends.
See, my grandma's been in AA for 20 years, and I don't think I've seen my grandpa drink anything but red wine ever my entire life.
Huh.
And they're still married, live together.
Cool.
It's the weirdest scenario in the world. Boone's Farm, Mad Dog 2020.
Funny.
Old English movies. Ugh.
Well, we had a auditorium that a lot of the bands would go to in between San Francisco and Sacramento. And I had friends, family that worked the place, and I was always over there. And there was a lot of stuff going on over there beyond drinking and smoking. So I got to see that pretty early, and dealt with it at home too. So kind of tough to get around that one when you're that young and it's all around you. And when you see parents do stuff like that, that makes it really hard because it's like, well, then it can't be bad. Because why would your parents do it?
Yeah, my buddy had a pot plant in his house when we were in like elementary school. And I swear it was year round, or his dad grew a new one every year. But I had no idea what it was. I thought his house just smelled unique.
Yeah, that was always around too, but
Yeah, my one buddy who ended up with an alcohol problem, his parents were definitely.
Mad Dog 2020, huh?
Boone's Farm, Mad Dog.
Drinking Everclear.
That was what took my buddy down, so I avoided that one. Unless we were making jungle juice.
Yeah, I remember some horrible times with it. Everclear, oh,
That's kicking the dick.
yeah. Starts fires really well.
I think you can run your car for a short amount of time.
Oh, I like Jack Daniels too.
I'm a Maker's Mark drinker myself.
Oh, and I remember going Everclear with pink lemonade and stuff like that. Ugh. I still remember some of that. Ugh.
So I think we drank too much Jack as kids, and I could never do the charcoal anymore.
Yeah, I actually liked Jack. Jack was pretty good. And then my family bought high-end alcohol, so there was a lot of top shelf stuff around. So I was always drinking the better stuff. So one of the things that I started with, I think I was 11 or 12 when I drank the first time and got just absolutely blitzed. A family member owned a bar and it had closed down, and they had taken all the beer to my grandfather's barn. And us kids stumbled across it. Well, all my cousins are older than me, and so they'd been drinking for a while. And the beer was warm, and I remember drinking more than 6 or 7 of them pretty easy, very fast. And got caught up by the corral where we kept our bull, and I couldn't get past the bull. And yeah, it's a pretty scary thing. I had some really bad stuff happen, and then my grandmother caught me because I was obviously drunk, and went down to the barn and saw that the kids had gotten into the beer, and oh yeah, I got tan good for that. Oof. Didn't sit for a long time. I remember we used to do a lot of the wine coolers in the big 5-gallon drum or the buckets with the fresh fruits. And
Yeah, we would hollow out of watermelon.
I remember putting watermelon in it, but not hollowing it out. I have seen that done though. So, and where I grew up, there was so much wine stuff available.
Ha, Zima. My buddy's daddy used to drink Zima religiously.
Oh, I remember Zima. I didn't care for it though. I drank it a few times because there was nothing else, but I didn't like it. So funny. And we went through so many of the different beer. It's funny because beer tabs was a real big thing when we were kids because we'd, make necklaces and ropes and stuff with them. And when I was in elementary school, we actually used them to see who could build the longest chain with them. And each class would, have a project of cleaning up the grounds by picking up the tabs, all the soda and beer tabs. And then you had the little holes that you punched in the beer. And I remember almost drinking a couple of those. And Now we have the much safer style of opening the cans. But we went through a couple different funny ones. The punch hole one was the worst. Hey, I'm with you, Al. That was my drink of choice, was vodka, orange juices, or Harvey, was it Harvey Wallbangers? Made me a nasty person by many years of drinking. And I believe the last thing that I ever really heavily drank was that. Because once I got on all my medications, my drinking stopped. Yeah,
Last thing I drank when I was drinking too much and knew I had to stop was Jim Beam.
well, the Harvey Wallbangers was made with that Galliano liqueur. The soldier on that really tall, skinny bottle. Anybody remember that?
Mm-mm.
I had so many of those bottles. That was actually a pretty tasty drink. I actually had a margarita, a heavy margarita the other night. Almost started to stream, and I thought, I'm better off not talking to people when I drink. Too many things come out. Yeah, midnight, I did that one. So always ended the night with the issue. And it's so funny because I talked to my mom the other day, well, yesterday, because of Mother's Day, and was reminiscing about one of the places we used to live. We lived across the street from a major cocaine dealer. He was a very famous motorcycle builder, and the guy did just beautiful choppers with all hand made coffin tanks, and just, I mean, he did everything by hand. The guy was just amazing, and ended up in many magazines for his bikes and won all kinds of shows. But then there was another guy that was a couple houses down from him that had BSAs and Triumphs. And I came so close to having a real special, gosh, I think it was a 400R Triumph. It was one of the first dirt bikes, man, better class dirt bikes. And oh man, that guy that had that, he had probably 100 motorcycles in his backyard. Now half of them ran, the other half were for parts, and now all those bikes sell for so much money.
Are you talking about Jesse James?
What's that?
You're talking about Jesse James?
No. This was a guy that lived in just outside of Napa, the city of Napa, and he became really famous. This was the first of the 70s. So pretty crazy stuff. He did just gorgeous bikes, and it was really neat because I ended up, a bunch of my buddies raced Volkswagens and had these real custom Volkswagens and Carmen Gias. And we went to a car show, and it ended up raining, and we had traveled it was just outside of San Francisco. And because it was raining, and they ruined the show. And as we were on our way home, there was a motorcycle show at the either the Cow Palace or one of the Coliseums nearby. And so we went to that show and we were having a real good time and came around the corner and here's that guy with a booth full of his bikes and he had won one of the awards, I think, the choice, where everybody picks their favorite. And he won a couple other things and came around the corner and saw him. And he knew me by name because, I mean, I grew up right across the street from him. Even though I was much younger, I was always on the street walking around and messing around and always watching him build his bikes. Says, "Hey, how you doing?" Calls me by name, and my friends are like, "You know this guy? Do you realize how famous he is?" It's like, yeah. It was pretty cool. A lot of fun. Good old days, kinda. But those were some tough times too. There's a reason why they say sex and drugs and rock and roll.
Boy.
So, and I was always at concerts, so I was always around a lot of that stuff. Well, I remember dealing with the pre-bouncers. The town I grew up in, I had a lot of cousins, so, and a lot of my dad's brothers were well known for being major troublemakers and jailbirds and stuff. So most of them left us alone. I know when I started junior high, the first thing that happened, the very first day, the dean of boys called me into his office and bawled me out like I had just broke all the rules and told me he wasn't going to put up with any crap and had dealt enough with my dad and his brothers. It's like, oops. Hey, Rhonda. Yeah, they didn't have metal detectors when I was doing all that stuff. Or at least I don't remember them. I wonder when metal detectors started.
Sorry, I'm trying to verify DDO.
You what?
Sorry, I'm trying to verify a proof DDO on a 1961.
Cool.
Some cool toning to her for sure.
Wish your scope was working.
Me too. I gotta figure out where my state taxes are, because that's more than enough to get my laptop. One I'm looking at is like $85. refurbished. Which is more than acceptable. And I can just use that thing. What are you looking at now, Rich?
I stopped looking.
What was the last roll you went through?
69 S.
Nice. I'm still talking to you, so I don't think you won the lottery.
No, you would know. I'd be showing pictures. So I did come across some really nice high grades, though. Oh, and my one of my coin dealers got a hold of me the other day and said that he has a bunch of penny rolls for me again. So some more circulated, all Wheaties. So that's cool. I tell him I like to pick it up like, 30 plus pounds or more at a time. Oh, and I'm almost at 2,500 subscribers. I've gotten like
Oh, snap.
600 or 700 subscribers in the last 6 months, and I haven't done a video or nothing. I think I have 1 or 2 streams in there. So pretty cool to keep getting subscribers. So I have to figure out what I'm going to give away for 2,500 people. Well, for getting 2,500 people. Make sure I say it right. I'm giving out 2,500 coins. No.
Huh. You're one of few who could.
I think I'd gain quite a few subscribers if I tried it. I'll pass. Too much work. But I think I'm going to give out something really special. I have a bunch of coins I need to send in for grading, so I'll have something real nice. So I might even send in some Full Belline Franklin, see what I end up with there.
Yeah, I'm hoping to do a tag-along submission here soon.
It's pretty obvious everybody's still sending people my way. I appreciate it a lot.
Oh, yeah, of course. I guarantee you get shout out frequently.
So I had a unfortunate comment in one of my last streams, and the guy said, wow, you can really tell this guy really takes care of his subscribers and appreciates them. He answers all his comments. Poor guy didn't get to see that comment for like 30 days. Like, oh man, the one comment I needed to catch right away. But he said everything was cool. I did give him a nice reply. But I don't get my eBay doesn't let me know about my comments anymore on my very latest videos, but all the others I hardly get anything. Very frustrating.
And by eBay you mean YouTube?
Yes, sorry. I might be getting a little tired.
Oh, you're good. I was just making sure because I thought you quit YouTube, eBay a long time ago.
Yeah, I stopped doing eBay because they ripped me off and I jumped to PayPal.
Oh, shenanigans.
So which is really funny because they're trying to start. They keep sending me things to start an account, and they have my information, my name, and stuff. And I left them with a pretty huge bill, more than a few thousand. Yeah, no hurry, Melissa. Whenever it's convenient. Yeah, as much as I was enjoying selling on eBay, I'm actually glad that it happened the way it did, because I was I was just doing too much moving around. Having to go to the post office that often was really doing me in. But I saved tons of money because that's when Amazon Prime first started. I actually bought a lifetime membership with Amazon Prime, and I am now paying yearly for it because they said I've used my lifetime already, which is pretty frustrating. That a lifetime isn't a lifetime. But we had a special thing for postage and worked with USPS. So I got like a 25% discount on all my postage. Saved me bucks. So because most of my packages were pretty heavy because they were 30, 40, and $50 lots of silver.
I didn't know this was sent to me by Sent Order. To go through and find varieties on and then get rid of. I've never flipped early 60s.
Looks like you have.
I've busted one out of a cellophane, yes, and put it into a hardback. No, but he sent me a couple pages to go through for this exact reason. So if anybody's needing any, let me know. Because there's a lot. The Sent Order is like a young rich guy.
I don't think I've seen too many of his videos. I remember after talking to you once, I had went and checked it out, but I don't remember if he showed his whole collection or just had, a bunch of videos.
You'd be better off looking at any of Midnight's mail calls.
Okay.
Because Sent Order doesn't do very many videos, but I'd say the last few from Midnight have all been Sent Order trades.
Oh, Midnight says he doesn't do videos at all. That must be why I haven't seen anything.
It's true. When he warms up to you, though, he sure is a swell, funny fella. I'm surprised he didn't hop on stream tonight.
Yeah, I was hoping he was gonna.
Oh, I bet it won't take long.
Well, he said his wife would. He was in bed and his wife would get upset, so.
Oh, okay.
I teased him about it a little bit and said, "Your wife tells you what to do?"
Yeah.
Laughed. It's like, yeah, I remember those days. I was married for almost 20 years. He was chatting quite a bit in the chat, so that was cool. And he was looking for $3,500 early Lincolns.
Yep. Which, but yeah, if he actually made the sale the other night to the baller, who I don't even know the name of, it was a pretty hefty sale. So he's definitely looking for that stuff now.
Cool.
He's got a beautiful Dansko. Beautiful.
Now, isn't he the one that doesn't do silver? He does.
Nope. Yeah. He no silver.
Yeah, and see, that's a scary thing right now. You know, when South America had their issues and their currency ended up failing, I believe it was a silver dime a week was feeding a family of four.
Yeah.
Something like that. Maybe it was 2 silver dimes. But yeah, that's a big deal. Gotta, especially if he has that kind of money to spend, because it doesn't take too many silver dimes to have a year's worth of food.
That's true.
Couple hundred. And he's obviously married. Does he have kids?
I don't know if he has any little monsters. I know he's debating on taking the plunge into numismatics being the like basis of his career, which is cool.
Well, I just found out I have another black eagle coming, Melissa. So I'll show it to you guys when I get it. I should have it in probably a week or so. And again, another person that's just giving it to me.
That's cool.
Yeah. Of course, they'll get fair trade with me, but
Good night, Midnight.
hey, Midnight, take it easy.
Hola.
Hey, Al.
How do I look?
Beautiful as ever, Al.
Oh,
You
good.
look fine.
Grizzly Adams.
Hey, that Nike's sure standing out. You're rocking it.
I had to comb my hair for you.
We appreciate it.
Yeah. So what's up?
Not a whole bunch. Nice to see you, buddy.
Maybe not.
Nope.
Yeah,
Nice to see you.
the best thing I can do for you is that.
Oh, nice. Funny. I looked up the world's most expensive toilet the other day, and it's ridiculous. I mean, it's over $100,000, all solid gold and jewels, and they had a nice roll of toilet paper just like that next to it.
Yeah, they did. They did that one in about the 70s. Which one with the gold price was really cheap?
Pretty crazy.
But yeah.
Yeah, if I could afford it.
Hey, Michael Kittle. Midnight Silver. It's the same freaking penny.
No, it's actually not. That one is in a different kind of flippy thing. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I pay attention.
Did Michael come back? I didn't see him.
I think this one would be of a higher grade, to be honest.
He came in, but I think he disappeared.
Huh.
Because I don't even see him on the.
Yeah, I knew he was busy.
Yeah. Where's Beer Paws? I have no idea. Oh, you found my nickel. You know, we divorced because of that. We divorced because of that nickel, Rhonda. All because of that nickel. Yeah, Stern. Alan Stern. That's all right.
I tell you, it was really something not being able to touch my coins for 60 days.
Oh, I can only imagine.
It was really frustrating.
What's that?
You know, I got exposed to the virus a couple times, and
Oh, you got exposed?
yeah, my son-in-law works in a state hospital place, and
Oh,
he got exposed over and over. And I take care of their kids, so he was coming over here and picking them up.
that's all.
You know, we were trading all kinds of stuff back and
Did
forth.
you just have a mild case?
Well, no, one of the people there had it bad, but did survive it. Then he got exposed again, so not quite as bad, but still, it's like with it having such a long period of being,
Sick.
possibly having it, it makes it really hard. So 4 weeks, that's a long time to have to wait to see if you've gotten sick.
Hey, David, drink beer. Coffee doesn't work. Beer makes you keep drinking more.
Yeah, coffee makes me sleepy. Always has.
Yeah, I've been sleeping a lot too. My arthritis kicked in. I had my kneecaps and my ankles. I couldn't walk for like 7 days. Well, I should say I couldn't walk very well because I was hurting, trying to get to the chair. And I only got to go 10 feet away. I got my couch.
And I've got rheumatoid really bad in my hands and toes, so I have a spray that helps me tremendously. I'll send you a bottle.
Yeah.
It's over the counter.
I finally got some pain pills from the doctor. He doesn't usually. It's like 14 of them.
Uh-huh.
And I only take them as I need them, but the pain finally went away. But my wrist still hurts.
Well, that's the nice thing about this spray, because bone and muscle pain, it really helps a lot.
Yeah.
Pain, it really helps me. So I've got a couple extra bottles. I'll send you one. See if it helps you. Because it's something that sells over the counter for just like $8.
I'm sorry you got cold, but hopefully you got the antibodies to keep it away.
Yeah, I figured I was pretty lucky because I know my system's pretty depleted. So I was really worried I was going to end up with it. So, and unfortunately, my son-in-law panicked, and I haven't seen my grandkids forever. But
Yeah.
I understand.
Well, you know, there's children getting infected too now.
I heard children are right now getting infected.
We had 2 more die. Total of 74, 75 cases. So we're up to, I think, five total that died so far. And it's a different disease. It's COVID related.
Did you hear they have found an antibiotic that's working? 2 different antibiotics.
Are you talking about the what is it? Reservoir?
I don't remember the name of them, but it was a French doctor that figured it out.
Yeah, they're working on it now, but even coming up with the actual insulin is going to be. Well, it's actually not insulin. Yeah. It's I can't think of it. I've been watching it quite often. I just can't remember.
Yeah, I remember I could say one of them, but the other one was too big a word.
They're still talking 12 months to a year and a half to come up with a vaccine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Oxyphosphorus. I didn't hear that one yet.
If you're guys are interested, I'll well, in fact, I've got my phone. Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, because I haven't heard of oxyphosphorus yet.
Because I have a cousin that's a nurse that sent me the link.
But yeah, it's best to stay away from the grandbabies.
Yeah.
Or
I've
any.
got to see them. They've come over a couple times, and I've waved from the window.
You know,
Tough.
and they plan on starting school up in the September.
I think my grandkids are going to get homeschooled for a while. Because my daughter, she's just really freaked out.
I was hoping to get it, but I didn't get it.
Oh, Al.
I'm serious. My sister's working at a YMCA doing daycare. My brother's working, and they've had cases. They've had cases in the work area. And there's like only 2 people I see all the time. It's like I'll eventually get it, won't I? But no. Of course, I heard it's really bad. It's bad for sickness if you get it real bad. And being that I'm a prime candidate for it, I'd probably end up on a respirator.
Shit, I don't even want to take the test for it, let alone have it.
The test I would like to know if I was, but I haven't been out of my room since they released me from the hospital a month and a half ago, or when they shut down New York. They kicked me out of my house, kicked me out of the hospital. They said reschedule your. We'll see you outside and reschedule your appointment. They were going to do the surgeries right there in the hospital. But when New York shut down, it was they had to stop doing surgeries. So they released me till because it's not life and death, I'm not going to die from what I have, but I'm in pain all the time. But yeah, it's a bunch of crap.
Where are you at on your pain? 1 to 10.
Yeah, schools are shut down for the school year, but they're talking about opening them up sometime soon, for September. Our kids go back to school in September.
Yeah, I'll probably end up with my grandkids full time at that point.
Yeah, and the ones that are on market don't even bother getting them. They're false. Yep, false positive.
See, and that's what I was concerned about is
You get test today and not have it, and then tomorrow you test again and you do have it. It's not accurate.
so a lot of people were worried that they were spreading it.
There's a shitload of stuff on the market right now.
I'm still looking for my phone, guys. Got a big old giant phone, and I always lose it. And it's here on my bed somewhere. And I'm not sitting on it this time. Oh, I mentioned this in a stream the other day. I use a really big glass. It's a mug for my drinks because, well, I try not to go downstairs more than I have to. And so I filled this thing up with ice and I can bring a couple drinks up here and, it lasts me for quite a while. And I was on my computer and I moved just right and I heard something fall off my lap. And it's like, what was that? And so I looked and I didn't see nothing. And I looked at my drink. I was having tea at the time and it's like, hey, that looks fuller than it was a few minutes ago.
Haha.
My mouth fell right in my drink, completely submerged it.
Yep.
Like, what's the chances of that? My gosh, that had to land so perfectly because it was all I could do to get. Well, I had to dump the whole drink out to get it because it just barely fit in there. It's like it had to be just perfect to fall off my lap just right to land in it. What's the chances of that? Now, why can't I have that luck with other things?
Right?
Good things.
Laughing out loud, Hoobie. Who wants tacos? Tacos, food, tacos.
Love tacos.
I'm open for business.
Nice.
Trying to get the economy going. Got my Taco Bell truck.
I'll take some the Dorito tacos, please.
Oh yeah,
4 of them.
yeah, mega.
I love those stupid tacos.
I think it's called Super Supreme or something like that.
I don't like the one that has all the junk on it. I just like the ones with the Dorito nacho cheese shell and regular taco.
Yeah, I like it with jalapenos.
Yeah, me too. I love jalapenos. I gotta be careful though, because I get carried away with the jalapenos.
Yeah, it kind of gives you a little indigestion.
Yeah, it's worth it though, isn't it?
Jennifer Lopez.
Taco.
Godivo Taco Bell. There you go. Look at that for a while. I'm the only one. Tigger. Tigw. Not even interested in looking at it? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I have to zoom in to do so. I was looking for a video.
I'm sorry, Rhonda. Maybe he's not into toys yet. I don't know. I mean, I know the story that I came up with why we got into coin collecting. and coin rotting and all that. But what happened before I was 10 years old? I don't remember. Somewhere down the road, I ended up being a collector of coins. And of course, Stern is just starting out. He can't control himself, Rich.
A year and a half.
Well, I bet I watched about 2 months ago with my buddy, and we all cracking up so hard. So Chimp is not even interested to look at it. Interesting. Hey Rhonda, you still want me to make you? You want me to make some stickers? I have a beautiful printer now with ink. I can make them. Thanks to Sandy.
Man, it's so frustrating to not be able to find my phone. I'm still looking for that stupid thing. And I shut the volume all down because I was streaming. So I can't call it or nothing and find it.
Yeah, I hate that.
And I'm on my bed, so it's like
They
within 3 feet of me. Guaranteed.
have found out that the coronavirus not only does the respiratory system, it has to do with kidney damage, blood clots, COVID toes, etc. There's so many different things that the COVID is. I guess it might depend upon the person. You might have a respiratory problem, or you might have other blood clot problems.
My grandmother sure dealt with the extreme varicose vein issues and mega diabetes. Hey, I found my phone.
See, I don't see the economy opening up or getting better because, the airplanes, we're talking about travel. We're still going to be shut down for travel between countries. So that's a lot of business right there. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, but just the national stuff can start up.
But even with the small businesses shut down, and they're not allowed to open up, certain ones.
Yeah, right.
I don't see our economy coming back till we get a little bit more normalcy.
And I really feel it's crap because, the grocery stores are still semi-packed. At least they are here. And, about 70% are wearing masks. And even some of the store people aren't wearing masks. I found the produce guy with his nose uncovered, but it covering his mouth while he was going through the produce. It's like, there's so many idiots out there that just don't have common sense. We're doomed with these idiots. Makes it really tough.
Hi, Chippendale. How you doing, guys? Give me a grandmother bunch of crap. That beer was good. Yeah, Ryder and Dale's not a good word. Chip and Dale, two chipmunks. Not yet. They will. They're up awfully early. If I was a kid, I'd be sleeping in. It's not like you can go outside and play anymore.
Got information very important. It's the antibiotics that cure COVID-19 from the French study. My last post was backwards. I figured out how to make this so you can see them. So let's get right to the point. The French study that President Trump talked about today, and they started using in New York, these two antibiotics have eliminated COVID-19 from the bloodstream in a small number of patients in the study. But every patient that used them had a complete elimination of coronavirus. So these are the two antibiotics. This information might save a life. So my last post, it was backwards with the Facebook camera. The first one is hydroxychloroquine sulfate, 200 milligrams 3 times a day for up to 10 days. The second one is a Z-Pak or a zithromycin.
Wow.
500 milligrams the first day,
It's hard.
150 milligrams for the next 4 days.
Stop right there.
I think I have it correct now in the sense that it's not backwards.
Stop it right there. It doesn't work.
Not backwards. Take a picture.
Hydrochloroxin and Z-Pak does not work. It's only for a few patients it might work for. And it doesn't get it out of the bloodstream. Sorry, Rich.
Oh, no problem. That's why I put it up.
Yeah, that was like 2 months ago, and when President Trump was pushing it. And the problem with the Z-Pak and that together, if you got heart conditions, et cetera, it can actually kill the patient. Okay. But yeah, it's for malaria. They never used the stuff. It was created for malaria. And yeah, for the people that are been injected with this stuff, even in the past, in Africa, they still get malaria.
Strange.
If you look at the numbers of the COVID virus, Africa has a lot of COVID virus. And the thing is, they don't have hospital beds or so-called respirators to, save them. So, yeah, hydroxychloroquine, that's like 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Or even 6 weeks ago. I don't know. We're on 60 some odd days now. We've been on shutdown since March.
Yeah, I was just passing it on because, it's something that got sent to me and you never know.
Yeah, Hoover, I know that a few patients, but it killed all the other ones. And good morning, Majestic. Finally showed up, huh? Yeah, there is a vaccine coming out of Great Britain. Well, it's not a vaccine. Is it a vaccine? Yeah, it's a vaccine they're trying, but they haven't got any approvals yet. They got to do all the studies and tests. The other one they got is helps revive the patient earlier. The ones that don't have serious problems. And they got to do it for like 10 days. And all it is a therapy, and makes them healthy in less time, which is like 14 days. It only takes 11 days. Okay, for them to be kicked out of the hospital. So we still haven't got anything close to, coming up with a cure. I know this because I watch all 3 channels of, 3 plus 2, total of 5 channels of on the COVID virus every day. I'm not just watching YouTube. And, you got to take the fake news out of it. But, yeah. Oh, you've been here since 2:30? Well, yeah, that's right. You did say hi to me earlier.
So how many people have died from it out in the U.S.?
What's that?
How many people have died from it in the U.S.?
I have to go back and look.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you had it on.
I used to have it up here. I took it down.
I was just curious because the number was so big at the very beginning, and then it dropped dramatically. It's like, I hate that we don't get solid information.
Well, I'll give you the information here in a second.
Don't go to any extra effort. Only
No.
if it's right there at hand.
No, I'm not gonna. Yeah, no extra effort. You guys should watch this. You guys will love this one. Let me. It's 27 minutes long, so don't watch it now, but watch it later. All right.
Okay.
I'll put it in the chat and see if it comes up. Majestic, did that come up?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it'll show up on StreamYard no matter what, but it might not show up on YouTube.
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
The latest info from
You'll
sources.
love the special report. It's pretty cool.
All right.
Actually, the best thing to do is click their bell, and subscribe to them. Click the bell because every day they do something about China. They'll talk about the pandemic and U.S. and all that crap. The other one I need to find. Yeah, who cares about President Pence? Pence? Vice President Pence? That might help anyways. What is it? Where is it? Oh, I think that was MSNBC. Yeah, a lot of MSN, NBC, and NBC, and ABC, and CBS. They're talking crap.
Like always.
Yeah, and then you got CNN and other places.
Now, I watched a thing. I do a lot of the First Amendment stuff. And one of our guys is saying that if you report CNN every time they give fake news to the FCC, that they will fine them big time.
Nice.
So, that might be something for everybody to look into because, boy, it sure would be nice to get them to start telling the truth or stop being there at all.
Yeah, they don't tell the truth. They take everything in context and then they twist it.
Yeah, I'll have to copy his link so people can get his video. It's really interesting. He had
which rule it's breaking and violating. It specifically says that invalid news or news that misleads you is against the law.
Yep.
And the channel is completely responsible for it and can be automatically fined by the FCC. So I think there's a lot of news channels that need some help on that one.
I agree.
And you got to remember YouTube and Facebook. Chinese got their grips in it. That's why they're doing a lot of crap, you know. See if I got.
Consider like 80% of our tech comes from China and Japan. You know, we're kind of screwed. They can be doing so much without us knowing. And
Yeah, there's 1,300. There's 1,369 cases. Total deaths is 78,771.
and that's all of U.S.
That's U.S. 1,396. 1,696 people.
Such a small number compared to so many other things.
I mean, the thing is New York and New Jersey are going down in rate of deaths and new people going in the hospital. And I mean, all these states that are starting back up, it's just getting, they're not even to the peak yet. And they're just going up and up and up. But, you know, we're stuck here. That was one site. I didn't like that site anyways.
Now, do you have any information on the success of masks?
That's why I'm looking at the map for right now.
Because I was curious just how effective wearing a mask is.
I think that was what CDC posted. It's no good. It's way up. We're talking 2,419 people now infected. All right, let me. All right, US. Oh no, USA is 1368. Total new cases at 383 cases. 80,000 deaths. They've done says total tests. It says 9,404 tests. That doesn't make sense because I could have swore we were higher than that.
Yeah, I thought it was much higher.
Well, like 1 million or something.
Yeah, because at the very beginning of this, they were saying 2.5 million people, and that was over a month ago.
Yeah, hold on. Let me. Like I said, they might be just old news. It said live updates.
Yeah, that's the scary thing is they control so much of this stuff. They can just tell us whatever they want.
Yeah. Well, the numbers don't really. Whatever. Damn it. Yeah, they can change. They can change it in a heartbeat. Anyways, I can't find the site that I had on before. But yeah, it keeps updating itself. You know.
Yeah.
I don't have it. I don't know where it's at. Epic News is good. 80,000 deaths. That's what I got on this last one. 80,000 deaths. Yep. Welcome back, Rhonda. Yeah, 282,000 worldwide. So we're at 13,000, I think. Anyways, yeah, I've been paying attention to it all. Just listen to the bullshit. I like Trump. I hate to say it, I do like Trump, but I sure in hell hate Biden. I don't much care for Biden as far as politics go.
And I get so frustrated with it all, I hardly follow any of it.
The thing with Trump is the math. He knows the math. Okay? You get these other people there, they don't know how to count.
Yeah.
And Democrats love giving money away to everybody. They don't care about the economy. Even though our economy is shot right now, it'll go up. It just won't go up as what Trump thinks. Because you're going to have a lot of people that are not going to go out to eat like it used to be. They're scared. Most people are scared. And of course, unemployment, free money, easy money.
I know quite a few of the restaurants around here are doing takeout. The high-end restaurants.
Takeout's not bad, but like I said, going back and just sitting in the restaurants or going to places that people are sweating to death, not a good place to be.
Yeah, and it scares me other people touching my food. It's too easy to contaminate things, and people don't realize that. Well, like the dummy at the grocery store wearing his mask only over his mouth. And he's going through, the vegetables, and it's like he's a produce guy, and he doesn't have enough common sense to realize germs come out of his nose too.
Coronavirus can be on a stainless steel metal for 4 days. I do have that somewhere.
Well, that's actually nice to know, because I was curious about the life, how long it lived. Stayed infectious.
4 days on stainless steel.
So that's much less than I thought it would be with the 4 week, I forget what they call that time for infection.
Copper's like 2 or 3 days. Copper's like 2 or 3 days. What's the other ones? Paper, plastic is not as long, but you got somebody that in the grocery store that's stocking a shelf that's got COVID virus, even if he doesn't know it. He's stocking the shelves, and you're going back and grabbing a box of cereal or something. Well, it can live on cardboard for up to 1 or 2 days. So, best thing to do is
That's not bad either.
what's that?
And that's better than I thought too.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of items that only for like it's good for it lives for like a couple hours and it's gone from it. Now, if you disinfect everything, it completely kills the virus. Oh yeah, let's put that up there.
Well, that's you know,
I like Trump's idea. There you go. You'll like this one. How about that one? For people that want to get rid of COVID virus. Lysol, you know, inhale.
always been a big one.
The inhaler, you know. $5 a hit. It'll get rid of COVID virus immediately. It might kill you, but at least it'll get rid of the virus.
Well, that's one thing my kids have quite a bit of is, you know, stuff to clean up after the kids. And my youngest actually runs a preschool. So she's got tons of the sprays and the wipes and stuff for cleaning the toys and all that stuff. So,
hey, Rhonda? Yes. Which would bring the death toll for COVID virus lower. But the person wouldn't get a free death certificate if it wasn't listed for COVID. They would have to pay for it for the burial. Now, on the other hand, it could be higher because not everybody's been tested. So, as far as, you know, actual people that have COVID, okay, it could be they're not tested. So, you don't know. The numbers could be. But yeah, it seems like they're including all deaths with COVID, and that's even though we're being transparent, well, the transparent isn't actually showing the correct numbers. So it just could be lower, or it could be higher. But
yeah, I'm just frustrated because I paid a lot of attention to the numbers in the beginning, and they don't even add up to what, you know, you're saying today.
And yeah, they weren't testing in the beginning because they didn't have tests. We told everybody to go prep themselves, and we made our own test kits. So. Yeah, we made our own test kits because we didn't want to do bothers. Now, if you get a Chinese test kit, it could be true or false. You may have it, you may not. You might be false positive or false negative. You know, blah blah. Because the testing that they gave around the world that people were ordering has issues on them because they're not the truth.
Well, what I'm worried about is how many times can we catch this?
Well, that's the thing. Just like let's say the swine flu or back in 1918, it went away after 2 years, but the only reason it went away was it was herd mentality. They did separate people or mitigation, but people still caught it and passed the germ along, and eventually the virus disappeared because it had nobody else to go to cause the inflection of COVID virus. Yeah, Florida is going to go up. Florida's going to go up. They're just going out there. They're not wearing their masks. They're not separating. Beaches are what, and you know, Florida's all beach. So yeah, Florida's bad, but they're still open for business. The herd mentality works. Like the reason why we do flu shots every year is to keep it from affecting other people, right? Not just you, it makes you sick, but it keeps you from transmitting it to other people. So people don't do their flu shots, so-called flu shots, because they change them every year because they have to keep up with the virus. All these years, and we haven't bothered creating a vaccine for it. You know, the common cold, nobody's done it.
Why would we? The medical industry is making a fortune off of it.
So we'll still probably have COVID for the next 2 years before it either dies off or we come up with a vaccine and we can control it. We're still going to have COVID virus.
Oh yeah, because it'll change.
It's already changed 3 times.
Yeah.
It gets worse and worse. Now it's attacking causing blood clots. It's causing problems with your kidneys and your biological system. It's not just lungs. It's not influenza. It does everything. And with the children, it's causing the Kawasaki disease, causing havoc.
What Kawasaki disease? What's that?
And yes, I'm pretty sure, not being conspiracy now, it might have not came from the Wuhan virus laboratory. But Majestic, yeah, it's a man-made virus. And they're saying it's not a man-made virus.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Well, they're saying it's not. Right out front. And you know how many times they've been wrong about this virus?
Well,
yeah, she's a bat freak. She loves bats.
let's think about it like this. If a certain country wanted this kind of thing to happen, and you created something that was capable, where would you want it to start? In the most populated country? Well, you know, that's almost what happened, right?
It is. They sent out 3 million freaking people with COVID viruses before the shutdown from China, from Wuhan. 3 million people. Whether they were Americans, whether they were Europeans, they went all over the place with this virus that probably wasn't, detected yet. And they kept saying that it was, non-infection, it's not an infection type deal. But yeah, Chi was, she's a bat freak. Rhonda, yes, population control. That's what China does. They probably did it for their own country to get rid of population. And I want to put it past them. I'm talking about the regime. Chinese, a lot of people still live in caves. They don't have a house. A lot of them live on the streets. They don't have a house. There's no money. China doesn't have a system that backs up their money. Okay, except for getting U.S. dollars. That's what keeps China going, is the U.S. dollars.
Well, don't worry about that. We can print as many as we need.
Well, we can print trillions of dollars and still come out ahead. But the reason the stock exchange is still up is because the unemployment is high. The stimulus ain't doing shit. Yeah, that's correct, Majestic. She's been playing with his virus, and that's an American-made laboratory. Did you know that? The Wuhan laboratory is a U.S. joint venture.
I'm not surprised. That's what I always figured.
Yeah, there's so many different things on the agenda of the regime of China. And just think, Chinese is pretty much controlling Canada. They're controlling South America countries. They're controlling into Africa, some African countries. And UK, yeah, they're involved. Germany's involved. Finland is involved. I could name a couple other ones that have businesses that are Chinese owned in their countries. Not to mention the U.S. And the Chinese owns a lot of companies in U.S. Oh, it was funded by the French. Okay. I could have swore it was something to do with America because, yeah, okay. I'll go with that. Level 4 facility, yeah. So, yeah, it could have came from the laboratory. Or it could have been accidentally released. Or it could have been a mistake because they got lousy freaking security measures. Why are we playing with bats? What the hell? Yeah, there's a lot of unanswered questions. There's more questions than there are answers.
Yeah.
We have answers, but we can't prove them. You know?
I saw a movie the other day about a major virus, and that one was based on certain glacier areas melting and revealing old viruses.
Oh, you watching that?
Well, I've watched a couple of them, but that's really interesting because that's extremely possible.
Well, we got the cleanest air in the world now until the factories start up. Hey, Lincoln Central.
Lincoln.
Yeah, it's just so scary that some virus can take so many, can change the way we live so harshly. It's just scary as hell. And it's sad that, so many people think, things are just going to go back to normal or will sooner or later, but no, we're screwed in so many ways. There's so many things that are never going to go back.
Yeah, they call it the new normal.
Yeah.
The new normal. Deal with it. Right? Deal with it.
Yep.
You don't like wearing a mask, we're going to fine you. We might even put you in jail.
Yeah, and there's videos out there right now of cops trying to enforce that, and yet they're not wearing masks.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute. They were all supposedly supplied, but they don't wear them. And then when you complain about it, they tell you to mind your business and that you're going to get ticketed or fined or jailed.
Yep.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of videos. If you look up First Amendment videos, there's a ton of videos right now of that happening. A lot of the First Amendment guys are going to the police station purposely and the hospital areas and proving that, you know, even the medical places aren't being strict with the masks or the 6-foot rule.
Yeah. Like Majestic just said about saving our oceans by polluting it. This is another topic. But we were sending all of our plastic to China. China finally banned the plastic coming from imports. And now it's, they're just, you got these factories that are trying to recycle this plastic that we're not doing our own recycling. We're shipping it to somebody else.
I'm not surprised. That's what we do.
I mean, each container is about $10,000 worth of plastic, and you got these illegal factories or whatever they're trying to recycle, and they're killing the water because you got to go through and clean it through the water system, and they don't care about it because they're illegal to begin with. But yeah, we recycle some shit, but we don't recycle it all. The plastic is killing everything. I just say freaking incinerate it. Leave it as garbage and incinerate it all. They'll take care of that problem. Screw the recycling. Bottles and cans and aluminum and all that. That's great. That's easy to do. But the plastic is not. Yeah, I watched a couple of stories on that. They're a couple years old.
Yeah, we've screwed ourselves in so many ways.
A lot of the shit that's going on right now is in our government is politics. It's got nothing to do.
That's the worst one.
It's got nothing to do with. It's got nothing to do with saving this country. It has to do with politics, and because of the 2020 election coming up, is more intertwined with politics than it is actual. What do you call it? Numbers, you know what I'm saying, as far as data, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, yeah, Trump's a little wrong about not helping out, this, to like kill us right now, No, all he's worried about is the opening, making him look good and talking crap about, how great it's going to be. He's just throwing that off his hip. Oh yeah, the virus is going away and all that crap. So half the shit the president says has nothing to do with fixing the health. But yeah, bullshit walks. Yeah. I agree, Majestic. Hey, show us some coins there, Stern.
Hold on, I'm looking up stuff online.
That way we can change our topic.
All right. Here's a DVO. I'm trying to verify.
I'm looking.
It would be a whole lot funner if I had my scope.
Yeah.
For us too.
I believe you.
You still haven't figured out how to use a scope on a camera or whatever yet?
No, the one I had broke, so I ordered a new one, which seems to not work actually.
It's not a great scope, but that's what they are. That's made in China, you know. You
Yeah,
commie,
it came with an English manual and a full size disc.
commie bastard.
Yeah. Try to buy American.
They do have good technology, but they stole it from us.
So a full size disc and English instruction manual still doesn't work.
What do you mean it still doesn't work?
Well, I've only tried to put the said disc into a PlayStation 4, and that's going to be a negative. And I can't get this to work with the adapter, which is somewhere around here. But either way, doesn't work.
So what you do is you go to the website where you bought it, which is probably Amazon, and you get to try it and download the program.
So I've tried to download the Mustcam app.
Yeah.
Does not seem to be working. It keeps popping up the same error across like any app I use. It keeps saying error 354.
And you're trying on your phone?
Yeah, because I don't have a laptop or computer at all. And it's a Galaxy something or another phone.
Okay, you still don't have a laptop. No, it's not going to work.
Well, yeah, I know, which is why I need a laptop. I know this.
Okay. Yeah, it's not going to work till you get a laptop.
No, it's got too big of a processor for my phone. It's better than the 2 megapixel cameras. So it's just a wee bit too much for my phone, I think.
Well, just so you know, it doesn't take much of a laptop to run these programs. Your biggest issue is streaming, but if you do that, you could stream with your phone and show your screen with your camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need the one I was looking at is like $85 or less, I think, at the pawn shop.
Well, buy it.
Well, yeah, I gotta.
Just make sure it's a Windows 7 or 10.
I think they were all Windows 10 minimum.
That's preferred.
Yeah, $85. It'll work. Just don't, because it could be
gonna put some Morgans or something up on Marketplace today and see it.
So, unlike with StreamYards, it takes nothing. The computer, what's necessary to run that program is so minimal.
Oh yeah.
That's what makes StreamYard so cool.
And because it has a full-size disc with the software straight up on there, I'm pretty confident that just about any laptop I can get to work.
Disc, like CD, DVD.
Yeah, it came with a full-size.
Well, be careful because so many of the laptops these days don't have. In fact, the last couple of years, they've really cut off putting those drives in.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so make sure you've got one. So, and of course, you can buy them separately for like $10, $20. But the more things you have to add, the worse things get.
Yeah.
So better off making sure that laptop has a DVD drive
That's very true.
and at least one USB port.
Yeah, that's an absolute must.
Yeah, and the USB port, that's no big deal. As long as you've got one, you can always buy a pigtail.
Well, it has to be 2.0 too.
I think anything he finds with Windows 10 has to be 2.0 or higher. Should be 3.
I fully agree. So I'm gonna put up some Morgans.
Like you already know my system, Rich. I got 2.0, 3.0.
Yeah. That's what most of them have. At least the ones bought in the last 4 years, 5 years. Actually, even longer than that, because I think my system's almost 7 years old now. So that's when the higher end threes came out.
Yeah, mine's a Ryzen 5. AMD Ryzen 5. Of course, it's a desktop.
That's actually better. Well, probably not as convenient for you.
It's got a Strix video card. It's a $500 card.
How come you have such a high-end card?
What's that?
How come you have such a high-end card?
Because I do video games.
Oh, that explains it.
I do video games. I play a lot of what do you call it? High video content. We couldn't afford the $1,000 one we're going to put in. I'm only running on half a terabyte. Remember for hard drive?
Uh-huh.
I'm starting to fill it up now.
Think of it, just
I'm probably going to have to upgrade to a 1 terabyte.
They're cheap enough.
But when I was buying them, they weren't cheap enough. when we bought all the parts for the machine, it wasn't low enough for price.
So I think I paid $60 for 250 gigabytes for the SSDs, so the high-speed drives.
Yeah.
So, and for my system, I run 4 of them cloned together, so they create one drive.
Cool.
And that's what I use for my games and some of my video editing programs because it runs mega fast.
I have room for three hard drives on my system. 3 slots, whatever.
Yeah.
And right now I only got one in there, which is half a terabyte, which is great because I've been doing videos for 2 years.
So is it SSD hard drive, the fast one, or is it the big slow one?
No, it's the SSD. It's a small one. I mean, it's almost like fits in your hand.
Yeah, and in reality, you can take double-sided tape and just tape as many as you can fit inside that thing, and it'll work as long as your cables have enough power
Yeah.
and
I
input.
can't remember what the power is on the power supply. I can't remember what it was, but I know it was higher than I've ever had. You know.
Yeah, and it doesn't really matter. The SSDs take so little.
Yeah, similar to what they put into a laptop now.
Yeah, and if yours came with that $500 Strix card, then you have the upgraded power anyway.
Yeah, that's why I don't have a problem with the system. You know, where I don't get bad reception. Bad reception or anything. Now, of course, I bought it without a modem, so. But I got a USB modem, or I should say, yeah,
That's all you need.
not modem, but. Anyways, it's USB with an antenna on it. Now, there you go. That's my kind of money.
Funny money.
Oh, Parley. Nice.
Too reflective.
They don't grade coins like that.
They would just accept it.
Yeah, but they
It's
don't.
got a beautiful rainbow.
Foreign countries don't worry about grading coins. It's a beautiful one.
Yeah, I ended up with a roll, and it had 3 different obverses, and out of all of it, this one turned this color.
So are you giving the plus because of the color?
Yeah, it was just one of the coolest tone carvings I've ever had. Because I had a few that were of good grade, but that was by far the one that was just, oh wow.
That's nice.
I don't care for tone coins. You know that.
Oh, blah, blah, blah.
I'm serious.
I know you don't.
I'll get the freaking silver cream out and I'll clean it. Get rid of all.
Video about it.
Get rid of all that shit.
Oh, shenanigans.
Try to send that to PCGS and see what it comes out as. Damage.
I don't think this one would get damaged. I think this one would actually get a grade. Only because it's got
It'll make it grade and it'll come out environmental damage with it.
No, I think it would actually get a MS grade, potentially.
So give it a good grade, but you're still going to come out damaged coin.
No, I don't think they would net grade it. I don't think they would put damage anywhere in the title.
Usually it's they put it right on the thing. Environmental damage.
So, because that one's got a nice, legit halo that is found on legit coinage.
Just saying.
And like this one is from album toning.
I can do that with my freaking put it in my dryer.
So the problem you got to keep in
Nice.
mind is
It's a nice coin.
we may not be seeing what you're seeing.
So the reverse isn't near as pretty as the obverse for sure. So outside the case.
Yuck.
So what I'm proudest on that coin isn't necessarily the color as much as how beautiful these fields are over yonder. If I could ever get that to show. She's just a well struck coin. And this is one that I think has the O over S. Let's see if you can even look through that little hole. Can you look through the even littler hole?
Hold on. I don't see an S there.
I actually can, but I know where I'm looking.
I'm looking at the side. I'm looking at front. I'm looking at to the other side. I don't see it.
Oh, come on, don't lose it. Oh, there we go. So, it's watch the Q&A from 4 months ago.
Still a beautiful. It's a beautiful coin still.
Or I might be able to actually, let's see. Let's see if my photo's updated. Because if that's the case, I can just show you on my broken tablet what I speak of.
So what went wrong with your scope?
My dog's an a-hole. He
What's
jumped up here to go bark at it. Somebody walking by and shoved something right through the screen.
That sucks.
Yeah, I was very, very, very disappointed.
Oh, guys, I'll be back in just 1 second.
No, not a problem, sir.
Okay, bye.
And thank you, Mr. Majestic. That actually means quite a bit coming from you and all your beautiful toners you got.
Now he was talking about the first coin you poured on, not the other ones.
'Cause I have a few. Well, this one's kind of toned, I guess.
Couple scratches on it.
This one's also a 64, but this one is a VAM. It is an S over S.
It is a van. Okay.
It's not an attributed one.
Oh.
And I got it because it has proof-like fields. But then I did my research and saw how hard it is to get PL on 81 and 80S. Just because it was one of the years where they pumped out so many amazing ones that just getting that PL designation is a pain in the ass for those 2 years.
So they're picky.
Yeah, because that's the one of the easiest years to get a very high grade.
How's Lincoln been doing? Doing all right, Lincoln? Staying safe? Of course, you don't leave your house. When are they going to open up Louisiana? Louisiana. A little slow. I'm going to have to probably go to the chat and see what he says. Much better today. Okay. Did you actually have the virus, buddy? I know Louisiana was bad there for a little while. I know that their numbers are going down. How did you get it? You don't go anywhere, right? Oh, Mississippi. My bad. Yeah, Mississippi's open up. Yeah, how did you get it if you don't go anywhere? One of the cleaners, maybe? Oh my God, is that Coin Dragon?
Yeah, this was a Q&A from a few months back. And this was my send-in. Because instead of trying to get you to see it on the coin, I'll just show you this. Because I took some pretty good photos for this right here.
Cool. That was from Coin Dragon? Or who verified? Oh, Mantic did, didn't we?
And this was the coin this is the one that I was just trying to show.
Yeah, this one. Okay, hold on.
Which they thought was an O over S until they went to VamWorld and saw that there wasn't one attributed for it yet.
Right.
But everybody on panel was like, "Damn, look at that!"
Oh, you got it from the doctors. Yeah, imagine that.
All right.
Yeah, they canceled all my appointments. Like we're doing tele video. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. Yeah, we're doing televideo now, and I have to talk to doctors across the internet. They won't. You can't go into their office. And we have the very fewest cases here in our county. I think we have. Last time we checked was 43 cases and only 2 deaths in our county. We're going to be the first ones to be opened up when New York lets us go this week, sometime next week. But they already brought my sister back to work. And my brother's been working because he's, what do you call it? He's a valid employee that has to work or whatever you want. I can't think of the name. That's old news, buddy. ABC is so slow on coming up with shit that happened 3 days ago. They're just coming out with it. With Vice President Pence self-isolating. They just got a notification says about it, and that's like 3 days ago. Rich, are you there yet?
Yep, I'm back.
Show us something beautiful, please. Something that's not toned.
Most of that's not toned. Here, let me pull this one out.
Yeah, I love you, Silverman, right? I just don't like the coins. I've seen all that already.
I don't think you saw these ones.
Yeah, I've seen them all. Which ones you showing me? Because the ones on the table I've already seen.
Something today, okay.
Britannia, Queen Vicky, Bunhead. Yep. Damn, I'm good. Two more weeks. Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to get out of the stay-at-home thing. Thinking. What year was that?
1886.
All right. That's when she changed her view.
Yeah, my kids call me the lady in the wheelchair.
I got a nice one you'd like to look at.
Sure.
I'll turn my camera back on. That way you guys can see how ugly I am.
I have nothing new right now.
Here you go.
Oh, that's cool.
You know what it is?
No.
You know what year it is?
No, I'm not good at the foreign stuff.
That's England, right? UK. That is a you can get me off the screen. That is a it's a model coin. They were going to do that design instead of the largies that they were doing.
Uh-huh.
They were going to change it to this pattern coin.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
And that's from 1875.
Man, nice.
Yeah. UK Coin World UK. Gail sent it to me as a gift.
I've tried really hard to get a U.S. pattern coin. They're always just a little bit out of my reach.
Yeah, the Indian head would be nice, right?
Oh yeah, couple of my one auction magazine that I show from time to time that had all those pewter coins in it. That one shows tons of them, and it's really cool to get to see all the patterns on just a couple colored pages side by side. There's so many for US.
Yeah, it's kind of like a poster, right?
Yeah, well, the colored pages look like a poster, but it's actually a like a 13 by 19 book. Well, no, it's not opened. It's about that big.
Yeah, and the coins are beautiful in it, right?
Oh, just gorgeous. And they only got a couple million for, all of them. And it's really sad because I think it was that auction was in 71, if I remember correctly.
Oh,
But today, oh my gosh, just a couple of those coins would have got $1 million. So huge difference in value. And the neat thing about that is you get to see these pattern coins that you take one look at and compare it to the coins we ended up with. And it's like, how in the world did we end up getting what we got? Because these are so much more beautiful.
right.
So more political crap going on behind the scenes.
Oh, I was going to just say political, but
Yep, you bet.
but then if again you go back to 1 pennies that we were making the bunt, the flowing here and all that. Public hated it.
Yep.
They made the freaking mint change the freaking design, and then they made him change the design again. Then they made the change the design again.
Yeah, it's crazy when you see just how many times that stuff got changed.
You know,
So and
public opinion,
well, they felt that a lot of it was improper, or the times were different. I understand that, but they're showing all these busts and stuff in museums that have no clothes on, but we can't have a coin that has that same art. That just is silly.
Yeah, she's too sexy on that coin. You need to change it so she's ugly. Yeah.
Well, they certainly were able to do that on a few.
Oh, sexy. Yeah, there was a couple sexy ones. But that was in the 1900s when they came out with some sexy ones. Or she's too young. She's got to look old. Lady Liberty's got to be old.
Well, the problem is even our more beautiful women in that era, I mean, they were pioneers and hard women, and, times were tough, and, things, the beauty just wasn't there like it is these days or the last 50 to 100 years.
Show us some coins. Is that all you got out right now?
Yeah.
You got a ton of rosies on the desk.
Yeah, I started looking for some of my non-silver full bands. I've got quite a few of them. So I was just looking for some in the 80s. And
Are you looking for the reverse proof?
No.
On the 69, I think it's 68, 69. Reverse proof of the 64 or something?
No, I don't, unless I've got a full roll of them, I don't normally search out those type of errors.
Yeah, because I know you don't do errors very much.
Nope.
But yeah, that's another one. But they're a dime a dozen,
Yeah.
It's still errors.
Well, here you go.
I yeah, more Rosies and some Mercs now.
Yeah, a bunch of Mercs.
What's that gold colored one? That's ugly.
It's toned. It's gorgeous. It's even high grade and it's for 37.
Yeah, it's still ugly.
Man, I think you're missing something.
If it was really true gold, like the one they made not too long ago.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that'd be awesome. But look, it's a full bander. Very obviously full bands.
Oh yeah, definitely pole bands.
Yeah, that's really nice bands. Because what most people don't understand that even if you have the line all the way through, if it's not sharp, you may not get the grade. It's got to have nice sharp edges.
Hey, Disneyland just opened up in Shanghai. Anybody want to go? Anybody want to go to Shanghai?
I want to go 2 times.
They're actually going to open up with all the virus going on. Bullshit. It's all right. Kill a few more people.
I was going over the.
You're right, Lincoln. He does have beautiful coins. I just pick on him because it's some of the, I don't collect it.
Or care for the tone ones. Jeep and John, how you doing?
Morning, John.
What's up, dude?
Morning, Jeeps.
Hey, you let me know when you're ready to start your show, man, and I'll I've been going for hours and hours, so don't let me hold you up.
Oh no, he would have been on by now.
Well, hopefully it's not because of me then.
Morning cup of coffee with Jimmy John. My sexy beast. Jeep and John, I love that video that Bigfoot did for you. Anybody watch that one?
I don't think so.
Bigfoot did a shout out to, kind of like a wanted list because he's wanted. He did a great video for Jeep and John. Should watch. It was funny,
I have to check it out.
Wanted dead or alive, I haven't seen Bigfoot all night today. This morning. He's usually all over the place.
This one's $90 in Gray Sheet.
Yeah, I seen your comment, John and David. What is that?
72D, 66 full bands. Gray Sheet's 88, PCGS is 90. And sometimes they get it. Other times they're just a little bit less.
Now it's time to look through my time a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've gone through my world coins with you. I'll have to, next time you're on here with me, I'll have to pull them.
I had a couple beautiful nickels.
Now, this one's a 90. It's a little bit later.
Yeah,
Still worth it.
I had a later one, but they were in a slab. They were deep cameos. I traded them out because I don't like the cases.
PC Jazz?
No, I just don't like cases. It takes up too much room, even if you stack them in a box.
Yeah, they are a pain. I've got over 100 of them, and it's like 4 of those big blue boxes. It's a bit of a
like United Kingdom does cardboard type commemorative things for the coins.
yeah.
And it's like, yeah, that takes up a lot of freaking room. And then you got the U.S. doing, yeah. Nope. Yeah, I'm not into slabs actually, but I like the actual grading of them. You know, having them graded.
Yeah. And this one's a cool one because even without full steps, it's still over $50.
But I don't have anything special to send to PCGS to have graded if I wanted to.
Oh, I've got one that I don't know if you've seen it yet or not.
No, I missed your show. I think I left a comment too. But I missed your show.
I got this one at Michael
Now that's a beautiful nickel.
Kittle's auction.
That's a beautiful nickel.
Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous.
That is brand spanking new.
I
Yep.
don't normally get the NGC ones, but this one just was talking to me. Pretty cute.
You don't find them like that. You don't find them like that much.
I know. I wish it was an earlier date.
It's still a D mint mark. It's still valuable. D mint mark.
Yeah.
It's more value than Philadelphia.
Yeah, pretty cool. I didn't need to buy anything from him, and man, I spent so much money with him. It's like, dang it, Michael, stop showing me this stuff. And then I bought a token album that's in an old Raymond Waite album.
Did I already see that? Maybe
Transit Tokens. You might have seen that one.
that was a while back.
Yeah, that was a couple months ago.
Yeah, I remember seeing it.
Yeah,
They were all transit tokens.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a couple more books that are tokens too.
Yeah, I've also got the same Raymond Waite albums for all the wheat pennies. So I don't have any coins in it yet, but
I used to collect all the tokens, but I turned around and started giving them away.
yeah, you've got a bad habit with that. I mean, everybody appreciates it, but boy, it sure puts a dent in your collection.
Yeah, they're gone. All the tokens are gone. Matter of fact, I had a few a little while ago, and I sent them to Beth Coddington.
Well, at least you're picking the right people.
Well, the thing is that we do trades back and forth, so when she finds something that I need, she'll throw it my way, you know?
Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
Yeah, so I don't have to worry about buying anything. But I got rid of stuff that, you know, well, I got rid of all my Morgans except one that my uncle gave me back when I was born. Sweet.
Full band,
Yeah, you could tell.
44. And I actually have the
The thing with the 50s, if you break the set, they're mint, you know, they're proof. So they're going to have full bands anyways. And the 50s, they were more common.
I have the 45 Philly, and it's so close to having full bands. And that one, are you familiar with the price of that one?
Don't know.
The 45 Merc with full bands.
Is it the Micro S?
No. For a 63, it's $6,500.
Because with the Micro S, it'd be worth a lot more than that.
If only that 40D was worth it, though.
Yeah.
I know Rich has one.
Rich has it all.
One of them 40Ds with full steps that's not worth diddly.
Yeah, I've got actually a bunch of them.
That was the first one I pulled out of a bank box. I was so excited I jumped for joy.
I didn't even check prices. I just stuck it right into my to be graded pile and or bag, and it took me like 2 weeks of being excited, knowing I had it in there, and just not worrying about it. Because I always like to put them in there and then check them again to make sure that my eyes aren't playing games with me. And checked it out again, and it's like, oh no, this is solid. It's a solid 67, and full steps. And yeah, then I looked up the price, and it's like, I think $160 or some darn thing, way below what I'll send in to be graded. Needs to be like $300 or $400 before I'll send it in.
Good deal.
So I have a 38D that I think would touch full steps.
A 38D full steps.
Yeah.
Wow. That I'd probably get graded.
But yes, that's actually one that I plan on. That's going to be with the first.
Yeah, I had half a tube of, or half a bankroll of 38s. I don't remember if it was D or Philly.
Probably most likely Philly, since they made a lot of them.
Yeah, 67's only $200, and full steppers are $400.
For the 38?
Yeah, but you said a D, right?
Correct.
Time to wake up.
I'll be right back, guys.
Time to wake up. One went off. Yeah, Rich, 38D.
No, that was my daughter calling.
I thought it was the alarm clock.
No, my youngest is a meanie, and we've always teased her about it, so she gets Cruella de Vil's ringtone. And she's actually proud of it, though, so that lets you know.
Well, that's good. Always good to feel good about yourself.
She's hilarious. She's a good girl, but you don't ever want to piss her off.
Is that like any woman?
Well, yeah, but this one's tough. My girls got trained in the arts, so I mean, she had one boyfriend that hit her one time, and she ended up having to go to the hospital. So, very fortunate that they can take care of themselves, but it also gets kind of scary.
Is full band special for a 62D, Rosie?
Just a second.
Oh, I didn't know if it was one of the ones you had right offhand.
Well, sometimes you gotta look up.
Could have looked in gray sheets, but I'm already halfway there.
I mean, they made billions of them, but not all of them have full bands.
Yeah, and I don't believe, I think you need the 50s to have one that actually has, really worth it. Yeah, the 62, is it a D or
D.
Yeah, it's a D.
it's $125 for a 67, but $8,000 for a 68. But they've only got one 68.
Yeah, that's what I say. You're not gonna have very many, but they made billions of the freaking coins, so they ran the shit. They ran the shit out of it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, 334 million.
Hello, Miss Amy.
Good morning, Amy. Hello.
Hey, Amy.
Park it. of course the stocks are going to surge. The more unemployment, the higher the stocks go. Oh, President Trump White House task force meeting. 4 p.m. Okay. We'll watch it. 4 p.m. Trump is going to go on and do the task force thing. How'd you know it was me? Did my voice give it away?
Nice to see you on here, Amy.
Eventually, she'll get her house in order and get it all fixed up. It's a lot of work. There you go, another tone coin. Thank you.
You bet. You can't look past that tone and see that pretty walker.
I used to dig them up out of the ground. They'd be like black like that. They're not pretty.
I don't know. I think that one's awful pretty.
That's not a peach dollar. She wants to see a pretty piece, I think, but these are walkers. Laughing out loud. Much better. Very nice. Look at the breast on that baby.
Yeah, solid. And about 70% on the leg.
She's yelling at me now. I said I need coffee.
I was trying to find, I have a one-toned one that I was going to run past you, but I'm not sure I have it right here. Because on one of them I have, the sun is getting, it was yellow, now it's got a red hue to it. Kind of looks like a sunset.
Later, Lincoln. Take care, buddy.
Hey, take it easy. Glad to see you, buddy.
Don't accept any Coronas, okay? That's kind of dull.
Yeah, but look at that leg. It's got most of the lines.
Yeah. Do what Stern does. Tip it a little bit, a couple thousand times. That way we can see the, yeah, like that, yeah. No shine to it. Nope. Still don't see it.
You don't see the cartwheel?
Nope.
You got your glasses on.
No.
There was definitely cartwheel.
Probably why I can't see it.
This one does have a little bit of a tone on it, but So, and because my light's kind of messed up, if I put it on direct, it really gets in the way.
Yeah, your light fluorescent light kicks it out every time. Oh, it's a beautiful piece. Yeah. Almost choked on that one.
It's got a sunset.
Mm-hmm. See, that looks better.
I'm missing a lot of chest feathers.
Why do you think the front is toned? Do you think it was in the sunlight too many years?
No, this was an album tone.
So it was backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, cardboard will do that, especially when it gets moisture in it. Oh, Rhonda says she sees the cartwheel.
Yeah, it was there.
Rhonda's got a good eye.
Uh-oh, you're going to hate this one.
Looks like she's taking a shit. What's the backside look like? That's still a little bit.
Artificial. Artificial color. One of my viewers sent it to me. I thought you'd like this one. You like toned coins. It's like, oh, nice. Wait a minute.
Yeah, as long as you got it for under
Not
spot,
real.
as long as you got it for under spot and not monetary.
I didn't even pay for it.
Oh.
So I sent him a little bit of a trade, but not much. But what a shame, because it's a nice coin. And I hate the fake toners. I really do.
Amy likes it.
Oh, it's got pretty colors. It's just,
I like the blues in it, but I don't like tone coins.
yeah, the neon and hot colors I really like. Especially like green and blue on nickels. Oh, I just love those nickels.
Yeah, they look good on nickels. The toning looks good,
Yeah.
great on nickels.
The best ones come out of the mint sets. And I think it's the copper mixing from the pennies.
You know, you haven't heard me say garbage yet, Jeep and John. Usually I call the coins garbage. That's my logo, garbage. Or my motto.
I need to show my world coins if I want him to say nice things.
Oh, I'll say a lot of nice things about world coins.
Yeah, you know,
Matter of fact, I'd be drooling right now if you had foreign coins out.
one of the reasons why I don't show them to you, you know more about them than I do.
What's that?
You know more about my foreign coins than I do.
You show it to me, I'll tell you what it is.
I know you will. You've helped me a lot with my foreigns. And you said you don't do the foreign notes well, and I think you were able to name like 90% of them.
Yeah, I did pretty good that night. One I had to backtrack on and say, wait, no, that was actually something else, you know. All right, John. Amy, he's making coffee finally. Jim Joe says he'll be back.
All right.
He's gonna make sure I don't get in his way. So it always cracks me up when I go looking for these coins. I got this huge old box of them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, she's got a point there. She says I'm not lovable.
You don't have to be lovable to be appreciated.
Rhonda divorced me about 8 months ago.
Again?
No, yeah, she's with George now. You know, found it buried.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she dumped me for him.
Uh-oh. What'd you do this time?
I don't know. I haven't done anything. Not recently.
I find that hard to believe.
I've yet to catch one of her streams.
Yeah, I don't see my world coins, darn it. If there was a snake, they'd be able to bite me. I'm sure of that.
I see a couple ugly shield hunts.
Oops. That's actually a pretty cool piece.
Nice. I've seen somebody with it, with one of those. Can't remember what channel it was.
Yeah, I've shown that one before.
I haven't done any pennies in about 4 weeks.
Yeah, it was hard for me to go as long as I would. Like I said, I think it's been like 8 to 10 years since I've taken more than a day off. But it's so frustrating.
Memory lapse.
I've just got things stacked too high. It's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it. But I am sure they're probably within a snake bite's distance.
It's all right, Rich. Don't worry about it. Just think you'll have to put it all back when you're done.
Well, that doesn't matter what I show. That's the case for all of it.
What's in 1917? What are you talking about? Rhonda was born in 1917.
Wow, Rhonda, you look good for your age.
I was like this. Oh my God. I know I like older ladies, but woo. Did Stern fall asleep?
Nope.
Okay. Well,
Trying to look up some more verifications.
I can't see you and you're not making noise, so. I'm still looking at Rosie Dimes. There we go.
Okay, Al, I got a question for you, Al.
I got an answer.
Do you play with the controller when you're gaming, or do you use your keyboard and mouse?
Keyboard and mouse.
Good for you. Not many people do that.
Keyboard is actually easier, and the mouse actually controls the movement. That's what's nice about it.
Yeah, with that better video card, you're actually a little faster than most.
Yeah, yeah. The one that I play a lot is Diablo 2,
Oh, how funny. I used to play that.
the expanded series.
That's an old game, isn't it?
That's an older game, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I think I still have both of the Diablos. That was a pretty cool game.
I like it because there's so many variables to the game to play, how to play. So many, you can change your character, go as a different character, changes different levels. I always do the evil one.
I
You
bet
got-
you like Red Dead Redemption 2.
what's that?
Red Dead Redemption 2.
Redemption 2. Yes, that's good.
Oh, you play that one?
No, I haven't played it in a while.
It came out last year. And that's the one where you're a cowboy, gangster.
I can't remember it. My brother let me borrow it one day.
It's an awesome game, especially when you play in high quality. You have to hunt animals and trade their furs for money and buy different rifles, and it's all historically correct. And
Yeah, that's what they're all about now.
yeah, that one's actually a really cool one because it's pretty realistic for the forest and the land. The animals could be just a little bit better, but the people are semi-cartoon.
Assassin's Creed is what I play.
I've played that one.
That's the newest one. It's really awesome because the historical of Egypt and everything that they put in there. The same thing. You gotta go and trade for, pick up this and that and trade for furs, whatever.
Yeah, and don't they have a movie too?
It's coming out, or it just came out. I think it's Assassin's Creed 7. But Assassin's Creed goes back to Egypt when it started.
Yeah, I know I've played a couple of them.
Historically, everything is like, wow, this is great. There's another game I wanted to play or get is I'm trying to think of it right now.
Well, one of the ones I really like is called
minimize a couple things here. Far Cry 5.
Yeah, I've seen the infomercials on them.
That one's really cool because you're playing against this wicked guy who thinks he's God or the next God, and waiting for the nation to fall or have a nuclear explosion. And yeah, that one's pretty incredible. And that one, it's also hunting and stuff, and it's really realistic. The animals are really cool. There's moose and grizzly bears and all kinds of stuff. And no, I tell you, every time that grizzly bear gets me from behind, I jump a mile. Scares the crap out of me.
If I'm not mistaken, Knights of Templar one is after the fact. When Assassin's Creed, they Assassin's Creed's been around a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
More than 10 years.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, I'm talking about when it started.
Oh,
The true story of Assassin's Creed. He's
and I'm not sure on that one because I'm not sure if I played the very first one or the second one.
because Knights Templar, I think, is the second one. Second version of Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, I have a lot of fun playing these silly games.
Of course, it's all fake shit. It's just something they add this to and add something to this and add something to that.
Yeah, Majestic said he thought Assassin's Creed was part of Knights Templar.
It is, but not till later. If I'm not mistaken. I could look it up. But you got to remember, they supposedly what is it? Biblical stuff and everything comes out of Egypt. That's where what the hell is it? Anyways, they ended up with all the treasures and all that from the Egypt and Israel. Which is all part of it. Which is all part of Egypt at one time. Hey, how you doing? History man would know.
Hey, History Man.
He'll come up and explain it.
Hey, finally found my world coins.
Diablo? Like I said, I could play that for hours and hours and hours and hours,
Yep,
before I get tired of it.
I've looked on a few of my games, and it's scary to see that I've put in over 1,000 hours on something.
Because a lot of the new games today, you got choices. Some of them are like the old games where, what are you going to do? Are you going to go this way? You get to a crossroads and shit? You got to put yes, no, and all that crap. Adventure game. It's more of an adventure game with a lot of killing.
Yeah, they've come a long ways. It's pretty amazing.
The only problem with Diablo, like I said, I can't stop playing, and I could play it for a couple days at a time, you know, and just keep playing it. Because there's so many ways to work, you know, work the thing, you know, by getting all the treasure and tackling the, you know, the demigods and shit. 70S. Is that the same one?
No, this is RPM 001. You can tell by the well, nothing with this view. Let's see if it'll show up. The C in America has a little pimple.
That's an error. Is that kind of like a marker for it?
Yeah.
Okay. Because the pimple is like an error.
And no, maybe.
I almost seen something with the S.
Yeah, it's RPM 001. You can find it in minute sets.
Yeah, it does look like it's RPM.
For some reason, PCGS does not attribute that one.
You know, I got one of those. I got one of those loops too. It's not worth using because it costs you $5 to buy the batteries for it.
It's true.
3 batteries to put in it, and they only last for 1 box of pennies. The light. It's not worth $5.
That's all. The old trusty's a little worse. So
Yeah,
this
but-
one, the batteries die even faster.
Yeah, yeah. Those stupid little batteries are $5 plus tax and deposit, etc. I don't use it anymore because the batteries finally died. I just use a regular loop. I thought it was cool when I got it. I was like, yeah. When I was searching boxes and boxes of pennies, it only lasts 1 box of pennies because I go through every penny. Yeah, the light burns out. I don't know what you got there. Oh yeah, there we go. China tile. China. Whatever. What do they call that? Oh, it's Japan. Okay. 1 shoe. Huh.
Doesn't look like a shoe.
Sweet. But let me see the other side because I was going to say Chinese, but there you go. That's definitely Japanese.
You know, it's really neat because I just saw a
Got
show on samurai swords, and inside the shoot, I forget what they call the main part of the blade. Is it the tang? They took the handle off and
It's called
a little sleeve out, and there was a sleeve that held like 10 of these, but the gold ones.
right. Cool. Yeah, see, Japanese right there is the dynasty, the 2 characters.
Uh-huh.
The dynasty for that coin. That tells you what year and what the reign that was that for that year. And then the other side gives you the date.
Interesting.
There should be 4 characters for the date.
And
Yeah.
the sleeve. Let me pull it out of the sleeve.
There you go. Oh, there's 5 characters. It ends with the bottom one. Yeah, I'd have to get my calculator out. I could tell you what date it actually is.
So is
Well-
that actually the correct way?
That's correct way. That bottom one is the ending, and the top left one is the beginning of the date.
Yeah, this one ranges from 1854 to 68.
Doesn't actually have a date, or is that? Oh, they made them for those years.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in this one, I've always liked. This one's pretty cool.
Yeah, the platypus, the anteater, and the lyrebird. Then you got the emu and the kangaroo.
Yeah, they do some pretty cool coins. Of course, reverse is just basic.
Yeah, the normal. The normal Queen Elizabeth, the long arm of England. Yeah, Philippines.
Yeah, I really like these.
What's that one right there? Philippines, okay. That one don't look familiar. Tokyo, okay.
Olympics.
Yeah,
And this one has, I really like the look at that one. Probably what, Mount Fuji?
turn it back over. Yeah, that's your date right there. Not 1939, but if
No.
that you take all 5 characters, and that'll tell you what it is, what year it is, which is of course the '64 Tokyo Olympics.
Yeah.
But see, before they didn't put the actual date on it, so all you had to go with was the Japanese date. Now they start putting them on. They start putting them on the coin. Same with China. They actually put the date on it. Our date, Gregorian calendar. Yep, that's Japan also. There's 2 characters. 20 sen. Yep, that's their monetary. And if you put it back up there, I'll show you the date. You ruined it. Nope, you ruined it.
I couldn't have ruined it. It's still in my hand.
I can't see it. It's all blurry. Okay, right there. I'm looking at it. Okay, down as you got it upside down.
Isn't it like that?
No, keep going. There, now you got your date on the bottom. Starts out with that character usually and ends with that character. So you take off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. That'll come up with your date. Does it have a date on it? Probably not. You want me to look it up for you real quick?
Sure, if you want.
Don't go anywhere with it. Put it back on where the date is. I'll tell you what year it is.
So what are the characters up at the top here?
Hold on. It's one of these things. Hold on.
I'm just shaky.
It's not that. It's not that. Am I Japanese? It's this one, right? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. It's got to be that one. Okay, there's that, and then that, and that. Oop, yep. And
Hey, new coin.
I gotta find it. I think it's this one, and it ends with this one. Convert. I got an error. I did something wrong. Okay. I got that. Got that. Oh, I forgot the plus sign. Damn it. Okay. Plus sign, which is the cross. That. Then that. And then that. Now I should have it. What? All right. Box. Boom. Oh, that's why. Back off. It's going to be this one right here. Work. Getting close. All right, there it is. Much better. 1909.
Oh, cool.
I had to get the right characters because the characters are really,
Oh, yeah, they're tough.
and
Here's another one for you.
that's Japanese also. See the two letters right there?
Yeah.
Not the design on the bottom, but the top two. That
Yeah.
tells you what dynasty it is. And then, of course, the back, flip it. It's upside down. And it's going to be that. Open up.
Same first character, but then a plus.
Yeah, it changes the character. So let's get back down to there, and then we're going to go to the plus sign right away. The three things. It's going to be this one.
And I love the dragon on this one.
Convert. Open it up. 1897.
Oh, cool. I didn't realize. Nice.
Now, to find out what the characters on the front is, to tell you what dynasty or Ming Dynasty 1897?
Yeah.
I can tell you what dynasty that is also. Give me a second. And that was 20 cent too, right?
Yeah. 20 yen. Oh. 50 cent.
50 cent. Okay. It's like a $50, but all right. So 1897. The dynasty was Mushushito Maya. And it was from 1869 to 1912. So that other one you got is also the same dynasty. So it should have the same designs on the front.
Yeah, and it did.
1897 is 80% silver. And they minted 5,078,437. And it's worth $25.
Oh, cool.
What was the other one? 1900 something?
Shoot, I don't remember now.
What?
1907?
Maybe it was 1907. That was a 20 cent.
Right.
Like I said, the front design should be the same. Okay, that's 80% silver also. It's the same dynasty, of course. And it's worth $8. They made 20,000 of them.
Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. What do you got now? Oh, I'm not going to be able to identify that. That's a 10 cash coin, which is around early 1900s.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not going to be able to tell you. If you go to the other side, it'll give you I can give you the date, maybe.
Is that because of the Providence?
Province, yeah. Right there's that's the dynasty. And then that's the banker or the bank. And then, yeah, it's worn.
Yeah, that one's a tough one.
That's a 10 cash coin of early 1900s. Now, if you had something that had the hole in it, I could look it up and tell you about what it is.
Well, I'm sure I've got them because I've got quite a few from Japan.
I wonder what History Man's saying.
There's some of my more favorite coins. Oh, he said it's King Dynasty, 1644 to 1912. Don't know if I'm saying it right.
What are you talking about? That's not the King Dynasty.
And that's a real big period.
Yeah, it's not King. It's not the King Dynasty. I'll tell you that right now. Good morning, Pennies to Benjamin. There's a lot more detail that you got to look at before you can just say, "Oh, it's the King Dynasty." It's not. Come on, History Man. He wants a link. He wants to tell me off. I've been dealing with Chinese coins for a long, long period of time. Yeah, I'm trying to think which country that would be. I'm thinking, there's Norway. Or
Medfolket.
Oh. Still doesn't tell me what it is. Fosterland. Is that gold?
No. I wish. It's a nice chunky coin.
All right. Turn it back over. I mean, it's an early coin, but pretty sure that's Norway, which they use ore. But there's two countries that uses ore, but I can't remember the three crowns.
And I don't know what that is below the crown, but it looks like some little symbol below it too, right at the middle bottom.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mint mark. Denmark is okay. It could be Denmark then. Like I said, there's two countries that uses ore. Norway for sure. Yeah, it's Hungary. Are you hungry yet? Two pillar. Yeah, that's a new one. But yeah, that's Hungary. Is that aluminum?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good condition coin.
You might be right, Amy, about Denmark. I'd have to go back and look at the that's Switzerland all day long. It's 20 wrapping. Helvetia. Yeah, it's Switzerland. You want one of those rectangular coins? Yeah. So do I. No, I'm not saying you don't know anything about it either, but there's so many different dynasties over the years, and no, they didn't reign from 1644 to 1940, whatever. It not, no. And then when they changed it to provinces in the 1900s, okay, it has the dynasty and then it has the province also that's listed in there. and they got the actual dates on them. Where the older ones, they made billions and billions of them for years. Havitica. Now, what is that? One what?
Oh, it's got the star.
All right, go to the other side. That doesn't tell me what it is. That's Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia.
Well, let it focus for the rest of us.
It's not Czech Republic. It's Czech. Oh wait, yeah, Czechoslovakia. Oh no, that is Czech Republic. Wait a second.
52. Socialist Republic.
Yeah, that's a new country now. Before that, it was Czechoslovakia. They split the country in half. They made Czech Republic and then Slovakia. Two different countries. That's Mexico.
Yeah, I like this one.
It's a beautiful bronze coin.
Yeah, and the eagles on these are just breathtaking.
You don't find them like that. I have a nice one, but that's like that. And I mean, oh, it's beautiful. It looks gold.
Yeah. This one's real clean.
History Man wants to come up. You want to let him on?
Sure.
Send him a link. Yes, modern historian. Yes, I know.
Yeah, any of you want to come up, just ask. I never have issues.
Maybe I'll lax off a little bit and let people answer what they are.
Especially
Hey, Ron, I love my Amy. I love my foreign coins, and everybody knows it too.
I
have a huge books of them. And I don't have two of the same coin either. I got rid of them. Any duplicates, I get rid of. I'm not going to run the whole year or the whole year run, the year's run. Separate.
Okay.
Separate.
I apologize. Okay.
Hey, History Man.
Hey, okay, I apologize. I apologize. First of all, I didn't say you don't know coins, but I'm saying that it lasted from that period. Do you know about the Japanese Empire?
We weren't talking Japanese. We were talking about China.
Exactly. That got me confused. We were talking about Japan earlier.
Right, and then we went into China.
And have you heard the Meiji period and the Meiji Restoration?
Yeah.
Okay, and same thing with the Japanese Empire of the Empire of Japan. I'm just saying it lasted from 1868 to 1945 at the end of World War II. I'm not saying it minted from there.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sorry if I offended you or
no. Every coin that they started coming out with in the late 1800s, 1900s, they went to every province. They started putting 4 characters on it.
Yeah.
Okay, to tell you what province it came from. And the other thing is, you're probably right. King Empire might have reigned from that time, but it isn't.
So what do you think? So it's after the Republic of China of the Shanghai Revolution?
Just think of the years you said, 1644 to 1920 something.
1912. That's when it lasted, when it collapsed after the Shanghai Revolution. And that's what made modern China a democratic country until the Chinese Civil War. And after the Chinese Civil War in 1949, it made the country communist what it is today.
Right. But if you go back, yeah, it's modern. Okay. If you go back, the emperors or of the different dynasties,
yeah,
they were different dynasties and different emperors, or whatever. So the coins. As soon as the guy passed away, they changed the coinage.
They changed the coinage. I know.
Okay, and it was a new ruler.
Yeah,
but of a different dynasty.
I'm not saying like that's what the coin from. I'm saying that's when it lasted.
Yeah. No problem. I wasn't arguing with you.
Yeah, I know. You know, I'm just sorry if I offended you in some way.
No, you didn't offend me. I'm just saying you don't know what you. What we were talking about was the coin and everything, and then when you came out with that, it's like we don't care about the history of how long the dynasty lasted. We want to know what the date of that coin is.
Yeah, but what we say, history is important of everything. And if you want to know what the world is, or what that coin is, or where it's from, that's important too. I got stuff that I don't even know, but when I study it, I know. And I was like, wow, this is from a country that does not exist.
Right.
And to me, I think that's amazing.
It is amazing.
What, that the country doesn't exist because there was some kind of takeover?
Well, the Qing dynasty collapsed because the Shanghai Revolution. They wanted to make the Republic of China. They tried to make it a monarchy back again in 1916, but that failed.
That is Italiana. Is that
Italian.
Italiana? It's an ugly aluminum coin. See, even I don't like that one.
I don't know. I like this other side.
Yeah. Why did they put a fish on it? All right. Enough of that. I missed the last two that you put up because you ran right through them.
Oh, I got them right here.
Yeah, Philippines.
Nice clean one.
That's not silver. Wishful thinking, right?
You said it isn't?
No, what 45?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It should
it is 45, depending upon what's the denomination.
be 20 centavos.
20 centavo. Oh, what are you looking for? What I say? What did I say it was? Philippines. I'm sorry, my bad. Should be Asia.
45D.
Yeah, it's Denver.
Yep.
Yeah, it was American made, of course. Yeah. Yeah, they changed it. Hold on. Something wrong. Oh, U.S. administration. I clicked on.
Yeah, that's when they occupied it.
Okay, it is silver, 75%. I'm trying to think when they stopped it, or it was 37 to 45. They stopped after 45 on that type of coin. So yeah, it's 75% silver. Want to know how many they made? And
Sure.
they didn't make in Philadelphia that year, and they didn't make in San Francisco for that. 82,804,000 with $5. Well, I know you study history. That's why you're called the history man, buddy. Is he still? Are you still in here, right?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right.
Just looking at the coinage.
I was looking at your comment. Who's Heller?
Hello, Al.
Oh God.
Oh, what happened?
How you doing?
I'm alive. How's everybody else?
Good.
Haven't seen you around in a long time.
Been a couple months.
Yeah. I gave up on making videos, so that's why you haven't seen me much. Oh, I'm sorry. I was supposed to tell you what that is.
That's okay. You can talk.
If I'm not mistaken, Tessa Volta.
What is that?
That's Hungary, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Go back to the other side.
1967. Oops.
Oh. It's not Hungary. 1 penny. Who I can't remember who does 1 penny. Tassa Volta is What is it? Quick. Somebody tell me.
Clasping hands.
That's about the.
Thanks, Majestic. And thank you, Amy. I agree with you totally on the. I just love the Mexican coinage. Some of my favorites.
Huh. That's better. I was going to say Finland, but I couldn't remember. But usually the penny is with an I on it.
That's Costanza. I'll say Mexican. That's Costanza.
Now, 1 penny, Finland. It's Finland. But did it have an I on the end? Because if it had an I on the end, I would have knew that.
It did have an eye on the end.
Because I looked at it, it looked like it said penny, which it is.
Yeah.
It's
But
Penai.
it was an eye.
Yeah, Penai. Okay. My bad.
Nope.
I got one wrong so far.
And it's okay. You're a human being,
But yeah, if I would have knew if it had an eye, I was trying to figure out the characters of it because it has that same character on a lot of them. That's Greek.
That's Greece.
That's Greek. Yeah. That's easy.
This one's in really nice condition.
Fibianta. But that's not how you pronounce. That's not the actual English term for it.
And do we know what the design is?
Looks like
Wheat stock?
looks so.
Yeah, it's wheat.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't have that coin, the Greek one. I have a shitload of Greek, but I don't have that one.
Yeah.
Come on, focus. Focus.
Yeah, my light's bad right now because I got a lot of light coming through my window. So it's causing
There
reflection.
we go. Got it. I don't know what it is yet. B, so it looks like France or something. With the mint mark of B. Nope.
Oh, now.
Nope, it's Switzerland.
Huh.
Helvetia, Switzerland.
Switzerland, yeah.
I wonder if French make those coins.
I'm going to tell you like I used to tell Al. That's one coin that's that one coin from that one place.
Yeah, I don't have.
Yeah, that's my description.
That's another Switzerland. Which one is it?
39.
Yeah, it's a 5 wrapping. They have not changed their design in the last 200 years.
Yeah, I was going to say it's been like 200 years at least.
Yeah.
They changed the content of it.
Yeah, because I've got a couple that are silver.
That's one marca. Let me guess. Marca. All right, turn it over. I don't know.
Poland.
No. It's another
That ain't Poland.
Finland coin, Somalian.
Uh,
Tasavalta, which is Finland.
yeah. Yeah, I knew that was Finland, yeah.
I like the lion.
Hi, hidden numismatist.
Hello, hidden.
He's not so hidden when I'm in here, or blue. Angola, that's exactly what the country is. I can't tell you where that's from.
That's from Portuguese Angola when it was a colony, 62. You see? You know? And that's it.
Angola's part of Portugal?
Yes, it was.
I don't know. What continent it's from.
It's in Africa.
There it goes. Republic of Portugal.
Yeah.
When did they change? I don't know.
They got independence in 1975.
That's probably why. Okay, I don't have that one either. Just set that aside to my bank.
Yeah, do you know the reasons for the design?
Yeah, but the thing with the thing with the Portugal one,
Uh-huh.
you look at the back, they changed the design of their crest. They're right there. The crest,
Yeah, and that's what I was questioning.
and that's why couldn't say Angola. What the hell is that? They don't call the country. They don't call the country Angola, do they?
They still do. They still do.
Well,
You know. See, I told you history is important. You know.
see, I learned something new today.
You know, history is important. Now, I'm a historian, not a numismatist, but I can just tell you what the history behind the coin. You know, so
Interesting.
that's Portugal's Vietnam right there as well, because they were just fighting because they want their independence.
Right. Phil's. Ooh.
That's nice.
I want to say
Pakistan.
I want to say something like Pakistan or not India, because that would be pays,
Just
I
let
wanna
me
say
know when
Pakistan.
to turn it.
and it's definitely
Yeah, that ain't Pakistan. I don't know what.
it's definitely Asian.
Yeah, it has to be.
So Phil's, I remember seeing that before. Let's go with Pakistan, because I only got one Pakistani coin,
That can't be. Nah.
and I probably can't tell you on the front what it is.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, right. South Arabia.
Ooh, South Arabia.
That's
Huh.
still
That.
that's still Asian.
Yeah.
You can tell.
I was only off by a few.
You can tell by the hieroglyphics. They're all pretty close, but a lot of them just use Saudi Arabian or Arabian language.
Probably.
That I want to say Austria,
I was saying that too.
but
Yeah.
that Thunderbird or whatever you want to call it has been minted on many different countries.
But
Yeah,
look
Germany's
at
got one that's similar.
Sledgehammer and
Let's
sickle.
go with Austria right now.
Sledgehammer and sickle.
Yeah.
It's not Russia because it's not double-headed.
I can't be. What is that?
There goes my guess.
There it is, Austria.
Right, Austria. Yep.
Two Groschen.
54.
Another stupid aluminum coin.
I don't know. I like them.
Yeah, I like them. I mean, I do collect coins, but I just collect them because of the history of them. You know.
You would love to go see my book. All right, which eagle is this one?
I got a bunch.
Mexicano, and they got it reversed. The eagle's on the other side now. That's different.
1884.
Huh.
Yeah.
Always with the golden eagle with the snake. Sweet.
10 centavos.
90% silver.
Yep.
Nice.
Not the best condition, but nice date.
I wouldn't care. Man, I'm glad you pulled the foreign coins out.
That's Sweden. I have that.
Yep, Severages.
Yeah.
Sabri, whatever. Switzerland.
And I like this one because of the way they do the wording. Pressed in.
I like how the coin is, the actual coin is stamped. There's not much.
You don't have to worry about wearing that coin down, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, except for the edges, but as far as the details, it'll be always there.
Yeah, because it definitely has a raised rim. But everything else is recessed. And it would take you forever to get to that one.
Oh yeah.
Don't they call that invert?
Inverted design sounds about right.
Yeah, another Switzerland.
That's Switzerland, yeah.
Now that's 2 francs. And that's I'm not sure if that's silver or not.
I think it's 70% silver. I've got one. I think I've got one.
Yeah, but
I think it had to be a little older.
I can't remember what year they stopped silver in Switzerland. When you get to the higher francs, they're silver. You know, the 5 and 10.
But I like all this stuff.
Here's another.
This is some good stuff.
Another Switzerland.
Yeah,
Switzerland.
68.
Probably silver.
That's the year that my grandfather went over there.
Ooh, another Mexico.
There's centavos.
Mexico.
I like this one.
I think there's only one country that does centavos. Oh, it's Colombia.
Oh, it's Colombia. Oh,
Yeah.
I was thinking there's only one country that does centavos. I'm wrong.
That's cool.
And look at the 9 and 6, the die break.
Yep. Sure does.
It's the Hung 9.
Careful, Family Channel.
What?
what is that?
I think upside down.
Focus. Let's see. I think that's Norway, if I'm not mistaken, but I can't see.
There we go.
No, that's England. 1 shilling.
It's United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not. That one's not silver, you know.
No, because don't you have to go back to the very first of the 50s before it starts silver?
Way before that.
40s, I want to say.
It's like 30s when they stopped doing silver and coins. I know the face. I just can't see the wording.
Yeah, and I think this one has some issues, which might be why it's harder to see.
There it is. Oh, yeah.
Canada.
Oh, it's Canada. Oh my God. Really? What year is that?
That's Queen Victoria, so I said 1800s. Yep, 1890.
Yep. So silver nickel. I don't have any silver nickels from Canada yet.
Me either.
My book goes from 1922 whatever to date.
I'm breaking that one.
50,
Wow.
Colombia. 50. Is that 25 cents? Or 50?
Isn't it 50?
50.
Cinco, 50.
Go 5, 50. Gotcha. Libertad.
Simon Bolivar.
I don't know what content that is.
What? Simon Bolivar?
Copper nickel.
That's Colombia.
Looks like a DC comic hero.
Superhero?
He was the leader of Colombia in the 1800s, and he formed a thing called Grand Colombia.
There you go.
That's from Taiwan. I have that.
You know why it's from Taiwan? Because there's that flower in the middle.
Yep.
They got a little bit different handwriting as far as the graphics, the glyphics.
Like I heard there's 2 different Chinese, right?
Then China does, right? Because they're part of China, kind of not. But they have different. They have different characters for what China has. They look the same, but they're not the same.
They're not the same. Nope.
Ireland. What nice bronze looking coin. Piggy. Whee! Yeah. Too bad they went to the Euros.
Oh, they did? I don't know. I didn't know they were.
South Island is European Euro.
Well, yeah, it's part of the UK.
Now the North Ireland is not. That's part of UK.
Oh, so yeah, definitely.
They're two different countries.
Yeah, I know.
Mm.
You've been doing that since after Ireland got independence.
That is one gross is Czechoslovakian or Czech Republic, depending upon what year it is. It's Czechoslovakia. It's one gross.
49.
Oh, it's Poland. I meant Poland. All right, I got it wrong.
Yeah, I was about to say Poland actually too, but I didn't want to.
I'm bad.
No, you're good.
I am Czechoslovakian. I should have knew that to begin with. But
You are?
as soon as I seen gross, I was like, yeah, it's right there, right there.
And if you know Al at all, he's not good.
No, I think he's good. I mean, he knows more coins than me. I just know the history behind it.
Mexico Mexico. I don't know.
Looks Filipino.
I've never seen that Filipino. I've never seen that broad before. But I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure
he is, to be honest.
Mexican. It's got to be Mexican.
Yep, Filipino. Told you.
Philippine. I told you I didn't see that face before.
The writing looked Filipino to me. Didn't look Spanish. I mean, Filipino and Spanish, they are similar. But I can see why.
This is fun,
Australia.
Yeah. Emu and the Kanga. Who cares what the other side looks like? It is silver.
Yeah, I already know what it is.
80%.
Wow. See, I wouldn't know that.
50%, I think.
I wouldn't know that, you see. You know more than me, man.
Yeah, 925, they stopped in like the 20s.
I don't know what that is. You guys know what that is?
Hold on. Don't move it. Never seen the crest.
I haven't seen that.
I've never seen the crest or the writing before like that. But I'm thinking probably Vatican.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Vatican. See, that looks like a pope's name.
I've never seen that crest before.
Me neither.
It is Vatican.
Good job, guys.
Italian. Wait, no, Vatican. Yeah, Vatican.
53.
Huh. I never seen a Vatican coin before, actually.
I say, if you know anything about geography and shit, and countries and stuff, you could pick this stuff up quick and figure out what it is without having to look it up or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I know. I've been studying geography since I was a kid, man. Geography was my favorite subject in school. Not just history, but geography.
See,
I read maps all day, all day, and I know a lot of countries.
I've been doing foreign coins and foreign stamps since I was 10.
Yeah,
and I'm 55.
Oh wow, you're older than me. I'm an 18-year-old kid, but
and I'm even older.
Uraca is Panama.
And I've been doing coins and stamps since the beginning
all y'all are older than me, but But I was shocked if you didn't know that Angola was part of a Portuguese colony.
No, I've heard Angola before, but I don't know as a country. I thought maybe some South American country or some new country that just came out.
No, it's been around actually independence-wise, it's been around since the 70s.
But most of my coins are all true Portuguese coins.
I mean, Portugal has been part of Angola since the 1400s. So,
but no, I don't know the whole history of it. And that's what I've been doing when I was doing my award for coins. That is either hold on, don't flip it over.
I'm trying to focus.
See the big one?
That looks like Saudi Arabia now.
It's not a one, it's an exclamation mark.
It's a one.
It's a one, yeah.
One I can't remember what
64.
But it's either Saudi Arabian.
I'm thinking about
or
that.
It's Iranian, or it's what's the other one? United Arab Emirates, which is my next guess.
Oh yeah,
it could be that as well.
I don't see a dot there, so I'm not sure. but I'm pretty sure it's one of those three countries. Maybe Syria.
Yeah. Maybe Syria. Yeah,
All right,
let's see.
Focus. Oh, you had it. That is definitely probably Iranian.
Nah, we don't see the Shah over here. Do we see the Shah? They would have the Shah's face in it.
The crest of the moon and the star.
Nah, that's not Iranian at all.
It is Arabian.
No, I'm not. No, Iranian.
Oh,
It's Arabian. Yeah, it's definitely Arabian, of course. But I thought you said Iranian.
Give me 2 seconds and I'll identify it.
All right. Take your
Yeah.
time.
No, it can't be. No, we're thinking about Turkey. I'm thinking about Turkey, but
Yeah, 'cause those are flags.
that's what I'm thinking. Because that's a 1964 coin. Yeah, that has to be. That has to be Turkey.
Okay, let me see what it looks like. Oops.
Majestic says Turkey.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. I think it's Turkey. I mean, I don't know. It could be wrong, but
David says it's Turkey.
Not Turkey.
not.
Not. Turkey uses lira.
Yeah, you're right.
Damn it. Okay. Here we go. Now let me see the coin. Where are you at? All right. Boom. Back to there. Boom. Open that up. All right. It shouldn't take me long. Okay, Saudi Arabia's got the two swords and the palm tree.
Yeah, that's their logo.
Yeah. Let me change the quest for it. And that's got what? I mean, Turkey does use
Yeah, but
the
it doesn't.
crest of the moon and the star too.
It's not Arabian. Wait, it's Algerian. Oh, yep, Algerian. I looked it up. It's Algerian.
That sounds more like it, Algerian.
Yeah, I looked it up. It says Algerian.
How did you look it up?
Here's the coinoscope.
What?
The coinoscope.
Oh, you use the coinoscope. See, I don't have one of those. I have to do it the hard way. Google.
Yeah.
Crest moon and what was it? Star, right?
Yeah, and the same design. It's Algeria. Yeah. It has the crescent in the moon, and has Arabian. Yep. I wouldn't guess that.
See, now the coins are fun, but doing some of the currency is really fun because there's so much more information on them.
The thing is, I haven't found the correct coin yet. That's what's pissing me off.
Oh, you want me to wait? I'll wait.
No, go ahead. I'm still searching. It's got the crest of the moon and the star, and then it's got what's on the top of it. Same thing. It's got a crest of the moon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were three.
I haven't found the picture yet. Okay, now we're getting stupid.
It's all right.
Here.
British Borneo. That's in Malaya. Yep. That's when Malaya was a British colony.
All right. Well, I'll look it up differently then. This ain't working. Close.
That's cool.
Close. What, I missed it. That's different. What is that?
Swords.
Yeah, what is that? What?
That's a British Malayan coin.
Or,
And
yeah.
it's a penny.
British what?
British Malaya.
Marino? Oh, Malaya. Yeah. Okay. I haven't seen that coin at all. There's so many coins I don't have. All right. Well, you said that was we figured out it was Algeria.
Yeah, the last one was Algeria.
Yeah, that's the one I want to look at. Which is not Asia.
No, that's an African coin. That's Turkey.
That's Africa. There's Angola. Nope, it's not in Africa either. So it's got to be.
Same crust and
It's got
No,
to.
that's Turkey. That's Turkey. It says it right there. It's
yeah.
Turkey.
Nope,
Yes, it is.
got to be in Europe.
Yeah, that's in Europe. Well, no. That's not in Europe. It's in Asia.
You still don't find Algeria. It's not in Asia either, so it's got to be a distinct.
Wait. What are we talking about?
Algeria.
Algeria. Okay.
So
Yeah, Algeria is in Africa. It's in northern Africa.
Yeah, I looked all the way. I just got to type it in.
In Angola, that's in southern Africa.
Yeah, it says Africa. And the date was 1964. Well, there was no date on it, was it?
no, there wasn't.
Killing me. Wow, I don't know why it says Algeria. I don't have it here.
You want me to show you a picture?
Okay, there's the one. That's it right there. Okay.
What is that one now?
It is 1964.
British East Africa. That's Kenya.
The Algeria one is 1964.
Or all those colonies from the head.
It's 1 centum. Whatever centum equals to. 1 cent.
I guess. I don't know. You're the numericus.
It's worth 44 cents. It's made of aluminum.
That's British East Africa. Yeah, that's Kenya. That's British Tanzania. Angola, all of them.
And they made 35 million of them. Okay. I'm done. The Algeria one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on that. I missed the last 4 or 5 that you just put up.
That's a piece of history I would like to get to, especially
Yeah, they're no longer a country.
which
That's a really East Africa.
British East Africa. Oh yeah, of course. I mean, they all got independence.
Yeah, it's a really nice coin you got there. Nice bronzy.
Yeah, real good condition too.
I have 2. I think I got a 39 and I got a 64. 64. They went quite a few years before they made another one or something. I can't. My 64 looks better than my 39.
Nah, that's Mexican. Hidalgo? Yeah, that's Mexican. He's a Mexican figure.
I'm gonna go with Colombia.
Nope. But let's see. Yep, that is
Mexico.
Yeah. Like I said, know the history, man. I know who Hidalgo is.
I've never seen that guy before.
Yeah, and it kind of looked like that last guy that wasn't Mexico.
Bovear?
Habitia. That's Switzerland.
That's Switzerland, yeah. No, Bovear is Colombian.
50. Is that like a half rank? It is silver. 10 wrapping. Nope. Of course, I'd have to look it up just to make sure.
No, hold on. Can I show you? Hold on. When Rich is done, I'm going to show you my globe, and I'll show you where Angola is. Angola's in the... Let me bring my globe real quick.
Yeah, but they got Angola and Portugal.
Yeah, but at the time it was a Portuguese colony.
But they're 2 different countries then, because they have 2 different entries into log. Angola and Portugal.
I mean, this is an old globe,
Yeah.
from the 30s, but this is where it's at.
Okay, and it's still there.
Yeah, it's still there, has the same borders, but it doesn't belong to Portugal anymore.
Does it have the same name, Angola?
Yeah, it does.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I couldn't find it in Africa, but it does say Africa when I pulled it up.
Yeah.
I don't have any Angola coins, so
Okay. I'm just saying what it is.
Jesus, man, how old are you? You're pretty young, aren't you?
I'll be right back, guys. I got another phone call.
18?
Yep.
All right, Brian.
Smart fella.
Thanks.
It's nice to know people your age are still doing history like this.
Yeah.
It's important.
My grandfather, he told me a lot of stuff, and that's how I got me interested in it.
Unfortunately, for people Al's age and my age, a lot of the countries have changed, and
Changed, yeah. I'm surprised it in Angola. Like, that was Portugal's Vietnam back in the 60s and 70s. And they had to struggle to keep they want all their colonies, because Portugal in the 50s and 60s, they're losing their colonies left and right. Especially not just Portugal, but Britain, France, because after World War II, they couldn't really sustain their colonies anymore. And all these countries wanted independence. That's what we see a lot of independent countries today with because of this.
Yeah, when do you think Quebec's going to become their own country?
Oh, I don't know.
They keep trying.
they trying, yeah.
What we got there?
Ooh, what is that?
Hold on. What the hell? I'm trying to read it. Hapa. I've seen it before. I just don't know what it is.
1953.
Yeah, in the last 3 decades, countries have changed left and right.
Oh yeah, definitely.
In three decades, 30 years.
That's crazy.
So it's kind of hard to keep up with all the different existing and non-existing.
Yugoslavia.
Is it Yugoslavia?
Yes, it's Yugoslavia.
we're then halfway into elementary school, and
Hey, pull that Chinese coin back out.
50 years ago.
Pull that Chinese 10 cash coin out and have them do a scope on it.
Okay.
I just did the scope.
Might
Whatever,
take,
what do you call whatever you call that phone app?
Coinoscope.
Yeah.
I use it when I come across coins that I don't know.
Yeah, but the 10 cash coin you're not going to figure out.
Probably not.
oh, I think it was this one, wasn't it?
But
That's the one.
that's the one. But I knew that the Qing. Hold on. Let me see.
Because I got 2 coins that one coin I identified. It's a restrike, and it's a 20 cash coin, and then I have a 10 cash coin.
Nope. Didn't recognize it. I needed to focus. Okay.
It's missing a lot of detail. Maybe the other side will give you a little better. Come on.
Come on. Okay. Let's take a look what this is. Has to be from like the early part of the Qing Dynasty. It can't be Republic of China. Yep.
It's early 1900s.
Yeah, early 1900s. I see. It has all types of years on here. Like this one's from 1906, but it has like the same design.
It's not the same design. If you turn the back, that'll tell
Yeah,
you.
it tells you like which province.
Right. When you turn the back, it'll give you the which is all worn down right there. And that's about where they're always worn down. Now,
It has to be from the early 1900s. That
they
China
can be valuable coins,
cash coin.
but China copies them.
Yeah.
and tries to sell them. So there's a lot of what do you call it, counterfeits out there. So, but that you can tell it's a good coin because it's worn down.
I already know that. Yeah, you can tell that one is very old because it's worn down. That's good because, like I said, they make a lot of fakes out there. You know.
And some of those 20 and 10 cash coins are worth money.
Yeah.
I know my 1909 restrike is.
Oh, that.
But I got a feeling that it's a counterfeit. You know.
Yeah. Yugoslavia. Yeah. That's around.
Oh, that's that same.
Same one.
Same one, yeah. Still got the Stalin didn't invite. I can say that's a good thing. Stalin didn't invite Tito over.
That's a lot of money spent on those capsules for foreign coins.
Yeah, a lot here. I mean, I got a foreign coin.
And keep in mind, I bought them, at $500 at a time.
Yeah. Well, if you got to use it, right?
You betcha. Okay, give me just a second. Now here's another nice coin wrapper.
So, history man, you graduated from school yet?
I already did.
You been going to college?
I try. I try for history, but I just see it as a joke.
Well, yeah, you got to take the test and everything that you just learned the last 10 years all over again.
Yeah, I already knew it, so I'm not saying I'm gonna be like a history teacher. I got other stuff because
I want you to take math. Okay, guess what?
Yeah.
What do I need math to be history?
Exactly. That's the most stupid. I don't know why they do that. I was in math class for multiple times on college, and they're learning stuff that I don't know, and I just think it's a repeat of high school.
It is. That's exactly what it is. And you got to pay that first initial price of whatever the college is costing.
Yeah.
You learn something you already learned.
Exactly. It makes no sense.
Going into History 101 right away. Well, not. Because they want to get the money out of you.
They want to get the money out of you, yeah. So I said, screw this. So I dropped out.
I have no idea what that is.
What is that?
The stupid bill.
It's a cool bill.
It's a cool bill.
Turn it over.
Turn it over. Let's see what it is.
It's I've got all the denominations.
No, not gonna help.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It looks like some kid that drew it on one of those scope things.
Exactly.
And did all the pretty designs.
Yeah.
Bank of Indonesia.
Yeah, that's Indonesia.
Yuck.
1964.
She's a cutie.
You're good for a soldier.
Yep, man. I'm sure she was. Complete crisp 1964s.
They're in really good condition.
Yeah, most of my notes are really high grade, but when I was collecting stamps, I would get offers to get these.
There you go, tobacco tax tags.
Those are the one is Mongolian, 10 something.
Yeah. Yeah, the top one is Mongolian.
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer.
I have a Mongolian one as well. I think I do. I gotta check.
I
have a small banknote collection.
I gave mine away.
Oh, your collection?
No, the bills. I just gave them away.
Oh, okay.
I don't keep them. Chelonis, I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is. Me either.
Turn it over. The other one looks familiar. I just can't identify it.
Lithuania?
No, I don't think so.
Lithuanian Republic. It looks like their emblem. Hold on one sec.
Okay, you do it. I was going to type in the text. Like Tubos. Libital. Lietuvos. Lietuvos. I don't know.
Yep, that's from Lithuania.
Okay.
That's what Hidden said.
You know, for the longest time, I thought Lithuania was gone a long time ago.
That's when they got independence, when they broke away from the Soviet Union.
Yeah, because they're still on the border. They're still on the border there.
Somewhat.
That looks familiar. That looks familiar.
I don't know what that is. You know what that is?
Bank of something.
Flip it over and see what it is.
It's going to say the same thing. Bank of something. If you can identify the three flags, the three colors.
Familiar. Kazakhstan? Hold on, I don't know. It's almost Central Asian country, probably.
1 ruble. It's 1 ruble. What is it? 1 ruble?
Probably. I don't know what they call it there.
Yeah. See what a paya is? Is 1 ruble.
1 ruble? Oh, okay.
So it's got to be something closer to
Russia. Yeah, like a Central Asian there. I mean, that can't be Russia.
Well, it looks familiar.
But they have like some country that has a similar text.
But that's not Russian's flag.
No. Because Ukraine has
Russian writing.
text.
It could be Ukraine.
Nah, Ukrainian. That's definitely not the Ukrainian flag.
Huh.
Okay. Here's one that's going to tell you on the other side.
Oh man.
Bangladesh.
Probably Bangladesh. Yeah, I don't know.
Bangladesh, or it's not India.
Neat colors.
Banknotes. That's what I'm bad at. But
yeah, it's definitely not India. So
yeah, that's not Indian tax. Myanmar. Okay.
Myanmar. Yeah, that's Bangladesh. It's right next door.
No, that's modern day Burma.
Hey, they're playing hacky sack.
Oh, what did it used to be called?
Burma.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, remember, I'm getting old in age. I can't remember 2 minutes ago. Let alone.
Okay.
I'm good at 50 years ago. I can tell you what happened 50 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
Long-term memory, right?
Yeah. You know.
Short-term sucks. All right, are you done showing off your bills?
There's an easy one.
That's Mexico.
I used to have one of them. I gave them away.
That's an oldie.
Old peso. It's worth 23 cents if it was valid.
I mean, what year is that from?
50 something. 59, maybe?
Guess so.
Yeah, 59.
Peso. Pretty.
Yeah, neat watermark.
I used to have one just like it. I gave it away, and it was wrinkled like that too.
Yeah, I respect a 60-year-old, banknote,
Her numismatist said it, Lithuania.
Or the one that we got there before. Yeah.
I just
Mafia. What is that?
Oh, Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Baltimore.
100 dinars.
Bosnia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bosnia, and here we go. It says it right here. Yeah. Interesting. I never seen a Bosnian bill before. Who's that? Peter the Great? That has to be Russian if that's
1 ruble, and that's Russian.
Yeah.
Bab, whatever you want to call it. Payo. Payo is, anyways, ruble.
Just funny because those Russian faces, you can normally tell.
I think that, yeah, that looked like Peter the Great.
Stotina Denora.
He's the guy that made modern Russia, pretty much. Okay. Yeah, Bosnia.
You know, because of you, Rich, I got to catch up a lot of videos now.
I make history videos if you want to look at my channel if you like.
I watched a couple.
Oh, you watch people?
I didn't comment on it.
I'll check you out.
That's England.
Oh my God, where's that from? There's no.
Banka.
That's from the UK.
Yeah, but it's a province coin, so it's not,
Wait, isn't that
not actually UK, so it's actually England.
medicinal herbage?
That's a province of UK.
Yeah, well, it's not a province. It's not. You could say that, but you know it's called the United Kingdom for a reason, right?
No, before it wasn't United Kingdom till they formed all 4 countries together.
Yeah, back in 1707. Before that, England used to be a country. Same thing as Scotland. Before that, you know.
Which of course London is their capital.
Yeah.
All right, who's this?
Some guy with a scope.
Yeah, that's Isaac Newton.
Good job.
Isaac Newton. What's he need a scope for when an apple fell on his head? Isn't he the one that got hit with an apple? Isaac Newton.
10 Deutschmark. That's German. That's Germany. West Germany. 1970.
Now, is that a guy or girl?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know who that is, to be honest.
Why is everybody bothering me?
So you're popular.
I must be popular. Yeah, that's it. Zen Deutschmark.
Zen Deutschmark.
Never seen Zen Deutschmark, so that must be 10. Zen
10.
Zen 10.
It's beautiful, though. I like seeing that. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's a cool ship. Forget what they called the 2 masters.
Brazil.
Front, yeah.
Don't know who that is on top of my head.
He looks studious. No,
Could be one of the presidents. I don't know who that is.
Mil Cruzados. Yeah, that's what they changed the money to. Cruzados.
Cruzados?
Yeah.
Who was it before?
Mel Crusaders.
More than 1,900 former Justice Department employees again called for Barr's resignation.
Rio de Janeiro.
1,900 judges.
That's when that at the time that was Brazilian. That's Brazil's capital, Rio de Janeiro.
1905.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Rio de Janeiro is a new one, isn't it?
No, that was Brazil's capital before. The new one is Brasilia.
Oh, okay.
What is it?
Brasilia.
Brazilian.
Huh.
Kroner. That's Sweden.
68.
Yeah.
Sweden,
I think that's Gustav V. I could be mistaken, but it looks like Gustav V.
Hey, Rich, I need some toilet paper. Can I borrow some of them? What?
Hidden to Denmark.
I'll trade you gold toilet paper for them. You ever have gold on your ass?
Yeah, I just don't care for it.
One something.
Yeah, it's like bland.
Nice watermark there.
That's a boring. That is wait. Does they have a watermark type deal on it?
Yeah.
They're there, yeah.
Yeah, I can't
Barely
tell what
fit
can't
through.
tell what it says. Japanese.
Oh, that's when Japan occupied the Dutch East Indies.
Eingilden, yeah.
Eingilden, yep. I've never seen that before. Wow.
One Gilden.
So, and this one's great condition too.
You know, modern day Indonesia.
Nice.
If you don't know what the Dutch East Indies is.
But they made it the most blandest currency they could come up with.
I mean, yeah, you know, since they're occupying it, they need to.
Almost worse than the American dollar. I'm getting tired of looking at George.
Yeah.
Like to see more Franklins. But all I get is George's. Nice.
Yeah. Dutch East, Japanese Dutch East Indies when they occupied it. So, I never seen that before. Actually, that's a cool piece of history. I would like to have that.
Put some glue on it. Use it for wallpaper.
Huh.
Am I hurting your feelings yet? Correct.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Can't hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
You
forget my age.
Yeah. People collect what they want to collect.
Yeah.
And that's that's great.
I mean, I collect everything. I really do.
Amy says that's garbage. That's my work. That's my motto. That's garbage.
So the ones that are from war times are all from my Marine uncle, Master Sergeant Marine.
Oh, okay. So I was hurting your feelings.
That's when China was. Actually, that's China was from at the time when it was part of a Republic of China at the time.
Yeah.
Until they went to Taiwan, but.
Now.
Okay, that's Imperial Japan. That's the Japanese Empire.
Yeah, because that's got that same
That's the Imperial seal.
that same thing as the coins.
Yeah, that's the Imperial seal. That's the Japanese Imperial family dynasty seal.
I could tell you the date on it if you want. I don't know if it says it or not.
I don't know. I have my friend can speak Japanese, but she's not here right now.
I don't think it does.
I don't see no date on it.
It has to be before 1945. That's not a modern Japanese.
Well, hold it there, and I'll get you a date.
All right.
Okay.
Sure. Now, unfortunately, my uncle wrote the dates on some of them.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, like this next one coming up.
Stop. That's not going to tell me the date. Hold on.
So he was a Marine.
During World War II?
Yeah, and the Korean.
And that's not going to tell me the date.
And for service.
So, and he actually started Vietnam and then got honorably discharged because of diabetes and a few other health issues.
Move to the left a little bit.
Well, I was thinking for his service. You know.
He's a great man. I learned a lot from him.
Those are not the dates. Those are not the dates, sir.
Okay.
Which?
No. Flip it back to the other side and see if there's anything there because.
Oh, I know. It has to be before 1945. I know that's from Imperial Japan when, the Japanese Empire, but.
And that's not going to give me a date. No, not the right characters. And 1 yen is way, way old. Do they even use yens anymore?
They still do. They've been used yen since the 1880s.
Well, I know they use sen for sure a lot.
That's Chiang Kai-shek. That's nationalist China.
Oh, you wrote that Chinese national. Oh.
Yeah, Nationalist China. That's Chiang Kai-shek.
That bill's ruined.
The Republic of China, 1948.
48.
Was the thing? Yeah, 48. That's when, that's a year before when the Chinese communists kicked them out.
Now, a couple of these are pretty damaged. I always keep them. That's some of the military painters.
This batch I have. You showed me a bunch of batches that we went through, and this batch I haven't seen.
I haven't. See,
Yeah, that's cool.
that is awesome.
Does it say where it's from? Military bill doesn't say nothing.
Yeah,
United States.
pretty cool. I think.
United States, just a little certificate.
I think it's
thought
pretty cool.
it said it on the other side.
Okay, I didn't see. I was looking at the eagle.
Nope. No, it's just the law.
Which is the seal of the United States. 10 cents. Where's that from?
For use only in United States.
United States
establishments.
It's a military bill. Yeah.
Looks like a French bill. What the hell is that? Indian?
10 cents.
Oh, it's a female. Yeah, those can run up some money. People collect that stuff.
Yeah.
Some people collect the foreign crap, but bills. But military, they usually grab them up quick, especially if you're selling a lot.
I want to see different. I collect foreign currency because I want to see different designs than American stuff. And I think it's just fun. And just knowing the history and just knowing the people are, I just wonder, is this bill held by a national soldier that's fighting Chinese communists? You don't know. And that's what I like about him. Who hold this before you?
I wish it would quit snowing.
That's Sun Yat-sen. That's nationalist China.
Yeah. Bank of China. Taiwan.
Still, it's part of nationalist China.
Pretty much. We're hopefully we get them back in the World Trade Organization. We get some Taiwan cook toys again.
See, that's Japanese. I forgot that guy's name. That guy looks so familiar.
Well, it's something right there.
I can't read Japanese. My friend can. She can read Japanese, but I can't. Yep, that's the government building in Japan too. That's their building. That has to be from the 1880s. I think.
Is it snowing where you are, buddy?
Huh? Is it snowing where I'm at?
Yeah.
No.
You're in New York.
It's snowing.
Are you in New York?
Oh, you're in New York?
Yeah.
In upstate? It's not snowing where I'm at.
It's snowing.
I'm here in Jersey.
Oh, that's why it's not snowing.
Yeah. You're in upstate New York? You're from?
Yeah, I'm upstate.
Yeah.
I'm right next to the Lake Ontario.
Oh, I can see why now.
The west side. You know where we get all the snow every year?
Yeah.
Lots and lots of it.
Mm-hmm.
This year wasn't bad at all. Surprisingly, I was thinking it was going to be the worst year because of the climate changes that we got. It's screwing everything up, and now it's going to really screw it up since we got fresh air out there.
Well, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it'll change something. All right, I'm tired with the bills. Burn them.
I like it. I don't know. I want this is awesome. This is awesome stuff.
You lost your chat. Nobody's watching it.
I love it. I can look at them all day.
Chat stopped about 10 minutes ago. Nobody's talking.
Careful. I could probably show them to you all day.
Definitely. I like it. I love looking at this.
Oh,
That's cool.
elephants. It's got to be Asia or it's got to be Africa.
That's not an African language.
No, not that. So it's Asian.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Cambodia or somewhere.
Just by the squiggly lines, you can tell.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the ears on the elephant. Africans have big ears. Asian elephants have small.
Yeah, but that's definitely not. I know that's definitely not African. I know.
Wow.
I'm thinking. Wait, a hammer and sickle. Wait 1 second.
Well, it's Asia for sure. The hammer and sickle. It's not Russian. It's Arabic.
Well, Cambodia. Oh, I'm thinking about Cambodia. That's what I'm thinking about.
So
Vietnam is that's definitely not Vietnam.
it's not Nepal. It's not India.
No,
It's
I'm
not.
thinking about a communist country at that time too.
Well, one of the communist countries was starts with a B, which is no longer communist. Wow, my head's spinning. But they don't use that type of language.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. I'm trying to think. I'm thinking about Laos. Laos could be Laos.
What'd you call me?
Laos.
Hey.
Japan. Yeah.
Yeah, Japan. Yep, just from Japan. Okay, too.
That was kind of an easy one.
Yeah.
It's a flower that gave it away.
Tencent.
That's another Japanese.
That's Japanese when America occupied it. Yeah.
Military currency.
Yeah.
Military.
It's interesting. I love that. I really do.
And it's a neat shape.
Definitely, especially the other one.
Square ones are nearly square.
Well, it's still Japanese. I love this game. Have no idea, but I see a Statue of Liberty there, so I guess it's U.S.
That's U.S. when
It says U.S. Okay.
yeah, my I think that's the payment that my grandfather would have got when he was in the military. So I don't know. I wasn't there, but
Another American one, Lady Liberty.
yeah,
I like the way they started doing some nice designs on them. You know, as far as wish they'd do that with our bills.
yeah.
She's cool. I like her.
She's horny. She's got all those spikes out of her. Or is those supposed to be sun rays?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, which is which? He's got a couple of them.
You okay?
Well, what?
I said you're right. Yeah.
Nineteen 49.
49. I think that's when they started getting independence, doing stuff on their own with the United States.
Yummy.
Now, I'm not sure this one's going to fit on the screen.
Big.
Time to take my medicine. Hello. One of those.
Dutch.
Gildan.
Gildan. I would say Dutch. If that's I think that's the domination that they use.
Isn't that another? No,
Go get your meds. We'll wait.
I don't know. I give up.
I say that's Dutch because it's Gildan. But, yeah, I guess it's
Yeah, but
Dutch.
the writing's different. It's Moisian.
Norwegian. That looks Dutch to me.
No, it said Moisian.
Oh, Malaysian.
No, if you look in the front, it says Moisian.
Where?
Moejeon on top of it. I've never seen that for Dutch. The Gildan is like the Japanese Gildan you were talking about.
Yeah. But but
Miljoyen.
56.
hold it.
Like I said, I've never seen that Miljoyen word before.
Yeah, because it's a Dutch language. I knew that's Dutch.
All right.
You know.
Slap my hand. Take my birthday away.
You know. So, you know, and I know that Gildan is a term for that. I have friends that's Dutch too. You know.
Oh, maybe it. Oh, okay. It's 1 million. It's 1 million Gildan. That's what it is.
So, especially
that's what Miljoyen means is 1 million.
Makes sense.
Which is really bad inflation, isn't it?
I would say I don't know what happened with current at the time.
Even we never had $1 million bills.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
The closest we came to was $500,000 bills.
Oh yeah, I know that.
But we didn't have 1 million, as far as I know. Of course, I'm not a bill collector.
49.
Well, I am a bill collector, but it's called Dr. Bills.
Mm-hmm.
So,
hey, I've got some of those, but I don't want to show you.
Yeah, I finally don't receive them anymore. Once I got on the state Medicaid, I finally got on Medicaid and all.
Good for you.
And I had to fight for that.
You always do.
And yeah, I don't get no bills no matter what. I have not seen a bill come in.
So I've actually got a bunch of those.
And no complaints. No, what do you call it? People looking for you for money. So I'm kind of happy about that. They cover everything. Well, they cover everything but the medicine because you got to pay a copay of $1. But the $1 not bad considering the $500 item it's cost $1. You know, my Brio for my COPD.
No.
Yeah, it's $500 just for that unit alone. Then my insulin. You don't want to talk about insulin, right?
I'm borderline, but I'm not diabetic.
The needles are free.
So is the poke.
The what?
The poke.
Yeah, the pokes are free, but the test strips are not, and they're expensive.
This one's really nice condition.
It's like $30 for 100, and now I only got to pay $1 for. But just think, I got 24 medications. It takes $24 to buy the shit. You got no income. Ooh, what am I gonna use this with for my? Get rid of this silver. Get rid of this. Jump up and down through hoops to get it. To get money, you know. Half peso. There you go.
That's pretty cool.
A 50 center. It's worth 12 cents. 13 if you're lucky. Oh, that's Philippines? I think that's worth a little bit more.
49, yeah.
And this is one of my favorites.
Oh wow, that's a nice design.
Mahego. She's
She
a
looks like one of my family members.
She's a pretty one.
Did she leave the number?
What's her name? Was it says it right there?
Papara.
Oh,
Just lady something or whatever.
well, focus it.
Her Majesty.
I mean, Mexico hasn't been a monarchy for a very long time. Long time. Yeah.
Peguaro or Pequana?
I can't see it. Oh, there it is.
Pagnera is not her name, but that's on all the coins too. I think Pagnera.
Oh yeah.
Something.
That's interesting. What a beautiful lady though.
A la vista.
19.
So, and I think they call this a gypsy bill.
That's right, yeah.
She can be my gypsy girl all day long. In my dreams, I guess.
Pretty cool. 1950.
1950, huh?
God, she's 70 years old.
Yeah. Right.
Looks good.
I don't have Mexican, man.
Well, I know that because I was born in 60.
American Banknote Company.
Yeah. We made a lot of money for Mexico.
Yeah.
All right. I've shown quite a few. I've got tons more, but
Yeah.
what would you? Oh, here's a neat one. I'll show this one first.
Did you have fun tonight, Rich?
Yeah. It was nice getting back on.
Don't expect me here all the time.
I understand. Appreciate when you can.
Actually, I've been doing a lot of sleeping lately, and
What is this one? Government of the Strait. Oh, British Singapore.
not feeling good. Shit like that.
Oh, this one's 35. Nice. This one's in pretty good condition for 35.
Oh.
Wish our bills had the correct date on them.
British,
So,
I've never seen British Malayan coin before. Oh, not coin, bill. Right.
Settlement. What settlement is that?
British Malayan.
Normally we call them notes.
Because we don't have something to back it. It's just a note.
Yes, sir. Bazoo.
Blue.
I still have quite a few left in this
I
bundle.
think it's right in Spanish. I'm not too sure.
Go lay down. Stop looking at me. Go lay down. No, go lay down. She's trying to tell me it's time again.
Japanese with the imperial seal.
You just yawned the same time I did?
I think that guy. I think he's one of the Japanese prime ministers in the Meiji period. But I don't know.
Told you to lay down.
Like the reverse.
Yeah, that's their government building. Nice building though, inside of it.
Keep on.
Very beautiful inside.
All right, I'm gonna cash out. Where's the place to turn my chips in? Woohoo!
You want me to do it for you?
No, I was just hoping for some money before I leave.
Well, I know you talked about gold, but I haven't seen a thing. Well, I take that back. I saw it. I don't see it in hand.
All right. Well, I guess I spent everything. I don't get nothing. Okay. Rich later.
Hey, thanks for coming
History
up.
later.
Appreciate
All right,
it.
nice to meet you, Mr.
Yeah, there's still 11 people watching your chat.
Cool.
Who's not commenting?
They all fell asleep. All right, later, guys.
All right, it was nice meeting you, by the way.
Take care, Al.
So, Rick,
Yeah.
you have a really good collection. I really enjoyed what I was seeing.
Cool. Thank you. It's about 25% of my foreign notes.
I know you got a bunch. I've met Rich before. I met you before. You know, it's just he told me that his family history and got like pictures of him.
Yeah. See, now family history stuff for me is really important because I'm actually
me too.
my family's genealogist. I have handwritten family trees from 1840 and 1850. One of them is from a man, my direct grandfather, I think he's my fourth or fifth, had 17 kids, two wives before he married my grandmother.
That's a
And
lot.
she was really something because at 5 years old, her mom woke her up and was in tears, crying, and took her outside. And my grandmother said that it was as bright as day outside, and there was nothing but shooting stars shooting across the sky. It was the Leonid meteorites. Everybody thought they were going to die. They thought the Bible wrote, end of times was coming. Judgment was about to happen. And a lot of families committed mass suicide. Scary stuff. And, she ended up going back to bed and woke up the next day. And I doubt they went to school that same day, but after she got back to school, she asked all her teachers what had happened, and none of them could explain it. And so she really pushed education, and her parents had money. And she ended up getting a college type degree, and astrology was a big part of what she learned. She ended up a teacher. She was actually the first female teacher in Missouri. I've got a letter of her being hired in Missouri, and the entire town, the board of trustees or whatever, all signed the paper. And her husband ended up passing away, and then on her way back to New York, she met the man that ended up having 17 kids. And he had just lost a wife and was on his way back to family. And they got to know each other's, and that's how my family came to be. But it's really neat because they were from Kansas City, Missouri, and my grandfather owned like half the town, in the early years of it, and ran many of the businesses. And then my grandmother, her family was related to, I always forget their names. There was a company that ended up becoming partners with Kodak, and I'll think of Eastman, the Eastman company. And Eastman was really good with the film and the chemicals, and Kodak was really good with cameras, and they joined companies and made tons of money. And
definitely.
they were very wealthy. The pictures I have of the Eastman sisters, which I think there were 13 of them, they're all in minks and wearing pearls and diamonds and just decked out. And, you know, they were in their late teens, early 20s at the time when their father really hit it big. Kodak was almost always a
Right.
camera company.
Right. Yeah.
They were suffering, you know, right after the Civil War era to the 70s. But
Right.
it's really fun to learn all this stuff. And the,
I think so. Cynic of mine, you know. I really do think so, you know. And I always say, you know, to people, if you don't like if you don't like history, at least study your own.
yeah, absolutely.
You know, and it's important because God forbid, like if your grandparents, you know, passes away and you come across some of the stuff that they have, and you probably know, like, oh, okay, that's my great grandfather's watch or something. You know what I mean? You would probably know what they have because I had that issue. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm able to show my grandkids their 6th and 7th great grandparents, and I have about 8 different grandparents' pictures.
All of them, right? Eight.
Yeah, so that's really lucky. You don't normally get that. My grandmother was a photographer, well, because of being part of the Eastman family.
Right.
And she opened several camera shops where they, you know, took pictures and developed the films.
Right.
And she was really smart because she knew, you know, it was dangerous chemicals and stuff because a lot
Right.
of the photographers killed themselves.
Yeah.
Being in enclosed rooms when they did the developing and their own chemical mixing. And so pretty neat stuff. On my other side of the family, we were the first in California from Mexico. My family was here in the 1770s.
Right. Now. Just have a question. Your richest husband? I mean, wife or sister?
What's that?
Your richest wife or sister? You know, because I remember. You know, I don't want to be rude or anything. You know.
No, that's fine.
You know. Like, are you his wife or sister? Because I remember it was a dude. You know.
I am a dude.
Oh, you are a dude? I'm sorry. I don't want to be, you know. But you told me before. You know. You know, it's all right. You know.
Yeah, no, doesn't bother me.
Yeah, because it sound like a woman. That's why I'm sorry.
But it's pretty neat history. My family was related to General Vallejo.
Who's that?
The Bear Flag Revolt for California. He was main guys that were being fought by the Americans for the state.
Okay.
So California has a lot of missions. Those were also built by my family. I'm a furniture maker. On that other side of the
really good family history. It really is, you know.
On the other side of the family that I was talking about a minute ago, the ones with the Eastmans and stuff, they were also woodworkers and had the only sawmill on this side of the Ohio River. Owned it for years. Were cabinet furniture and home builders and pretty interesting stuff. I've got pictures of my family logging in the redwoods and doing Yosemite and then going through things like Winchester Mystery House. I've got pictures of Winchester Mystery House in the turn of the century, 1900.
When they went there?
What's that?
I said when they went there?
Yeah, because it was a touring site at the time. And, you know...
I thought Sarah Winchester owned it herself. And,
yeah, well, she wasn't there at this time. She was already passed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it was like a museum for the Winchester rifles. They had a museum.
Right.
but she had this gigantic Victorian home that was just crazy.
Crazy, yeah. I've heard.
Okay, so you're familiar.
Familiar, yeah.
It's in the middle of San Jose. City is huge. There's nothing but city blocks completely all around this place. But in my pictures, there's only like 3 farms, and the rest is all orchards or open pasture. So
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some interesting stuff. Like I said, I always like, studying family history because I think it's important to understand, where we come from. You know what I'm saying? And to trace our roots. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I'm not related like to my grandfather. He's pretty much a step grandfather to me, but he was a grandfather to me. So he was pretty much he was like a dad pretty much. But I learned just by talking to him. You know what I mean? And what did his family do? And what did his second wife family do? And we've been living in this town for over 100 years since Frank came over in I would say the early 1900s. My great grandfather Frank on his second wife's side, and he decided to make his own business. It was called I think it was called Frank Kornbluth's real estate insurance company. He was a realtor and insurance, and he's been living there ever since. And I still have like his pictures. I still have pictures, and I think I have his pocket watch too.
Cool.
And I just like learning about that. And as soon as my grandfather passed away, because I've learned their stories by pictures, and I did some research at the library. Because I would never knew who they are because my grandpa has these old pictures around, and I don't know who they were. So I did some research, and I've learned that this he was a realtor, he was a dad. I looked at multiple phone books, and when my grandfather passed away, I really had to fight who would get the items because most of my family don't know who they are, so it's kind of difficult for them. And the pictures, they very care for it, and they threw them out. And they didn't throw them out, but they were about to.
Yeah, and it's so sad that happens quite often because there's no names on the pictures.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even though if there were something on there, they probably still won't know who they are, because I never knew my grandfather's second wife's parents' names until I look at the grave sites when we were burying my grandfather when he passed away. So I was like, who's Frank and Sarah? I always wondered who they are, and who's Ida. I have no idea who they were. So I looked them up, and I have Tobia's pictures. That's her name, Tobia. And I looked at them, and the good thing is she put information, she put them who they were, like this is my mom, this is my dad. I went to this place, I went to that place, right?
Yeah.
And I figured out, okay, this must be Sarah and Frank. So these are the guys that's buried at the gravesite, And that just gave me an idea. And I was like, oh, wow. So I did some research, and I knew that he was a realtor, but my grandfather told me that he was Russian, So I looked that up, and I looked at the 1940 census for Bayonne in my town, and it said that he was Austrian, and he signed it himself.
Cool.
So I was like, okay, so he's Austrian. I have this misconception that he was Russian. I guess my grandfather, because he died before when he married to Tobia, because he died in 1959. And my grandfather married his daughter in 1964. So I never knew that, Rich.
Yeah, that era, because I was alive in 59.
Yeah.
The thing you got to keep in mind is the records. There's so many records for that era and prior to 1900 You can find business license, tax papers where they signed,
Yeah.
any wills in the family. But if you search that town for the newspapers for obituaries, that's
I have it.
normally where you find most of it.
I have their obituaries. I knew when they died because I saw at the gravesite. So I went to the library and they didn't have the actual papers, they have it in microfilm.
Yeah.
So I loaded up to the microfilm machine and to look out their obituary, both of them, both Frank and Sarah. So I looked at them from 1958 to 59 because Sarah died in 1958, and my great grandfather Frank, he killed himself. He committed suicide because the loss of his wife. So I looked at the papers, and I printed out their obituaries, and I was like, wow, okay, we're getting somewhere. You know what I mean? I'm researching their story. You know, I'm trying to connect their story up together. And to me, it was just so much fun, you know, to do.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I've been doing genealogy for about 30 years. So,
You know,
pretty fun stuff. And
fun
like
stuff.
for
It
me,
really is.
I have easily over 10,000 photos of my family from before 1910.
You told me, yeah.
Yeah, and it's probably a lot more than that. But
That's a lot. No, that's a lot because I don't really have like a lot of pictures, you know, sadly, because I looked at the report. I still have the death certificate for her aunt, you know. So I looked at the Toby's aunt, and she passed away in '88, and I looked at it, you know, and I saw who the parents were, and I'm like, who's Aaron and Bert Kramer, right? So this has to be my great grandparents to Sarah.
Good morning, guys.
hey,
Sorry about last night. My phone went out, and I was sitting on the couch because I was sitting on the table over there was sitting so hard on my feet and sitting down so long that it started to hurt. So I sat down on the couch and I got too comfortable.
yeah, hey,
And then
no worries.
my phone went out.
You don't have to explain to me. Sitting hurts, and I'm stuck sitting and laying. So
Yeah.
I'm gladly surprised that you're still up right now. Or have you came back on? No, 9 hours.
never
You're almost on 10 hours. Wow.
That's probably the longest stream I've ever been, you know.
Hey, History Man.
Yeah, hi Hector.
How you doing, sir?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
You know,
Have you known Rich long?
I know him. Yeah,
yeah, we've chatted before.
we chatted before. You know, you even commented on my newspaper stuff. Remember?
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's a great resource for genealogy, postcards, coins, historical. Actually, I like his photographs of his family.
Yeah. You know,
yeah. I actually got newspapers all the way back to 1800. I
Wow.
might have one a little older.
yeah, you have a lot of old newspapers than me. I have a bunch, but
And mine are almost all family oriented, obituaries or some type of story relates to family.
relates to them. That's crazy, you know. That's really crazy. I like doing that, you know, and I always tell them, and that's the reason why Hector, you see in my channel a lot of family photos and history videos because I'm trying to archive them all just in case something happens to them because
Mhm.
my family cares very little about them and they're really important to me, you know.
There's
So
always one.
you know, and I feel like I'm the only one that does. You know, I got pictures from a lot of, I think early after early 1920s because I don't have, I wish I had family pictures that old, but I don't. But but that's it. So that's what I have to do, and it's just sad that my family just don't carry very little, and thank God that my grandfather never got my great grandfather's pocket watch, because my grandpa was thinking about giving it to him.
Yeah.
And if he would gave it to him, he would sell it instantly. So just thank God he chose me.
Well, it's funny that people see history differently. Like when everybody celebrates the 4th of July, they know it's an Independence Day, but they don't know the reasons why behind it, and they don't know the people behind it. The decisions they made that affected us the rest, 200 and years later.
Yeah.
Those to me, those things. Like for example, my grandfather made a decision to walk from Mexico to San Francisco. He worked, in San Francisco. He worked at the railroad. He worked he got into Madera County, and then he went up into Yosemite National Park, where my dad was born, and his sister. And it was part of the history of California, in the early 1900s. And if it wasn't for his decisions, I wouldn't be here in the California still. I still probably be in Mexico.
You'll still be in Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you always got to think about it, I even told this to my grandmother, is that without Tobia, his second wife, you would never ever met my step grandfather Fred. I would never even met him, because she is the one that hired my grandmother to take care of her aunt.
Mm-hmm.
And without her existing or even into my grandpa's life, that would not happen. I would never even met my grandfather, my step grandpa.
Right.
And without Toby, and without meeting my grandmother meeting my step grandfather, I would be a totally different person. I'll be a totally different person. I wouldn't be. I'll probably be twice as worse than my father, because my dad, he did bad stuff. So, I always tell my grandma, just think about that for a second. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I remember an old quote that it went two ways. One, I'm a product of my father's sins, or I'm not the product of my father's sins.
Right.
So how are you feeling, Rich? This is your first long stream. How are you feeling?
Doing pretty good.
Good.
Nice long stream, And he was showing some foreign bills and some foreign coins.
Oh.
Pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'm learning how to convert Muslim dates into Judeo-Christian dates, and changing the Muslim symbols into numeric numbers that we know. I have a converter. That's pretty interesting. Even the writing or the history, or the reason why Korea, South Korea, North Korea, or one time when Korea was one nation, or many of the Asian countries actually, they said the 25th year of the Dao Pang era or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Instead of using.
I even told the guy that was in here, if you want to know all types of stuff, you have to know the history about them. Period.
He's talking about oldies, how.
Because and sometimes when you showed Rich, when you're showing me the coin, I already knew that coin was from the Meiji period. Because I studied Japanese history for a long time. And I know that coin for certain is from the Meiji era. The Meiji era started from 1868 to 1912, when Emperor Meiji died. And I already knew. And before that, you had yeah, that was a cool coin too, by the way. That was from that was from the Edo period, before 1868. That small Japanese coin that you had, and that's that. And you just have to know the history, Brian, so you know what I'm talking about, or that you know what that thing is. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Right.
So history has like a background. You just have to know it, and it's a must. Yeah, that coin right there. See, that's
Yeah,
what.
the neat
I
thing
flip.
about this, because I just learned something new. I truly do learn something new about coins almost every single day.
Right.
But they were doing some samurai swords, and one of the swords, they were pulling the blade out of I forget what they call it, so they could see the maker's mark. And the guy said, "Oh my goodness, you might have just gotten really lucky." He goes, "We rarely see this," and pulls out this little thin, kind of like drawer slide out of the sheath, and
Right.
it was to hold like 20 gold pieces of coin like this one, so they could hold all their wealth. Because that, for back then, I mean, I'm sure it would have been silver more than likely, not gold, but they did say gold, but that would have been tons of money back then. But really
Right.
cool that it was hidden inside the sheath of the sword.
Right.
Wow.
That's amazing.
And I just found out about that coin was rolled out in sheets, and it was cut, and as it was rolled out on a flat surface, and they stamped them on top of that after they cut them.
That's cool.
Yeah, I saw a video just yesterday or day before yesterday on just that particular coin.
Yeah, it's neat stuff to learn all of this. Like I said, I'm still learning stuff almost every single day on coins, and it just amazes me that there can be that much to learn about them.
Yeah.
Well, I've learned that too. The only thing I don't have is the eye yet to distinguish, machining, double machining or lamination. Lamination's not getting a little bit better, but I'm still trying to distinguish that eye on that coin.
Hector,
Yes, sir.
at Kevin's stream, right? I'm
Sorry?
trying to figure out at Kevin's stream. I'm trying to figure out what's the date of my great grandfather's pocket watch,
Oh,
and I'm trying to open it, just to tell you the serial number
mm-hmm.
right now, but I can't seem to get it open.
Sometimes
The
there's a little dot on
What?
sometimes there's like a little dot on the seam, and it's a place to insert a pin.
Hold on, I'm gonna show it to you guys.
You're muted.
This is the watch. This is the watch right here. It's an Elgin watch. I don't know. I think from 1910s, early 20s. But I'm trying to get the serial number so I can look it up. And I don't know how to open the thing. What did you say, Rich, about them?
Sometimes there's like a little pinhole in that seam, and it's made so you can slip a little like needle or pin in it. Otherwise, you need to take a knife blade and just separate them. Just be extremely careful.
Yeah.
Don't use a sharp knife. Just use
Like a small one?
Yeah. Sometimes a razor blade will work because it's thin enough to where you're not going to scratch anything up. You
Right.
just need to be really careful, pressing to separate.
Okay, because I don't want to damage it or whatever. I just want to see the serial number that's in it.
Yep. And if you have too much problems with it, take it to a watch shop. Don't play games with it. Not
Yeah.
when it's that old.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't. I just all I want to see is just the number.
Yeah, and it'll give you a ton of information on the inside normally.
Huh?
Normally there's a lot of information on the inside.
Yeah, you know.
And the reason I say that because remember Troy,
Yeah.
we went to talk to George. Remember about those 2 coins he had? I mean,
Yeah.
not 2 coins, 2 watches.
Mhm.
One was in 1899, and the other one was 1894. 1894. Yeah, 1894.
Yeah.
And he wanted to, Rich. He wanted to melt him down for the gold.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I know.
He wanted to do that. Yeah.
And the more we talked to him, I just want to give him evidence. So
Yeah, me
he gave
too.
me some numbers, and I found an Elgin website, and that's where it told me the year, and it was
Yeah.
a 23 jewel.
Oh,
Uh,
nice.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And I told him it's about $300, just for that one, on eBay. And he started looking more and more into it. And he didn't know. That's what about history. I mean, in the way of researching, he finally found out that it's valuable more than the gold that was in it.
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
That's always the case.
Yeah.
And then here's a statement that one of my history teachers told me when I was in college. He said, history is experience.
Yeah.
It's not facts. It's not form. It is the experience of a person in the history, because
Yeah.
he said he started pointing out to us, and I'm in a generation where most of our parents were either in the Depression,
Right.
the Great Depression of the 20s and 30s, or
Mhm.
World War II, or Korea.
Yeah.
And he started naming things that we didn't even think of, He
Yeah.
said, what were your parents doing on the day of Pearl Harbor? Or where were you standing when the Tet Offensive in 68? Or, and we never heard of those things,
Right. Yeah.
And one guy stood up and said, yeah. And he said, I know what the Tet Offensive is. I was there when it happened. Well, we started talking to him about his service, then, and that's what I mean. It was experience. It wasn't history. It was experiences.
Experiences. Yeah. You know.
I like looking at Richard's family photos, especially the Kodak family side, where
Right.
it's fascinating to see who
I
the
bet-
people, what are they thinking, what are they doing, where are they living, how are they living,
How are they
what kind
living?
of yeah.
I always
I'm
think
always
about
interested.
that too.
Now I've got a good one for you guys because I do love history, but now when it's written history, of course the history depends on the author and his views, his outlook,
Exactly.
Yeah.
and the way he fathoms everything. I have a journal from my great grandmother's first husband, and in 1840 he went to Homer Medical School in Upper New York, but he had to walk down 4 towns to get there, and it took him a couple days. And he
Right.
wrote about right before he got to these towns how he could smell the bakery and he could hear the women's heels clicking on the wood sidewalks and all this stuff. And it's in depth. He talks about the sweet smells of certain flowers and hearing waterfalls because there's tons of waterfalls in that area. And it's amazing. He was just amazing. And the other neat thing is he was very against the Civil War that was coming, that everybody knew was coming,
Wow.
and said how horrible it was that black people were being treated that way, and that he knows in his heart one day they would be accepted and married into other races with no questions whatsoever. And that was all before Lincoln said all this stuff.
Lincoln said all that. Yeah.
And that's 20 years before that.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because I remember
Told me that, Rick? I was like, wow. You know what I mean?
It's amazing. It's really neat.
It's really neat.
hello, Lincoln. I'm sorry, I'm on my phone, so I don't have type. So I saw Lincoln come in and told me to say hello, and I wanted to say, hello, Lincoln. How you doing, sir?
So we were saying, Hector, you said something before.
Yeah, I was saying that. Remember when I said the experiences dictate how history is written? You know how American politics right now is. If you don't believe in American, you follow blindly. You're not an American.
Right.
Back in the '60s, and Rich is a wee bit younger than I am, and I remember when I signed up for the draft in 1974. I told one of my friends told another friend told another acquaintance, and going on and on and on. By the end of the week, I got ridiculed for signing up. That I was stupid for signing up. That
Right.
you know that I'm I don't know. It was just a lot of stuff. But by the time I got home during the whole week, man, I was just tired of people telling me that I was dumb for signing up for the draft. And then
Right.
I was thinking that, and I was watching last night Forrest Gump, and that to me is like a history of his life,
Right.
And I saw him, at the Washington Memorial with Abby Hoffman, who was supposed to be the main speaker at the time. And I remember that protest in Washington D.C. And it says, "We want our vets home." And then when the vets came home, this all pertains to their perception of history.
Yeah.
They wanted the vets to come home. Vets against the war. Vets for peace. Those are the signs I remember seeing the Washington protest. And yet we treated them like crap when they came.
Right.
Because they were baby rapists, baby murderers, and baby rape. Just a lot of horrible things.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So the perspective is Rich is right. It's the author who wrote it.
It's the author who wrote it. Yeah, I agree. There's some history books, right? I always tell people you got to be careful what you're reading, because there's some history books that are completely biased. There's some books that that's just completely biased or just wrong. Like, for example, if you want to write a history book about America, right? You could say oh, okay, America did this, we are the greatest nation on earth, we did that, and blah 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 blah, and we were a proud nation that we conquered the Philippines, and we went to war with Spain and going to Cuba and all that stuff. You got to be careful what you're looking at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's I hate when people say that history is written by the victors. I think history is written by actual historians who look things up, but there's just some bad ones. You know what I'm saying?
Well, here's the big issue, because until you get before 1850, it's all politically written. They had to be approved to have their books published, and until you get because I collect antique history books,
right?
And I've read a bunch of them, and the neat ones are always the ones before 1850 because they tell true history.
They tell you actual history, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the old ones do.
So, and I've got a bunch on the Indian Wars, and according to the American books, they didn't lose any war except for the one with Custer.
Yeah.
And then you read the Indian books that were written by other historians that were more for the Indians. You
right.
Talk about the truth that, well, of course, the Indians were major warriors that fought other warrior tribes. They were major badasses. They really were.
Yeah.
And they wiped us up easily because they always stayed in formation. They always had to listen to their commanding officer and fire only when told. And the Indians would just swoop in and,
just swoop in and just do what they have to do.
So, yeah, and there's I have a book with the actual numbers of Americans killed during some of these conflicts or Indian wars. And it's just, it's sad to know that many people died, but wow, it certainly not told in any other history.
Yeah, I always say, there's just some people that's just out there. Like I said, they're just completely biased. Some of them, they just lie, you know what I mean? Like the worst history book I ever read it's called I'm not sure if you've heard of it, 1491.
Yep.
And that book, oh my God, I hate it so much. I remember reading it at the library, And I forgot Gavin Menzies. He's probably one of the worst historians I ever read, and he claims that China. I don't have the book with me, but he claims that China, like explored like around like the Arctic, and I'm like, how can they do that if they have medieval wooden ships at the time? You're just being, and the thing is too, he doesn't have any information. Like, where does he get the information from? It just looked like he just made it up. You know what I'm saying? He's, he doesn't have actual sources. He doesn't even put the sources in the book. So it just sounds like it. What I was reading was like a fairy tale. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
and that's, another thing our government hides from us is just how much certain groups, the Norse, they traveled big areas.
Yeah.
And, there's a lot of evidence being found of that these days. So, hey, here's something you might get a kick out of.
Also, yeah, I saw that. What is that?
A glass negative. This is like 1880 or so.
One of your friends took pictures of that?
Yeah, if you look at what this Ferris wheel is, those are like little train cars that are full of people.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's not a seat. It's huge. This thing is gigantic.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, some of the negatives they would put on glass.
How old is that, Rich?
Probably 1880s.
Probably.
Wow.
I've heard that's like one of the very first Ferris wheel too, right?
I'm not sure on that one. I don't think so, because I think in France they had a few.
They had a few.
Yeah.
You know anything about the history of that? Like, where's it at? What's it called?
Yeah.
Who took it?
This was an eBay buy, not a family one. I do have
Oh,
glass
no.
negatives for family, but this was such a cool thing. I grabbed it as soon as I saw it.
Well, now I love collecting old photographs. I think they're huge time machines.
Well, even films. I mean, I've seen turn of the century film. 1900, 1901, 1904, and I see them syncopate to a normal pace. That before, remember how choppy used to be before, and now they timed it so that you would look more of good motion of I don't know if they recopied it and changed it a little bit. I know in computers they can do a lot of things like that, but what's a shame is I went to a antique store in January, and I found this huge box, and it says 50 cents to $2, and it depends on the size of the photograph. But these thousands of photographs with no name on it. Nobody's it's got a name to a face. A few did, but very rarely. And I felt bad saying, here are these people's faces recorded for history, but nobody knows who they are.
Yeah, exactly. I always when I look at these old like turn of the century, have you seen the one in San Francisco in 1906?
Oh, the video.
The video, yeah.
It's awesome.
It's really awesome. It really is. And I wonder what these people did in their lives.
You know what I mean? Family there when the earthquake happened.
Family.
My grandfather had just left. That was when it happened.
Oh, I'll be darned.
Oh, he's lucky. Well, he left it when it happened.
Yeah, he wasn't married then, and his job was finished for the season, I guess, and he went back to visit his parents, and he left. And I'm not sure the timeline, but we got a letter from him, saved with the rest of the family letters from my grandfather, saying that he heard there was a big earthquake. It took him a year to find out about the information.
Whole entire year?
Yeah, because where he lived, written type, newspapers wasn't really big in the area, and it's a very rural. Yeah, well, they didn't get electricity until the 1970s.
Really?
Yeah. When when I went there in
Wow.
'70, the last time I went there without electricity was back in 1972. I was 15 years old, and
That's
man, when I got
crazy.
there, the bathrooms was a sit stool next to the pig's trough, or we had to get water by the gallons, 5-gallon tubs, and we had to put them on a yoke on our necks, and we would dip the cans into the water trough. We had to walk up top of the town because they use the natural gravity to feed the water into the trough. Big old, well, more like a fountain. Everybody washed their clothes there. You got your water there. Of course, everything was separate. They had different, and it's all marked in Spanish, for washing, for drinking, for the cattle, or for animals. And they used kerosene still at that time. They had one telephone in the whole town. So
Wow.
when we had to call my grandpa or my grandma, when we were back in the States, we had to schedule a time, and sometimes it was like 3 or 4 months ahead at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you only had 15 minutes because somebody else was after that. Now everybody's got cell phones all over the town now.
Yeah, very much.
So it was. I mean, even when I was a kid, I mean, it was like, hey, this is cool. We had to have wax candles all the time, which was a big commodity. Kerosene was a big thing. Meat was only cut and killed on that day, and it had to be sold because they had no refrigeration. Very conservative. Everybody grew their own food because they didn't have refrigeration for vegetables. So you had to let it grow on, and then canning and preserving. That was a big thing. I never saw anybody can meat, like in a glass mason jar or ball jar. So those kind of memories I have because that's how those people lived. They worked to live. They didn't have. We have a lot of free time for pleasure. We work 8 hours a day, but everything else is now for sustenance. Now that we have this pandemic, a lot of the skills that I learned as a kid, like fixing things, that's
Or
experience.
Yeah.
butchering and livestock stuff. That
Yeah, and I see, and I grew up that way at my dad's place because every other weekend, somebody would have a cow to kill or a hog or a goat. Chickens were a weekly thing, but I mean rabbits. I mean that's why my dad, we have 100 rabbits a week to process and harvest. And I didn't like doing it because they were nice little bunnies, but you had to eat.
Yeah.
And then my dad made money on it. He sold rabbits for like $3 or $4 a piece. He sold them at,
Right back.
so many people have no clue on butchering and would ruin their meats by not doing it correctly or cause themselves just terrible smells and stuff by cutting the wrong stuff.
well, look, Rich, you have a skill that's rare these days. Making your own furniture, tables and chairs. That's a huge. I mean, when I was a kid, everybody made their
My
wicker
grandfather did that.
furniture.
My grandfather, he made stuff like that as well.
But I think Rich has he's got the high quality end of it. He was a master carpenter.
Are you a woodworker too, Rich?
Yeah, I did high-end furniture, designed it and built it. I did like bedroom suites that were 20, 30 grand.
Hey, Rich, do you still have that video? Do you still have that video that you have all your collection on, and you show your table?
Oh yeah. There's a few videos. Like, if you look at 50 pounds of silver, one of my videos, about 8 months ago to a year, that one shows the walnut wood table I have that stretches out to, I think, 12 or 13 feet.
Yeah,
and
that's
really
a
ornate.
nice one.
Most cabinet furniture makers are not capable of building it.
Wow.
It's really special. So, it's one thing to do straight runs and stuff, but when you start theming or special bending woods and moldings, that's a whole nother thing.
And that's one of the reasons why we should preserve history, because it taught us, to be frugal when we needed to be. But in practice, in practice, it's practical. If I can play a term on words, but even now, my daughter, she used to, when she was little, she grew up with my mom for the first 5 years because my wife and I both worked. So my kids grew up with my mom and dad, and they grew up in the Depression era. And they would say, "Why are you doing that?" Well, that's what we used to do as kids, And some of the things she's doing now are exactly what my parents did, and she's in practice with doing that. She's growing gardens. She knows how to can. She's cooking more the old-fashioned way of scratch, preserving food, in a way that it stretches the food. I mean, she learned a lot of that from my mom. So, she doesn't like history. She's more into, but then she read several of my La Raza studies. It was more of knowing your culture, because I don't know my culture completely because I grew up as an American. My mom, she wanted to become Americanized. So that falls in the same line. It depends on who teaches, the history, and why. And even here's a good example. Today's history is our daily newscast. Today, the Pentagon just announced, or the White House just gave out a press conference, and a lot of times you got to figure out, is that the truth? They don't want to panic anybody, so I don't know. It's just the history is so
did it
fun.
come from the White House? It's not true.
Well, I'm being politically correct at the moment. Yeah, I don't. Anyone says anything, I check it out again. Just to make sure, because I read history books, and I remember, my parents would say about the relatives that were Native Americans that they had a price on their bounty, dead, not alive. They were, and it was like, really? They put a bounty on Indians?
Oh yeah. So and Mexicans too, in some cases.
Yeah, yeah.
Like in my area, the town of Napa, the Indians from like the 1830s and stuff were fed in troughs right next to the cattle.
Oh, here's a perspective on history. Back in the 70s, when I first started working in a grocery store, I remember they would throw away cows' heads, they would throw away ox tails, they would throw away the guts of pigs' heads, the shanks of the cattle and pork, and they would throw them away. And my mom and dad would pick them up all the time and said, "Hey, if you got any today, I'll take them." So they'd go home and bake them in the oven and eat the marrow. And I wasn't too crazy about the idea, but it did taste good. I have to admit, it did taste good. But it took so much to take home to cook that it was a lot of effort. And then a few years later, my dad's shopping, like his normal Friday night with my mom. They both come in. I say hi. They come in. And after I got out of the register, I went to talk to them. I said, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" And the usual chit chat. And then my dad sees a guy pulling the bones that were now charging 10 cents a pound for a bone. And my dad, see what I mean? Us poor people now got to pay food that we used to get for free. Now we got to pay for it now, because people are start catching on when there was a population of Mexicans growing in the town, that they didn't understand why would people put or buy a head of a cow, or because we put it in the pit. And my dad said poor people's food is because people threw things away. That's what we ate. We had to make it better. And then I find out the tongue is $13, $14, sometimes even to $20 a tongue, when it used to be before $1.50, So history has a lot to show that the value of a person. Like today's history, you have people that essential people like grocery clerks, doctors, lawyers. I mean, not about lawyers, but doctors and the people who are the cleaning crew. The people that are essentials. I hope that carries over to a lot of the future, because history has a lot to talk about. Hey, Majestic, how you doing? But I say, Troy is an old soul, Rich. He's an old soul.
Well, enjoyed chatting with them.
Yeah, I do too. So how are your grandkids?
Doing good. I got to see them the other day.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I got to see mine yesterday for Mother's Day. We went to the back of the house and the gate was open, so we walked in, but we didn't get close, and we didn't hug them or nothing like that. But yeah, it was nice to see them close, and not that close, but close enough for now.
Yeah, it's funny because my daughter's loving it because, you know, I split a trampoline and a big sand pit and all this other stuff, upgraded some of their other things.
Oh,
So
cool.
they spend most of their time outside, and the kids have been loving it.
Yeah, we're torn between fixing our backyard for us, for my wife and I to enjoy. But then when the kids come over, I don't want it to be too delicate. So if my wife's flowers are there, or they get messed up, or you know, her plants. So I'm trying to figure out a way to put a portion of the yard so they can have a little sandbox or a little house or something, you know, so they can play in when they're still little.
Yeah.
Because my granddaughter's birthday, she'll be a year this May 25th. May 25th, excuse me.
I forgot you had one younger than mine. And my youngest is 18 months, 19 months.
Do you have two boys? Two grandsons?
Well, I've got 10, but
Wow.
my youngest ones are boys. I got 3 of them under 4. And then it starts my girls. I got several girls at under 7. So it's a lot of fun.
Speaking of genealogy, before you speaking of genealogy, I just got through Ancestry.com, I got an email, or I should say a message through Ancestry.com. A family is searching for people in my mom and grandparents' home state, and they have the same last name as one of my great grandparents on the maternal side. And so I kind of leery because, you know, they'll say this and that, but a lot of the names they had were I'd never heard before. And so I started connecting them to mine and started researching mine to see if they were. Then the best thing I have right now as a resource is that my mom's half sister, my aunt Leticia, she works as the archivist over at the church rectory. Well, she's the archivist by her job because she works at you know, putting in names and dates and making documents for births, deaths, and marriages. And I mean, her books go back almost 250 years. And I asked her, how are you preserving them? I said, oh, the Latter-day Saints came in and started scanning a lot of the stuff.
Yeah, you know, it's really cool that all this stuff has gone digital, because when I first started this almost 30 years ago, when digital was just starting computers, when I joined Ancestry and was after their information, it wasn't on a database on their website because they hadn't gotten that far. I had to buy discs that had the directories, and you know, sometimes I'd get like 10 or 15 discs that were completely full of just random files, and you had to go through them and, you know, look up the different names and see if there's information available. And it was really tough.
Yeah.
I probably
Rich, excuse me. There's somebody in your chat that doesn't seem to be a person we need. You saw him?
Deleted it. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm on my phone, so I couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I figured, and no big deal. I normally catch it quick.
Yeah, I remember doing that back in the 80s when I went to the Latter-day Saints in Fresno, and all theirs was on film, which is a lot easier than the books, but it still was time consuming.
Yeah, and History Man, this is something that you should check out. Ancestry.com, Family Tree Maker, these channels or websites, they do cost money, but if you just do it for a month or two, it can organize your stuff so well, put all your pictures in the right place, and then you have the option to print out family history stories and stuff, and it'll say, the third great grandmother was born here and died there and is buried here, and any pictures you have will show up on their page, and it's really cool. You can absolutely write a book without knowing anything other than birth dates and places and death dates and places and names. That's all it takes, and you can write some really cool stuff. Oh, maybe he's not. He might be busy.
Yeah. But he's trying to. I mean, he's 18. I know he's trying really well to understand the process of history. Yeah, I told him, take your time. I mean, this all come to you. You just have to take your time and research it and verify the research, and it'll come to you. And then you'll really recognize how to find research and make your tree together. But it'll take some time. And there's a lot of ways you can look for it too. Like I have the California Digital newspaper collection, and I find a lot of my family in it. From Siskiyou County to San Francisco Chronicle down to LA and the Fresno Bee, Sacramento Bee. I find a lot of my family in those articles. You have to read them a lot more, but I found, I even found where my grandfather was living in Siskiyou County.
So, and that's funny because I had family living there too. When were they living there?
He was there living in there between 1905 and 1910.
Wow, same time. It's so funny because watch them.
Really? Wow. Maybe it could have been neighbors, because I even have a census of 1910 where he was living in Siskiyou County.
That's great. Yeah, I actually have an old address book that might have that information in it by address. So, because
I think the census is supposed to release the 1950s census pretty soon.
Yeah.
Because I know I have the 40s.
What are you guys talking about?
The census and Ancestry.com and Rich had mentioned.
I've downloaded mine. I downloaded mine with my great grandfather Frank. I've downloaded it. I didn't see an ancestry. I think it was in a different site, but I have the 1940 census in my computer of them, and that's when I figured out that he's Austrian, not Russian. So, and like what was his job was too.
What's really interesting is how people changed their names when they came over to the United States. Or they had the family original name and they changed it so that it sounded more Americanized.
More Americanized, yeah.
It wasn't them doing it, not the families. It was the people filling out the paperwork, making it easier for themselves and others that were going to have to deal with them.
Yeah, in some instances, like my next door neighbor, his family came from Italy. He's 71. And they changed their last name, and it wasn't because of the people in the United States. It was them, because once they got here, the father tried to back in 19. He would be 115 or 116 this year, so he must have came over about 1904, maybe 1905, and as a child. And but they grew up in New York, speaking Italian only, and so in order to fit in this town, or I guess they changed it, and even their pronunciation is not the same way they say it. So
yeah, I bet mine too. I bet my great grandfather's name would be more German.
Yeah.
Because he's from Austria, so probably German, but he probably just changed I would say his first name, but I don't know.
When you look at the naturalization records or the immigration papers,
Yeah.
see where it was the people filling out the paperwork that changed those names.
And sometimes because he couldn't spell it because they didn't hear I found my grandfather's name in one of his times he crossed the border. It was spelled so differently, like his spelled Ezeq, and two of the times, and there was two different signatures on there that admitted him to the United States again. There was ECK, EK. That's how they spelled it, and so that's how he got the name Zeke.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, it was because they couldn't pronounce it. They couldn't understand it. No one spoke Spanish at the border, and I would figure you would learn to speak Spanish in order to get the forms
Right.
correct. Yeah, so it's a combination of situation. It depends on the family changing their name, or the person writing the name down, or the understanding and pronunciation that's interpreted wrong. Yeah, there's quite a few different views on that.
Well, just for the name Osborne, there was 3 different spellings brought in. So
Yeah.
family didn't do that. In fact, they ended up very upset about it and tried to change it back.
I know a person locally who went through their family history, and he always knew that his last name was changed to adapt because his grandfather or great grandfather had changed it when they came to America. And the funny thing is, he went back to the courts and changed it to his family's original name, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, that'd be pretty frustrating to realize that, because that was everything for families back then. Your name was everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even my mom's name is still her maiden name. The only thing that changed was her title from señorita to señora, which means from Miss to Mrs. And her last name is still there as a maiden name, but her last name is now in the United States my dad's last name. In Mexico, that's not done. They always tell you you're the house of and the person's last name of the husband. It's always been the family name of the woman. That's why when Mexicans come over from Mexico, they have 2 names: their mother's name and their father's name. And it's confusing to some.
Yeah, definitely, I like same thing with me, I bet my name, like original name was African, like West African, but we just had to. I guess we had to change our last names to Hollingsworth. That's my last name, and I
Rich
guess
probably remembers this. Remember the program Roots, Rich?
Yeah.
That's a good. I don't know. I think it was on Alex. What was his last name? Alex, the author of the book Roots.
Haley.
Alex Haley. What was I going to say? Oh, that I wonder how accurate his depiction of his book was. How historical was it, or was it just partly nonfiction or fiction?
I feel it followed a fairly true
Okay.
line, but was way under what the true violence and nastiness was.
Oh yeah. Oh, I could tell you a story about violence. We were watching a program on PBS, and it was talking about Texas history. And they got to the part where they went to this one town, and they said they had a restaurant calling the Hanging Tree Restaurant. And the person who was doing the interview asked, "Why is this restaurant called the Hanging Tree Restaurant?" And the person behind the camera was looking, and it says, "You see that yonder tree? That's where we hung all the black folk. There's 90 documented lynchings on that tree, and here's a restaurant that I don't know if it celebrates it or recognizes it, or I don't know the reason, but what got me was, and tells you the story of how history paints one certain direction. And the lady who's being interviewed, she says, "Well, we have a second tree around the corner, and that's where we hung all the Mexicans."
Yeah.
And I go, "Wait a minute. You mean you couldn't hang people together because there were two different types of people?" That just floored me. It just like, oh, come on. And that's the kind of thinking that was during those days, you know?
Yeah, and Chinese were right there too.
Yeah.
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 That's how most of the cellars and stuff were built into the sides of mountains and the caves in my area. There were tons of caves, and there's actually a stone fence that goes plus 100 miles in many directions, splitting the properties from the original Mexican land grants.
Yeah. See what Bigfoot says? Try being Native American and getting a Christian name that don't match your dad, your mom, or siblings. Yep, it must have been tough to go through that. You know something, Bigfoot? I put a big pride on that because they had to accept that and survive, and they had to do things that kept the family together. And I'm pretty sure it was hard for them to accept a Christian name. But being Mexican, and Rich probably knows this too, half our ancestry is Native American, either from Mexico or the borders are along New Mexico and Arizona and California. I've got cousins who are they're actually Native Americans, and like up here at the casino, they have Spanish last names, they have Spanish first names.
Yeah.
And they're Mono or they're Inuit, you know, up in Alaska, that are my cousins. And I'm only Native American because of my mom's side of the family. She's Tarasca Indian from Michoacan. And I've heard stories about how the Indians are treated, in Mexico. If you're an Indian, you're not very valued very much, even to this day.
Yeah.
So Bigfoot, you're right. Even my wife's family, she's Cherokee. She's got a letter of well, the letters of the historical, significance, but they can't get on the rolls because their names wasn't put on the Dawes rolls, and somehow they got away from it. But if you saw my wife's grandmother, I mean, all her photos, they look more Native American than. I mean, without the DNA, probably that's one way of establishing it. But they haven't opened the books yet to new entries.
But you got to understand, up to like 1920, maybe
Right.
a little bit past that, for any official to find out that a Mexican's married to a white man or vice versa, the marriages were annulled. The children that were baptized, their names were stripped out of the documents, and sent back to Mexico, or just not allowed to associate with the husband that's the father of the children. My grandmother or great grandmother was scared to death that was going to happen. She was Mexican and told everybody that she was Spanish from Portugal, and they made a big deal about it, and used a couple other names. And my grandmother never believed me on that I had traced us to truly being Mexican. And she said, no, we're Spanish. My mother would have told me, it's like, no, because if you mentioned it, you would have, they were baptized in the local town, and all that would have been taken out of the books.
Yeah, Bigfoot, you're right. It was a dog and pony show, but it was one source of reference. I mean, still people have to prove, like my wife's family owns some land in Oklahoma, but because they didn't have a paper deed, or they did have a paper deed and somehow they didn't have it restored because they said the deeds were burned or they couldn't find the deed, the assignment in the county office, or whatever. I mean, some of the land, from what I'm hearing from my wife's family's legends and stories, because it can't be verified yet, is that they own some land that is downtown Oklahoma City.
And I would be a bit surprised. The problem was you didn't want to identify yourself as being that Indian because you would have gotten taken away, or some outrageous tax put on you for the property so you couldn't own it anymore. Because that was the most common thing, was to create tax that there was no way you could pay. And then you'd lose that rights to that property.
Yeah.
My family lost thousands and thousands of acres because of that.
Yeah, before Mexico still owned the California before 1848. I remember reading Mexican history books that in Spanish that any person who came to California who wasn't a Mexican citizen had to become a Mexican citizen, learn to speak the language of Spanish, and had to pay taxes to the Mexican government, and forced to, or else they were expelled from the country. I mean, from this land of California. And I thought, that's a turn, boy. We're making people, like it's like when people come to the United States, you have to learn English to survive. Yeah, but it's like almost a play on the opposite. Could not believe that the Mexican government had that much power to make people coming from different countries, or the United States for that matter, become Mexican citizens and learn to speak Spanish. It was eye-opening. Or you didn't have land, or you couldn't purchase land.
You couldn't purchase it.
Yeah, no, my family should own huge amounts of vineyard lands in Napa Valley where all the grapes are grown for the wines, and some of that acreage sells for $1 million an acre, and we have miles of it.
Wow.
Well, to me, I always had a soft spot for the Native American. I like the terms when they say the first nation or First Nations. And when I was taking La Raza studies at City College, I remember going to a powwow on the City College campus, and when I walked up there, they invited most of the students that were Spanish speaking because they recognized half of our ancestry, even though it was in Mexico or Canadian. There's a few Canadian students there that were native to Canada. They invited us into the powwow. And I thought that was pretty neat, recognizing that history was important to the family that passed. And if you looked at my mom, she has dark features. She's got the ancestral Native American look to her, and I researched a little bit into it, and I have to go to Mexico because there's not many books or anything really related to Native American tribes of Mexico, But when I was in Arizona, I was at I hate to say the word Indian shop, but I walked in, and there was some artisans there working, on jewelry and pots and stuff like that. And and as I went to look at them, one of the gentlemen looked up, and the first thing he said in Spanish, "Hey, how you doing?" It shocked the heck out of me. I said, "You're speaking Spanish?" And I said, "Well, of course. The Spanish has been around here for 500 years. My family's got, Spanish blood, but we recognize ourselves as more as Native Americans." And it was just when I was only 18 or 17. I mean, when you don't explore your world yet, those kind of things just give you for a loop. And it was really interesting to see that side that these people adapted because they had to, or else yeah. And I don't blame any person that changes circumstances in order for them to survive, as long as they don't forget where they came from.
Right.
and not forced to forget where they came from. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, you know.
Hey, Rich, you see what Bigfoot said? He said, "Rich Kelly, red, white, and wine." Yeah, I'm not crazy about wine. There's very few. The only one I've liked so far is Muscat Canelano, and I drank that when I first drank that when I was drinking in Sausalito. Nice little town. It's in the bay, Troy. It's across the bay from San Francisco.
Yeah.
It used to be a fishing village, but now it's more of a curiosity shops and wine, cheese, some Italian flavor to it. Really, really picturesque.
But it is. I mean, you know, I don't drink. That's the thing. You know.
I don't drink wine.
Yeah. But it's good to see. You know.
I don't think I ever asked this of Rich. Rich, are you a wine connoisseur or just a wine drinker, or?
Yeah, I did so much work for the wineries. I ended up with special private reserves, signed.
Oh my gosh!
Huge magnums. I've got giant bottles of wine that are all signed by the makers and the the person that tested it and that kind of stuff. I've got just ridiculous stuff. I have nearly a full set of Opus, a full run of Opus, Silver Oaks, Trethefin, Heinz Cellars, all some of the best wines out there. Yeah, I've got tons of it, and I used to drink it a lot, but I was always spoiled because I had the nicer stuff. So when I have to drink, or when I do drink wines, it's always needs to be extra special, or I don't appreciate it as much. Makes it kind of tough. One of the cheaper ones I found was Francis Ford Coppola's at the Coppola Winery. He had a couple.
I've been by there, but I've never stopped.
It's
I never
really
stopped in the white tasting room.
The Tucker car is there. Well, it used to be. I haven't.
Oh, really?
But yeah, that because he was the director of Tucker.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It was a car. I remember one of the Bridges brothers started in it. Was it Bo? No. Was it Jeff? Jeff Bridges. It wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. See, I like movie right now. Actually, Troy's kind of an influence. I've always had an interest in old movies.
Yeah.
But I'm looking like on a Friday night or Saturday night. I look at a movie from the 30s, 40s, or 50s.
Okay.
I saw The Enemy Below. I saw the. I've been seeing, like Jeff Chandler and Olivia de Havilland, Yvonne De Carlo, Francisco. What's his last name? He was the one. Romero. His name is Ramon Romero. He was like a character actor, a Spanish actor.
Yeah, he was very famous. Lots of movies.
Old movies like Cesar Romero when he was a dancer. There was a time in Hollywood they had a Latin appreciation, and it was like Fernando Lamas. Who's I mentioned right now? Cesar Romero, the guy who did the plane program.
Yeah, Ricardo Montalban.
Ricardo Montalban, yeah. So I've been watching movies and then Troy was also his friends with that guy who does all the 78s. I've been listening to that kind of music and
what's his name?
Muddy Waters also. Yeah, so people say they're bored at home. They should not be bored. There's so much stuff on YouTube, and you can appreciate the old times, and
stuff that you could explore there,
Now,
the old Tarzan series, with Johnny Weissmuller. I watched them too.
Yeah, I go back to the silent movies. I love going back that far.
Yeah. I even watched the silent movies of Charlie Chaplin.
Oh, silent movies.
Yeah, now my little grandson
my little 4-year-old, he's stuck on Charlie Chaplin and Laurel and Hardy. Just loves them.
You know, I saw Charlie Chaplin on the movie. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just want to tell Rich something. Speaking of movies, I'm planning to interview Mae West's assistant.
Oh, cool.
And I'm gonna live stream it.
Yeah, well, you tell me ahead of time, make it a premiere so that we can set up the time.
Yeah, like I said, I'll let you guys know. Like I said, we're still talking. I'm still waiting for the another email. Because that's the only way I can contact him through now.
Did you guys ever see the Dictator with Charlie Chaplin?
Oh yeah, that's a huge one.
Do you remember Rich? Do you remember the speech he gave?
Yeah.
That 9-minute monologue? I mean, talk about the times then, and you compare it to today's situations. It's almost parallel on a lot of the things he said.
Yeah, and keep in mind now that Charlie Chaplin, he was the king of Hollywood. There was nobody bigger than him.
Definitely.
He was an amazing person, and I can't think of that girl's name right now. She always played like a little girl's part, but she was like a grown woman, and she ended up with her own studios. Well, actually,
Mary Pickford.
Yeah, Mary Pickford. My mother-in-law actually worked for the studio. There where it was Charlie Chaplin and shoot, I can't think of there was like 4 other people that were major actors and actresses at the time, and they all went in on their own studios so they wouldn't have to be directed because they hated being told what to do, which is like all the actors and actresses, but they made enough money to buy their own studios and do their own movies.
Yeah.
So, and that's crazy for back then.
It's
So
funny
I'm
that I
hoping
know.
back-
Now that you mention those names,
Yeah,
you know,
go
I'm
back
thinking about Freddie Arbuckle, Buster Keaton.
Yeah, it was Claude, because he was big money. There was a couple real big money names that were actors back then. But
it's like also like people that are who hung around movie stars to try to be in the limelight with the movie stars, like the Dahlia and the Black Rose. They were murdered separately, but it was the same time era. They haven't found their murderers, yet.
yeah,
I've heard of that one.
Black Dahlia. I mean the Black Rose.
Black Dahlia.
Black Dahlia. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's funny. There are so many movies I had not seen. Like I watched the other day, the Yankee Pasha, and that was with Jeff Chandler and Rhonda Fleming. I just stumbled on it, and I did like it because it was started out in the South in Alabama or somewhere there, and then it went the high seas and Moroccan pirates and the Sultans. I mean, it was just a mix of things that it was only an hour and 17-minute movie, and it was interesting. I enjoyed it.
well, I forget the group that did this, but there was a group of producers and award-winning actors and actresses that got together and picked the top 50 movies, the top 10 movies, the best movies of all time. And those lists are a lot of fun to watch. So, pretty cool stuff. Oops, did I lose you guys?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe
I was sipping on my coffee when you were saying something. Bigfoot is asking how much coin and currency in your collection has been touched by Shirley Temple, Elvis, and Betty Jean. I think he means Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you think about it like that because
that's crazy if you think about it.
we could all have coins like that if you've got any from that era, because that money got passed around a lot, and most pennies and nickels. You know, things costed so little back then. The nickel was a lot of money.
You know, that's what I think about too. I'm like, who hold this coin? Like when I, or just any antiques in general, when I come across them, and I'm like, who hold this thing? Who hold it? You never know. It could be Shirley Temple. I mean, you know, I always think about that.
Yeah, I wish I could think of the other names that were part of the studio, but
Well, even the history of Hollywood is it's only been 120 years maybe, and it's vast.
oh, Fairbanks was one of them.
Junior or senior?
I'm sure it was senior.
Oh, excuse me, my allergies are catching up with me right now. I don't know who was better, senior. I think only because the more modern than his father was, but Douglas Fairbanks Jr., the swashbuckling, that got me going. That and Errol Flynn and the pirate movies.
Yeah, it was United Artists Corporation. Was
United Artists Corporation.
Yeah, and it was Pitchford Chaplin, Douglas Fairbanks, D.W. Griffith, and there's a few other names I don't recognize, but yeah, the top of the time.
You know, I just thought of this right now when Bigfoot was saying about Dog and Pony Show and the Dawes Rolls and all that. I was remembering watching the Lone Ranger and the names they used for each other. And I know they didn't pronounce it the way you would, but if you wrote out the words, their names in Spanish, Kimosabi means one who doesn't know. And Tonto was a play on words because if you said it in the right way, tonto means dummy.
Wow.
So the Lone Ranger. What's that?
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I didn't catch it until, well, I thought, maybe that was a nickname I didn't, but when I saw it in written form, and I asked my mom, I said, Mom, and she doesn't, have one way or another of knowing the differences. I said, Mom, what's this word? I didn't say name. I said word. I said, who do you want to call dummy? I go, that's what it means to you, Mom? And she goes, yeah. That word, and I know that word in Spanish means tonto, but I didn't equate it because I kept hearing the word tonto.
Well,
and
it was probably the way they generalized certain nationalities back then, unfortunately.
Yeah. And then I showed my mom the second one. And I wrote it down as the script said, and my mom said, and she looks kind of curiously, looks at it and she goes, who doesn't know? So it was almost like a play of words that it was saying, okay, Indians are dumb, but why is you're asking the question,
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And like Red Ryder,
That's crazy.
You ever watch Red Ryder?
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice to know that if you had a coin from, let's say, the 1745s in Mexico, and you could touch it and put it on a machine or something, and say, well, this person touched it, and tells you who the person was, over the, how did it get to one place to another, who made it?
Oh, you're talking about DNA scanning.
If it was possible,
Yeah, if that's possible.
After 200 years, maybe.
Hey, I wouldn't be a bit surprised with the ability of the computers today.
Yeah. Well, Mexico's mint was established in 1545 by the Spanish crown. So that's what's over 500 years? No, 475 years
You got
Go.
foreign coins, right, Hector?
I'm sorry.
You got foreign coins, right?
I've got a whole book since I got a whole bunch of them from Sin Hoarder. I've got 100 that are identified, mintage, composition of alloys, orientation. What else? Who made the engraver? Some of them were even during, like I have some war coins from the 42 to 45 were actually minted in San Francisco. Most of them. And I have more. I gotta put them in sleeves, and I mean I gotta put them in 2x2s and put them in my sheets. I want to separate them. But I really want to do is get into Mexican silver. There's coins dated up to 1945 that I can find online to sell, but most of them they're pretty pricey before 1700. So that's gonna take a while. I probably buy one coin of each period of time. Like I want to do some between 1860 and 1865 Mexican coins because there's a letter that I bidded on years and years ago where Benito Juarez, he was a president of Mexico at the same time that Lincoln was going. They were both going through a revolution, civil war. Benito Juarez was fighting the French, and Lincoln was trying to save the Union. You know.
Right.
Between the North and the South. So, and it corresponded to each other. And I didn't read it. I was able to see that it was authenticated by the Smithsonian, and they were saying these letters were written between President Lincoln and President Benito Juarez. And I thought that would be neat to see what they said at their time during their war years.
Wait, Hector, you have that?
No. I'm saying that I bidded on one and I didn't get it.
Oh, okay.
It was way too expensive after a while. But this is when I was pretty well established in my finances then. And my wife said I was crazy. I said, no, I think it'd be neat to have a letter from President Lincoln to Benito Juarez. And I wanted one that was the next one that came up was the one
Hold on. I gotta go. I'm hearing stuff. Wait one sec.
Okay. So that would be neat. I mean, I like old letters. I like the way they wrote it. I like the way the letters were formed. How beautiful they wrote, in those days.
Yeah, I just saw. I was watching some of the old Antiques Roadshow stuff, and they had brought, or maybe it was Pawn Stars, some of the best of Pawn Stars. They showed Abraham Lincoln cabinet card that had his signature. And the guy said that picture was what was used for the penny, and that there's only a couple known to exist. And a private owner ended up with one somehow and brought it in to sell it. That's crazy.
It's funny because I was watching. I don't know if people back east know about this, but Hopalong Cassidy. I'm pretty sure Rich has seen it because it was
love.
I never heard of it.
I've got all his shows. I show.
Oh my gosh, Hopalong Cassidy was what do you call it? A spokesman for the Producers Dairy here in the Central Valley, and he came a few times to Fresno to promote Producers Milk. And it was a big company then, and I remember him riding on his horse. God, it must have been 1962, maybe 3. I was a little kid. Man, I thought this guy is like famous. The most famous person I ever saw in person, and it was neat to see someone that you saw on TV in black and white, and you actually see him in color. I mean, because you've seen him in person. But when you're a little kid, there hasn't been another person that's got my starstruck eye. Let's put it that way. That since Hopalong Cassidy, not even what's his name, Roy Rogers. Nah.
Yeah, I was a huge fan. I've got all kinds of memorabilia. He was the biggest promoter at the time of any product because of a movie or TV series.
They had over 1,000 pieces in their catalog that you could buy of Hopalong Cassidy items: curtains, rugs, doormats,
Bed
some
sheets,
posters,
comforters.
pillows, everything, right down to stick ponies and actual rideable ponies on wheels and everything. It was, and he had a couple sidekicks, and their stuff was also included. So I've got a really neat set of knives. I've got some knives from the Cowboys, mostly singing Cowboys, but yeah, I've got some pretty neat stuff. In fact, I think I have one right here. Just a second. Let me see if I got it. Here you go. You'll get a kick out of this.
Okay.
All right. What's this? Roy Riders harmonica.
Wow.
It's in pristine. It was brand new when I got it. It was. I still have the box. I bought it about 10 years ago. I actually let my grandsons play with this, and well, actually,
Oh man.
one of my granddaughters just loves it, and it's worth $100 plus. But I'd rather have them play with it and enjoy it and have memories, because it's got the picture, and we watched some of the movies, and
That's cool.
Well, it's just like the other. That reminds me. I was going through my dad's stuff, organizing some stuff and see what I need to save and some to preserve, And I
Yeah.
found several harmonicas, and
nice.
I've never asked my dad why does he have some harmonicas. And then I made a connection between the railroad, which my grandfather was doing, laying rails and started in Siskiyou County, and he did the central line between Sacramento and Bakersfield, I think. And when I looked at it, I'm going, okay, I know my grandpa played the guitar. I know the family played guitar and the piano, which my dad did. And I could not figure, and I found a book that showed how to play the harmonica. It was 1940 something book, the copyright. And I started putting two and two together. I said, okay, railroad, harmonicas, guitars. Dad wanted to learn how to do the guitar, the harmonica. So he's got several, like 3 of them. And they're a good size, between 4 inches and 6 inches. And I thought, okay. So I started investigating. My grandfather did play the harmonica, and my dad wanted to learn too. So I was wondering if any of those, because they're almost brand new, but they're in the old style, and I figured one of them might be my grandfather's. I haven't been able to prove it yet, but I'd like to find out if that's true or not.
yeah, that'd be cool. It's so tough when there's so many stories out there for the family things, and you know how it is. If you take a room full of people and whisper into each person's ear the same exact sentence, it's never anywhere close by the time it gets to the other side of the room.
Exactly.
Bigfoot just said that we need to do a coin community pack with just one common coin and send it around. Have a
That
sheet
would be neat. That would be neat.
to leave a mark of authenticity in the package.
That's cool.
Yeah, that would be neat. Yeah, I have all kinds of posters in my room. Let's see if I can show you one. Oh, I might have them. Oh, you know what? I think my grandson ended up with one of them. But I have some really neat old ones. Like I have a glass frame with the Hopalong Cassidy's painted on the back of the glass, and it's bubbled glass. That one's really cool. I have some original posters, some original photographs. I've got all kinds of Hopalong Cassidy stuff. And the neat thing about him was he was a really talented actor, dancer, I think he even sung. But one of the last movies he did prior to Hopalong Cassidy, he was a swashbuckler pirate. And when he did the Hopalong Cassidy series, because it started as a radio show, and I've got those too, he decided, because he got offered a big part in a movie, and he said he didn't want to go out of character for the kids. He didn't want them to know him as anything but Hopalong Cassidy. And turned down big money, but ended up making it all back because he made a fortune as Hopalong Cassidy. So he was a great actor. I really liked him.
Yeah, I for some reason, I was trying to figure out my dad's time and his thinking and things that happened during his lifetime. And, you know, movies is one way of, yeah, the big movies like Citizen Kane or the Grapes of Wrath or East of Eden. I mean, those are, you know, historical / fictional times of their era. But yeah. I wanted to get more of a feel, you know, because I remember my dad saying that the only entertainment they had was the movies and the family singing or family get-togethers like that.
My grandpa said the same thing. You know, he said,
and I was thinking that's what we're missing nowadays. Yeah, we have parties, but it's more of it's just a different feel to it, you know. And it's rare that I go to a party and I feel like it's a family event or a friendly event, you know. So I'm just trying to get a feel of what they're trying to achieve at the time, because I remember during the Depression, I remember the song "Happy Days Are Here." Like stuff like that, you know.
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky because my family was into movie, you know, taking movies and stuff, even in the 50s. We had Super 8 and 8mm, and I have a big movie that I've done for my family of my great grandmother, and don't have my great grandfather because he died pretty young, but have all my great uncles and stuff at, you know, 40s and or so. And it's really neat to see some of that stuff. And back then, yeah, everything was based around family parties. You know, Thanksgiving was such a big deal. Christmas was such a big deal. And what was it? Was it giving gifts and that kind of stuff? No, it was being there for the dinner that your mother, grandmother, or all the ladies put together. And, you know, the men were out smoking their cigars or having their drinks, which, you know, was so common back then. And I was mentioning that earlier, you know, for people that are our age, they don't realize that when they're watching the Dick Martin show, all you could hardly see through his smoke from him smoking a cigarette and drinking his hard alcohol straight out of the bottle. So, and sometimes straight out of the bottle. So, crazy times. And now they have a rating if they're smoking. I saw smoking listed in the rating and I was looking for the other day.
Yeah, it's just like the song by Billy Joel, 1984. Or no, We Didn't Start the Fire. That's what it was.
Yeah.
That's a good way of looking at history through song and the times that the song was going through. It depicted. And I was thinking also another movie was Forrest Gump. His life in a time span of, you know, from the time he was born with scoliosis and bad legs, you know, up to the time he was in Vietnam, and then the shrimp boat captain, and then when he met Jenny, and then Jenny passed away, and then he becomes a father, and then he sits at the log, you know, after he leaves his son on the bus, and he leaves, and then the feather flies off. I didn't understand what the feather meant at the beginning of the movie, but then I figured out, okay, what's the next adventure? That's what it tells me. What's going to happen next? And that was like some of the songs that I remember, songs and movies and but not so much the specificity of it, but more of the emotional ties and the knowledge of what could have been happening at the time. Every time I see a reference to the Washington Monument or the Lincoln Memorial or the Arlington Cemetery, I was there. I mean, physically with my dad, and that's a good memory. You know, I was there in Washington D.C. for 3 days. Yeah.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. You know.
Yeah, it's when I see a grave. You know, when I go visit my dad or visit my grandparents.
Oh, he's buried there?
No, he's not buried at Arlington. He's buried here in town at the Veterans Cemetery. There's a section of the cemetery that's reserved only for wives and military personnel. And
Okay.
I've got my godfather there. I got my 2 cousins. I've got 3 uncles there. My dad, their wives. So there's like 12 people in the veterans plot, plus my grandparents and my dad's 10 brothers and sisters.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You know, that's interesting. You know, that's interesting. Yeah. My family's buried in a Jewish cemetery in Staten Island across from us. Hello?
Yeah, that's something else that was such a big deal, was visiting family in cemeteries. That was done on holidays, their birthdays.
Yeah, and the thing is too, my family thinks I'm weird visiting them.
No, it's not.
You know,
it's weird for them because they won't do it.
They won't do it. Yeah, you know,
that's the bottom line.
But
And the thing is,
yeah,
What?
just
well,
a generation or two past them, and those people think it's normal.
yeah, because it's like it's ridiculous, you know. Because I always when I say to my grandma, you know, all right, I'm gonna visit Tobia to the cemetery, or I'm gonna visit my great grandfather because this is the anniversary of his death, you know, they just think I'm strange. And,
well,
you know?
it's also culture too.
Huh?
In my family, we never celebrated Dia de los Muertos, Day of the Dead, and in Mexico, it's a huge. It's a celebration. It's not anything of morbidity. It's more like having lunch or dinner with your family, you know, and retelling stories and telling about their lives. And it's a way of not forgetting. And if you ever see the movie Coco, it's close to how we celebrate it now. But in the old days, it wasn't celebrated for the way they. I mean, it's true. If you forget, that memory goes away of that person or their actions. So history is a way of preserving that person's decision, their life, and how it affected the rest of us. And to me, that's a good cause for saying one person does make a decision that affects other people.
I know, you know, they just look at me like I'm just weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, it's not weird. And I tell them it's not weird. It's really not. I just like to do it.
Troy,
You know?
stick to your guns, stick to your convictions on that, because everybody's got to be different.
Yeah.
And there are people that have said some things to me that are totally fictional or a lie, or and I don't judge them for their convictions. I accept what they believe in, and I leave it at that, and then we change another subject. And too many people are stuck on thought, which could be changed as experience. Like my dad. I would say my dad was pretty staunch about almost everything in life. And then as he grew older, he got more, I would say, educated on certain situations. And him and I used to go head to head on a lot of things.
Construction.
And and when I started getting older and I started taking care of him,
Right.
those issues were not relevant. I mean, we talked about family, we talked about history, we talked about politics, but it was a different approach. It wasn't the same as being confrontational, you know, and that changed a lot for me. And then I got to know my dad a lot more because I accepted for what he thought, because that was his experiences and that's what he went through. And there's some people that hate, I mean, totally hate, you know, and I hope they change, you know, because you can't stay hating all the time, no matter what the situation is.
Yeah, you know.
So, you know,
I just do what I gotta do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If they're not going to be around. Let's like this. When I tell my students, hey, your friends influence. I'm sorry, I'm getting really tongue-tied here. I said your friends really influence you to do things you know you don't want to do, but you do them anyway.
But you do them anyway.
When you become more independent, you won't see your friends around anyway because they're already off in their own. I mean, I haven't seen some of my friends I went to school with from 1st grade to 12th grade, and they still live in the same town I do, and I haven't seen them. I've only had one friend I've seen since college in 1st grade, and I see him once a month at least, and sometimes once a week, and sometimes 4 times a week. But I tell them, says, don't worry about it. Your friends will stick around if they're your friends. If they're not your friends, they're gone by the time you're out of high school.
Right.
And that has to do with family too. Believe me, families. You know, I'm going through that now because we don't agree. They rather not talk. My door is open to them all the time.
Oh yeah, you know, definitely. You know,
and Rich knows this as much as I do, and I'm learning this now since I've only been a grandfather for 8 years, twice. Your kids seem to get closer to you when you have kids, you know?
Yeah, sometimes, like, even like when I teach them, you know, about like a lot of stuff, a lot of older stuff, you know, sometimes they don't want to listen to me, you know. Nobody does.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes that's just who they are, and you can't really change them.
Well, the only way they'll change is when they accept it themselves, and there's no way of changing anybody until they're ready to accept. Yeah,
you know, because I just want somebody in my family that just has the same interest as me.
There'll be somebody around. I can guarantee you when they get started. Like my cousins, they're half Italian, and their family's been in California. I'm sorry, in Oregon. Some of their grandparents and great uncles were born in the 1840s, 1830s.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, and they're Italian. I'm trying to remember the city. I mean, I do so many for my friends and my family, doing their history on their in-law side that I have so much on my ancestry.com that I get leaves all the time about hints. But yeah, they're half Italian and half Mexican, and they know more about their Mexican side because their family's kind of the Cherokee side sort of not rejected them, but didn't associate them very much. They mostly stayed on my grandma's side, our grandma's side, I should say. And sometimes even family reject each other. But when they got older, I started meeting more of my cousins after my grandmother passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd met them, and I would see them, and I would see them more often. And I've got about 4 cousins I see and talk to, you know, at least once a month, one of them. So yeah, time will change. You have to be a little patient on some of the people's thinking because it does take a while for it to change.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, every time I show them what I got, you know, sometimes when my grandma has company, I show them what I got. My grandma comes in my room and they do a little tour around the house and whatever. And when I show them what I got, sometimes.
You know what? Also, I regret doing.
What?
You know what else I regret doing?
What?
I should have got a digital recorder and put it on my dad. When I went there to see him or take care of him or do some project on the house, I should have put one on there because he always liked to talk while I was working. And I have all the words and the memories he was telling me, but I wish I had recorded it.
Yeah, and here's a big one for you, Hector. Don't pick just the older folks. Pick everybody. Take the time to get a little view from absolutely everybody, because you never know who's not going to be there, or simple things like just not being part of the family anymore and moving away and not wanting to come back, and to have that stuff. I mean, I've got my she's not my true grandmother, but it's still family. My cousin's grandmother, she was 105, and she was over at my house having a big glass of wine and telling me her life story while I recorded her. And oh my gosh, this lady was amazing. She did the craziest stuff and was actually related to some really important military figures. And lived with them. Yeah. And Mare Island, she was a big part of that, worked there, dealt with some of the top people there. Just tons of history. And then right down to favorite foods, favorite recipes, favorite things to do for Thanksgiving and Christmas for family. And she lived on the same property her entire life, from an adult. And pretty cool. She up to like 100 completely took care of it, even mowing her lawns.
Wow.
Yeah, she was only like 5'2". She was a tough old bird.
Wow.
Yeah, and I did that for family from all of my once I met some of the people from the family reunions, I would go to the oldest family members and ask them if I could videotape them and ask them questions while we went through their photo albums. And that's one of the best ways to do it, because
I should have done that with my grandfather. I should have did that. To this day, I regret that.
Yeah, because it brings back memories. Going through the pictures just creates huge things. And even my grandmother with Alzheimer's, it took her back to a time before me. But when I started showing pictures of her siblings when they were just little kids, oh my gosh, the story she told was amazing. And, I have no doubt they were completely true. She would name the siblings and say, oh, the little bit older than me, a little bit less, or whatever they were, and say, oh my goodness, and tell just amazing stories. And what I did is I had my tape recorder or my video camera on while I was zooming in on the pictures and showing it on my extra large screen TV.
On your camera.
Bad vision. So it made it super easy for her to see. And that's the one thing she said over and over is, oh my gosh, how'd you get a photo this big? We never had a photo this big. Our photo was really small. It's like, it's on the TV, Grandma.
It's funny you said that.
When I was scanning, you've seen my videos, Hector, about my grandpa's pictures. You've seen them, but I was scanning them, and they're in little picture slides. They're in little slides. They're not big pictures. And my family was a little shocked at how I got them big. That's my grandpa and stuff like that. So, but yeah, that's amazing, Rich. That you should. I regret that. I still regret that. I should have got my phone and record my grandpa and and say stuff what he says. Especially his stories. I should have done that.
Yeah, I even have reel-to-reel tapes of my grandparents from when I was a little kid in the 60s, recording them, asking them, because even as a little kid, I was so interested as what it was like when they were kids. I loved the fact that they rode horses, and it just amazed me. My grandfather actually, his family had a horse ranch, and they were very well known in the valley. And it was really neat hearing the stories. He lost one of his sisters when she was, I think, 20 or so, and she was a horse whisperer. Of course, that's not what they called it back then, but he said that she could walk up to any horse, regardless of what was going on with it, and it would just completely calm down and come to her. And she was walking through the valley for that. So
That's amazing.
neat stuff, and stuff that all my family knows because they've
Right.
seen the movies that I've done or watched the tapes.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
it's funny.
I have like 20 reels. Like Hector, you're about to say something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It reminds me what Rich was telling me when he said about recording everybody around. I did it by accident. I took my mom to see her older sister by a year. She's going to be 91 this year. And she was pulling out photographs because I was asking her about our family tree. And she went back 7 generations further back on my grandfather's maternal side. And so she pulled out a picture, and I started saying, I can't remember all the things all these names she's bringing out. So she had a photograph around 1908 because my grandfather was born in 1907, and he was sitting on his grandmother's lap. And when she started saying it again, I said, wait, hold on, let me get my phone out. And as she was pointing her finger on each of the faces on the photograph, she told me who they were. And this is 1908, the photograph.
Yeah.
Because my grandfather was about a year old, maybe a little younger than a year old. But it was neat to know the names, and I got it documented. I never thought of that until right now. I got to go find that video. I know I saved it.
That's crazy, though.
Yeah. Okay, she's 91 now. At the time, she was 88 or 87. And I remember her saying, golly, your memory is so intact that,
Right.
I need to go back and, just spend a few hours just talking, because she loves talking about family. Who's this and who's that, who passed away. Every time someone passes away that's a relative of mine, I've never met them, and she'll tell me exactly how we're related and how close we are in relationship to my mom or my either. Well, see, in town, Mexico, a lot of towns are so small they intermarry, but they're like, they make sure they're 3 times removed, as a cousin or something like that. I don't know how they figure it out, but they do. And it's odd that my aunt would say, "Oh yeah, that's a name that's related to my dad's side of the family," but there's nothing in between, 4 or 5 generations back. But it's just funny how she has all this memory, and not only of the present passing, but the people who died when she was a little kid.
Wow.
Amazing.
Wow.
She's got amazing memory.
Amazing memory.
A lot of times it's because of them putting that information down in a family Bible or having a family Bible that came before them and adding to it. And so they see those names, add to them, and, read them over and over just, to reconfirm what they already know. It's a pretty neat thing. Almost every one of the neat family members I met had family Bibles that were at least a generation or 2 before them and had been following all the deaths and births of the family.
That's
Hey guys,
crazy.
I'm going to have to get going. Sorry
Okay.
to cut you off when we're having a good time. I'm about to hit 12 hours on this video, so did a few hours today. Last night.
Well, I'm glad you're back on, Rich, because I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing you, and I'm also gonna be streaming, so you can come on my channel anytime. YouTube history.
Okay.
Sounds
Hey,
good.
Sounds good. It was nice talking to you, Rich and Hector.
Yep, it's been fun. Thanks for for 18 years old, you're a smart fella. You should really push college and stuff, because
Yeah.
for you to retain as much as you have, you'll do good in college.
I think so.
And not only that, even if you don't use it for the application that you go for, just the rigor of college will get you ready for anything. I mean, I tell people that all the time. I said, I never thought I would be a teacher. And I thought it'd be something I struggled at really hard. But once I got the knack of it, and I really enjoy it, even being in it for 21 years, I think it's too short a lifetime. You know, I wish I started this when I was in my 20s. You know, but it was a perchance, let's put it that way, that it turned out as well as it did. But if you get college training, even the experience of meeting people and you know, investigations and research and you know, trying to figure out what's the right thing, and those choices you'll make, even if you get a degree that you're not even going to. I have a friend of mine who's got a degree in biological research and cell anatomy. Super smart guy, but he retired as a breadman for 34 years. He never went to biological research, and he's happy. I mean, even now he's a parking what do you call it? Parking law enforcement officer. He's 70. He's 70, almost 70 now, and he still enjoys it working. So, yeah, go there, go to college, figure something that you want to do, and I would say history would be up your alley.
I did that, you know, but it's just as the problem, you know, it's just an issue with me.
Well, you'll overcome whatever you want to adapt. You'll overcome. And like Richard says, you know, I got things to do too myself. So, Rich, thank you very much for your stream.
Yeah, Rich, I'll see you later.
All righty.
Yeah, and now everybody in chat, thank you for visiting us and listening to our banter. But Rich, thanks a lot, and I really appreciate you being here. And I'm glad you're around.
Yeah, we'll talk soon, Hector.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Okay, everybody.
I'll see you, Rich.
Bye.
See you later. Nice job.
Bye, Rich. Thank you.
You bet. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. Bigfoot, thanks for hanging out here at the last part of it. Appreciate it. United Elevators, sorry I didn't see you in here. Been streaming for almost 12 hours, so a little on the tired side, but it's been a lot of fun. So take it easy, everyone.